What's up, everybody, and welcome to the LCS and a special pool party installment of the waiting room. Honestly, the whole day is going to be pool party themed. Lots of fun being had outside in the tailgate. Some dunk tanks, and what a cannon on that fan there.
Those burgers were so good.
Did you have one?
Yeah, I got one of them.
Oh, damn, I missed out on that. Oh, let it go! What a shot! You love to see it. You love to see it.
That is the easiest beer pong I've ever seen.
Yeah, what?
No! I feel so bad now that he missed that shot. After he said that.
From the he's going underneath.
Oh, Lordy. All right, welcome. Welcome to the LCS, the LCS waiting room. I don't have my glasses on today.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
These are not prescription sunglasses, so I might need some help.
I
from
can't
the Peanut
help it.
Gallery.
I can't see further than
Pastry and Mark
this
with
far.
where we're going from
I
here.
can read you the prompter out loud.
Thank you very much, sir. Welcome to the show. We're going to dive straight in to a little bit of a pool party themed
I know, I don't have the heels today.
segment here. Up on the telestrator, I'm going to be pulling up some clips, and we're going to be rating dives. As we love to do
I do
in
need
Hell
my
Yeah,
glasses
brother.
for this.
Hell yeah, brother. So I'm going to play out dive by dive, and you guys will discuss. First, we're going to play them sound full, and then we'll replay them on the telestrator, and you guys can talk through, so you get to see it twice. Let's roll that first clip.
Get XP. We'll get Scraps now. Sees Foul again. This could be enough. Counter jumps the wall. 3v1. Licorice. His days are numbered. Is it going to be enough? He's looking like a tasty snack, and he goes down. First blood.
All right, so we've seen it once. We've seen it once, so just want everybody to keep that in mind. We're going to play through it again here on the telestrator. You guys let me know if you need to call anything out, maybe talk through it as we go.
I mean, this is just like a simple, easy, clean dive. 3v1, no defense. Poppy banging him up against the wall. Easy.
Also, if I remember correctly, Blaze Olive then TPs in, for this right here. And that actually changes the entire mid lane so that Palafox actually doesn't miss a lot because he's able to come back and catch the wave. So, like, that's a circumstance, but it also works out in their favor.
All right, so how are we feeling? Where does this all add up for y'all on your scales here?
It was clean, but it was
sounded
easy.
clean, sounded good.
Because, I mean, like, when you judge dives, Olympics, there's, like, the difficulty score,
This is
and then
true.
how well you did it.
I like that. Okay.
That's like a 7.
So, but is it a 7 out of 7? Like, are they fulfilling the maximum?
Yeah,
I was
easy
gonna say
dive,
but
that's the highest it could be, is a 7.
You're the mean judge.
What? Whoa!
It's decent. I don't know.
Guys, we're on
Well, is that it? That's all you got? It was decent?
Yeah, wow.
What I
doing?
expect?
Okay. How could they have made it better?
Killing a Blaze Olive.
Oh, sticking around.
You want a redive?
Killing
Wow.
one more.
Yeah.
He
Ugh.
wants the redive. He's a greedy man.
High technical scores.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
He demands a lot. All right, let's,
I'm a pushover, man.
we're going to move on.
I was like, I don't know, that was
Jimmy
good.
Buffett Margarita be like, get 10s for me from here on, man.
Drink up, baby. Drink up. Things will get better. We're going to move on to the second clip. Let's play that one out. We'll come back and talk about it.
All the audience answers.
Dive coming in hot. Show me similarities. Here we go. Blabber going for the dive. Meganar as well. The stomp into the wall. Oh, the CC is there. At some point, Gamsu's name reverts to actually Gamsu. Fudge drops the aggro. Blabber trying his best. Hit the turret. You gotta be kidding. Oh, body slam missed. That might have been the kill. Rocket. Oh, fancy feet is in. Is it gonna be enough though? Blabber cutting the wave down. Gamsu, does he have a good way out? Keep in mind. Oh, yes, baby. Let's go.
All right.
All right. We're going to play this one out as well. Just a second time for you guys. You can kind of talk through it as we
watch
go.
this again? It's kind of painful.
We don't have to.
So I do want to say, like, one of my friends over in LEC, Chakrez, actually, I remember him putting together a joke reel of diving Gragas's because it's just almost always a terrible idea.
Yeah.
Everything goes wrong here for C9.
I will say
It's just not great.
It started kind of clean, actually. The first
Yeah.
rotation, like if you're in the dive, it looks really good, and then you realize they're not even over the pool and they on the pavement.
Ooh. Okay. But so, comparatively to the first dive, did it have a higher maximum score because it was like a 2v1? So it could have been an 8.
Yeah,
if
but
had
they died.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
Dash,
arguing. I'm just trying
you're
to
arguing
establish.
down the score here.
2v1.
I'm
it's a
trying to
Gragas at
establish
6.
your scale of difficulty, Mark.
It's
That's
much
all.
more difficult because it's at 6. Gragas is harder.
Exactly.
He's full health.
So they could have scored higher, but they bungled it to no belief.
Yeah, for me.
So they get a 0 there.
Yeah.
Emily, how do you feel about this?
I was being pretty.
A 1.
It was not great.
That's generous.
You know what?
How kind of you.
I'll give him 2.
But you. What?
What?
How does that make any sense?
Don't worry about
He
it.
only cares about the difficulty.
Make
Yeah,
any
what is
sense.
going
All
on
right.
here?
I'm here for.
All right. Let's
I'm here
roll.
for the
Let's
drama.
roll.
Wait,
Let's
Mark,
roll.
what did you give?
We're
0?
Also,
Okay,
Gamsu-
0, 1, 2. The
Okay.
first time it was 7, 6, 5.
There you go.
All right, let's roll that third clip. Let's see what we
I
got.
feel like I'm consistent.
Neutralize in a lot of these cases, but TL now maybe setting up for the dive here. Spell shield's used.
They do not have an ulti on the jungler. They do not need it. Kill comes through. Core JJ will not die in time to get the bailout, and it's first blood. And it's on.
All right, here we go. Playing it out again. Oops, double tap. You let me know what you think. Well, TL,
I mean,
Yeah.
bot dive action.
Spawn made it a little difficult kiting out core JJ there. Nice little hop over the wall as the Zeri, or over the turret, excuse me, but right into the waiting arms of
Yeah.
the
I mean, it was
Starner.
clean. If I remember correctly, it was set up really well off of their bot lane pressure, and Santorin had gone in to kind of invade, see what he could do. Good use if you're gonna have like pushing bot lane.
Okay,
So I like that,
right.
you know.
All right, so what do we rate? What's the difficulty of this one, and then what's the score?
I'll give it an 8. It's a little harder than the first
Ooh.
one because it's 3v2 instead of 3v1. It was
Okay.
pretty clean. Had to use a lot of summoners, but like, you know, there was no outplay needed. You kind of just had the numbers. If it was like a 2v2 dive and you do something crazy, that's when you start getting into 10 categories.
Okay, okay, a little 8
Four
here.
of them, relatively clean.
You're back down in the middle ground.
Yeah.
What would make you
I'm
happy,
just
sir?
playing.
Oh, I've seen a lot.
Seemingly nothing.
Heavenly
I'm
Grace.
Seemingly nothing makes it happen.
There needs to be a lot of drama in the dive. Lots of outplaying.
It's if this dive
Lots of
came
So
with
do
a
you
if
just
the
want,
dive
like,
came with a
both sides?
cappuccino,
Yes.
then
So,
that
like,
would be happy.
So, like,
absolute
is a
festival under
perfect
the tower.
dive to you just chaos where like everyone
I cost
dies?
LPL for like 3 years.
There's also
yes.
not a lot of emote games.
No, look, LPL has a
Oh,
clean.
the flare game
ass dives,
is an
okay?
interesting
Not so
point to
clean.
bring up.
Yeah, that's
the flare game is definitely one to talk about. All right, well that's it for
rate Gamsu.
for our dive.
I have no idea what your scoring is.
I can't
You
tell
think
you.
I have
I
an
could
idea
not
what
put
my
a pin
scoring
into
is?
what he's evaluating on. Again, I think he would get a 10 if the coffee got delivered to him in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
That would probably
That would
change
change a lot,
everything for
actually.
pastry time. Exactly.
Is that, can we do that?
What? I'm sure somebody can get you a coffee.
Okay, we'll see.
Okay, we'll see if we can make that happen for
Coffee
you.
on the beach sounds good.
Coffee and a coconut?
Yes.
All right. And we'll see if we can get it done while we listen to Mike Check from last week. Check it out.
Favorite ice cream flavor is chicken.
Yeah, the chickens.
Chicken and rice? Let's move on.
Chicken and rice. Chicken and rice, like?
Chicken and ice.
I'm gonna TP behind, okay?
Yeah. Then Mega's gone. I'm taking this. Yeah.
We should fight.
Time
I'm
it.
TPing right now. I'm TPing right
I
now.
just go in.
Play to fight. Play to fight, okay?
Yeah.
The giant, play to fight. No flash on Ukon.
I ult in 5.
Watch me. I'm going in.
watch you, watch you.
Watch something.
They're backline. They're in the pit too. Looking Silas. I need help on this side.
Vanilla.
We're winning, we're winning.
Kill Blubber. Silas, care. Heal him,
No,
Mega
heal
still.
them Mega soon.
Yeah, Mega now. I have ult in too.
I'll spell shot in 10.
You guys still win. Yeah, we win.
Yeah.
We win.
He has flash still. Flash?
Yeah. But we
I
win.
flash too.
I'll spell shot in 5
If
seconds.
you can
okay?
bait the flash. Don't flash. Nice.
Very good.
Kill side now first.
Yeah. He has ulti.
Oh my
win,
god,
you
you
win.
guys are smurfing.
Guys, if you guys need this set,
If you guys could be any animal, what would you be?
A fox.
Cat.
Yeah, fox is
Bro,
kind of
cat
nice.
is insane.
Fox is dope.
You just eat and chill the whole day. And
That's if you're
everyone
not-
pets you.
Guys, Illusion is 1 HP.
Guys, we need base or
No.
or base. Out. Or behind DB. I go left.
Stop watching everything.
Do you have flash now? I'm fine. Fiora. I ulted him out. He killed Fiora after. Fiora.
Okay. Guys, I actually think we're gonna have to ban Quinn. What if he snips all our mustaches?
Snip.
Thank you.
The ulti just goes like this.
I really want.
There it is. Go in, careful. Okay, go.
I'm sorry,
Go in.
Gwen, die.
Kill him. I'm
Hey, you
hitting
can
Nash.
go Baron still?
Yeah, I'm hitting Nash.
Oh, Björgus.
Oh, I can't
Fight
hit
with
my
us here.
truffles, bro.
Be careful.
I'm just hitting this, okay? I can't
Yeah.
go. I
Be
W.
first.
I need to get out.
I'm killing Talia. Okay, they'll get Nash maybe.
I'm gonna hold him off.
Really? Can you
Look,
get
Nash,
Nash?
Get Nash.
Get Nash.
Oh, kill
I
her,
don't
kill
smite
her,
him.
get Nash.
Tank it. We get Nash here.
I don't smite up. I need more people actually.
Azir needs to hit it maybe? I'm
He
getting
don't
chased
know,
by
I feel
Philios.
you're still far. You can do
They
it. You
see
can do
they
it.
see
They
us
see
on it.
us,
They see us
yes,
on
now.
it. I got it.
He don't know
Okay,
your
okay.
smite. Yeah.
Oh, nice ulti, Santorin.
The ref must say, okay, mic check.
But yeah.
Ref can mute this guy.
Yeah, every mid laner
That's what I'm
asks for their
saying.
jungler to
They're
mute.
like, can you just
He
mute
muted.
my teammate?
Actually,
I've heard enough. Mute him for me.
play for finish first. I got it. We fight.
Okay.
I got
No flash, Sojani.
Yeah. Look at me, okay? Look at me after.
Bigger. Hook in 5, hook in 5. Yo, follow Lulu.
Yeah,
No tower, no tower.
Kill
no tower.
Biofrost, kill Biofrost.
Hook in 3, I'm going on him, I'm going on him. 2.
Oh my god.
Look at Zeri, Zeri.
Wait, he wasted his stopwatch.
Give me the kill, give me the kill!
Oh my god.
I think I dropped my mouse yesterday.
You drop your mouse?
You're nervous, right?
When I take the my mouse yesterday after the win, I dropped my mouse. Maybe it's broke.
Yeah, I'm gonna TP. I'm gonna
TP.
Okay.
Oh my god, bro.
I'm TPing. Solve the base.
Okay.
Solve it.
We can get dash off this for sure. Pure will base. We can't stop.
Make him
And Zoe's not showing either.
Yeah, I have TP. We went 2v2.
Okay, then come TP.
Yeah, I'm TPing.
It's 3v3 here.
Look. We need the pressure. Look, Leona. Pressure Leona. Just hit
Kill. They're basing. Sivir's going.
Let's go base. Let's go in the base. We end. It's GG.
Go give my mouse.
It's GG.
Oh.
It's GG. It's GG.
Welcome back to the LCS and the LCS waiting room as we gear up for our Saturday slate of games on our pool party themed day. We're gonna dive into some social commentary here, see what y'all think. Assuming a perfect super week, which player could steal the regular season MVP from Inspired? This one comes from Fernando. What do we think?
I feel like it has to be another one person from EG. I can't even think of someone playing nearly as consistently well across the split.
Well, so perfect super week is already dead for some teams.
One of the problems is like 100 Thieves would be probably the team you would think about, and then they lost yesterday. So that ruins the perfect super week portion.
I mean, so I'm hoping EG, for the sake of this question, doesn't have a perfect super week.
So if they drop a game and fall back into a tie.
Then it's more even, and we can look at.
Are you back to someday then? Because that was the conversation earlier in the split for 100 Thieves, was a possibility of an MVP candidacy.
Yeah, I would say Someday is probably the runner-up right now in a lot of people's minds. 100 Thieves has been pretty good. Before that loss, they were on a 7-game win streak.
Yeah.
He was the most stable when they were a little more inconsistent during the beginning of the split. I feel pretty good about him.
Someday, or you can also give the nod to Closer. It's kind of hard to separate the two of them, given like how they play around topside and how they have been trying to be more proactive up there. Also, it is very hard to see. I cannot see your eyes beyond the sunglasses, and I can't.
Is that problematic?
I don't have my glasses on. I'm just like, wow.
Open right now.
This is.
I'm really listening.
Yeah.
I was actually gonna say
Mark needs one of those, the aluminum or like the metal screen.
I don't know. I think I got a good pan already.
Oh, that would be, that would be perfect.
You didn't want to try and even that out at all?
What are you saying?
It's
I mean, sorry, you look
right now.
fantastic, Mark.
there you go.
Damn right.
Damn right. Basically, how are those coconuts treating you?
You know what? They're a little empty, but
They're a little empty?
yeah.
That's a tragedy.
You want me to top you up, brother?
Oh yeah, hang on.
Brother? Here, I found a solution, too, for reading the teleprompter.
Oh,
it goes like this.
my God.
We're going to move on from the regular season MVP discussion to a little something from an LCS favorite in Doublelift. Doublelift, he tweeted out, or said, I guess, was quoted on his
I'm
stream.
excited for this.
Yeah, you hear about this? Doublelift, you got a favorite flavor of shoe ready, just in case? And then for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, check this video out.
I mean, I don't think all the teams are pretty good right now. I think we're pretty underrated, and I think we'll be top 5 and probably top 3 by the end of the split.
Top 3 by the end of the split.
You said
You're reaping. You're reaping. CLG top 3 at the end of the split, I'll eat my shoe.
Jesus. Does anyone know what shoes he wears?
I don't. That's why I think it's a good question. What's your favorite flavor?
Tough shoe or something.
Yeah.
I'm very excited for Doublelift to eat it.
Would you rather eat leather or like a kind of synthetic thing?
That's a good question.
I think
probably something more fibrous.
Both are probably difficult to digest, but leather is probably better than eating plastic.
Yeah.
Definitely that.
So, fortunately for Doublelift, CLG lost yesterday in TL won.
Sure.
So
he's in the clear at the moment.
Yeah, and CLG's strength of schedule, if I remember, is like kind of hard. So he might be in the clear now.
I hope not. This is the narrative I'm now the most invested in the whole Super League.
I heard you had to boil a shoe for quite a while before it gets broken down.
He doesn't get to boil it.
Got one going already.
He gets a ball of ketchup and the shoe. That's it.
Who was it?
This is the thing is I just want to know the mechanics of how you eat a shoe and don't die.
I watched a video about it. Yeah, you boil it.
I'm going to assume it's just a portion of a shoe.
You think he's the first person to eat a shoe on the internet, dude?
Yeah, no, definitely not. We've had somebody in the league community. Who was it? He did a sock. Was it G-Bay?
GB might have done a sock.
I think he did a sock.
Someone did a sock.
Yeah, and he like
Sock is
cooked it.
so much easier.
Yeah, well, I wasn't saying it was on the same level as his shoe. I'm just saying like this is a thing that happens.
And probably eat it.
He did. He did all kinds of stuff to it, but it didn't look easy still.
Well, you also, a lot of people are going to let you off without eating the whole soccer shoe.
Like, oh, exactly.
I'm not. You like cut a little of the tongue off, you know, like the softest
I will
part.
referee the shoe.
That's the good cut of the shoe.
Still rubber,
You don't
though?
want the sole. The sole's the bad cut of the shoe.
Oof.
You want the filet mignon, the tongue of the shoe.
I was thinking of the sole. I was like, I don't want to eat
Toes are a
rubber. I
little
don't want
tough.
to eat plastic.
No.
A bit of a shoe connoisseur.
We spent a lot longer on this than I thought we would, if I'm being honest. Hey, I'm rooting for you, CLG, because I think that would be brilliant content, and everybody deserves to see it. So let's see you get top 3. And in order to get there, let's see what they'll have to get done as we take a look at the standings. Evil Geniuses back up in first place with 100 Thieves right behind them in second. Team Liquid Honda snags third before CLG sits in fourth. So again, only one spot away from that top 3. Cloud9 in fifth, FlyQuest in sixth, TSM in seventh. A tie for eighth between Golden Guardians and Immortals. That's the bubble there for playoffs. And Dignitas rounding us off in 10th. From here, we go to the schedule. Let's see what we got in store today. 100 Thieves versus CLG kicks things off before we get to Golden Guardians and Team Liquid Honda. Third matchup of the day will be Cloud9 versus TSM. And then FlyQuest will go at it with Immortals Progressive. We close things out with Evil Geniuses versus Dignitas.
First game of the day looking pretty fun.
Yeah, and it plays right into what we just talked about. But also matters so much for 100 Thieves, right? Having taken that loss and in that conversation of, fighting for, first possibly against EG, they got to get the wins and hope that EG drops somewhere.
We even talked, that they're 1-2, but realistically, if TL goes on a little run, 100 Thieves drops a couple games, they're second place in the regular season.
And that's actually arguably more important, right? Is at least just securing number 2 and not falling to third. So we'll see if they
get the upper bracket, or the bye, in the upper bracket.
Anytime we have a Super Week where second and eighth are both undetermined, I'm very excited.
Yes.
So I feel like it's a great schedule.
And talking about one of those teams that can threaten for that second place slot, Team Liquid Honda. Santorin yesterday got the biggest reaction I've ever seen out of any caster for a champion select lock-in with the Skarner from Captain Flowers. He's saying he'll maybe even go Trinity next time. No, he's not going to do that.
Think that's not a great
0%.
I'm just I just love this because I wanted to call back to that moment. I think it's so cool how hyped Flowers can get for things like that. But it also made me wonder, what other champions could get locked in that would pump anyone up.
I mean, I had Heimerdinger famously a long time ago now.
Okay. So Heimer for you.
Yeah. Who was it who ran it mid?
It was not mid.
Was it? Who was
it? It was the bot laner.
Bungle? Bot lane?
Yeah, it was the bot lane. That was a Blitzcrank and a Twisted Fate. That was a very special comp. Let's put it that way.
Gotcha. Mark, what would get you out of your seat?
Nothing, man. I'm chilling. It's beach day. It's pool party day. Why would I get out of my seat?
Okay, not even pool party right now.
I got margaritas,
Oh, margarita would get you out of your seat?
That'll get me out.
Emily, what champion would get you out of your seat? Which will get you pumped up to see?
I don't think I have one.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's Vi, but we've already seen it. So I feel like it actually has diminishing returns when you see the champion too often.
You don't think Captain Flower's gonna pop off like that for the rest of the season?
No, if it happened again today and I'll be impressed if he could outdo himself. Even if it was manufactured, I would be impressed.
I mean, the funniest thing was I think it was Azale who tweeted did he pop off more about the Skarner or the KT IG race, which is
that's a fair debate.
That's one of my favorite League of Legends moments that I've been in an arena for. Just because it was so nuts. And also I'm a KT fan. And then I just watched them lose, surrounded by other KT fans who were also
now you have a call to remember it by.
Yeah,
very famous
exactly.
one.
And it was just outdone by a call for Skarner being locked in.
The other thing that was cool about that Skarner thing was Santorin and him had a little back and forth about the butt.
The butt flip thing.
He said, I can do that, and then he got to back it up. So it wasn't just the pick; it was a nice through line through the whole.
And Flowers equally popped off for that moment as well. Just real quickly to bring it back into it being the final weekend of the regular split, I wanted to pull these two comments off of Twitter. I also think that nearly locks TSM into playoffs. Close. Not yet locked, so that's just important for people to remember. But the second tweet here, FlyQuest qualified for playoffs with a big win over 100 Thieves. That is true. There are currently 6 teams locked into the postseason, FlyQuest being number 6. So only 2 spots remain in the postseason. Still plenty of seeding to be decided, but just as a precursor to the day, wanted everybody to know kind of where the teams stand. We also will be getting a foldy sheet at some point that we can kind of go through the day, and we'll keep you apprised of anything and everything that happens. From there, I think that's going to about do it for the waiting room.
This hat.
This hat?
This hat, Dash.
This entire waiting room, honestly.
Oh, it's been wonderful.
I made a mistake. I should have worn this during the diving segment because I was.
I thought you were.
Splash zone.
Yeah.
I know what I'm talking about. So, hey, Pastry, thank you so much for joining us on the waiting room.
Anytime.
Always good to have you,
Especially
my friend.
this
Go
day.
enjoy some rays or some tailgating or whatever, and we're gonna get into the show. Let's go.
I think Luger really improved his English, and I think that shows in their team synergy. But the Luger still hasn't won against me yet. I don't think that will change anytime soon.
Hello and welcome back to the LCS. We've got Raz joining us.
What's up? I heard there's a party out here.
It is a party.
Yes, sir, brother.
I am so confused by your beach-going character.
Changing between
Yes,
like,
sir,
I have
brother.
an accent kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Where are? What
Southern
beach are we?
accent.
Yeah, what beach are we at, Mark?
Or, like,
Them
surfer.
Texas beaches.
I'm very confused.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get into it. We got a big schedule ahead of us. 100 Thieves versus CLG to kick things off. We've got our foldy sheets. Mark has done the honor. Mark, can you really stretch that thing out? Let us know how many scenarios there really are.
I think.
What's the bottom one? How many numbers we got?
I go all the way up.
Yeah, but what's the final
Can I
number?
stand
How
on
many
the
scenarios
table?
we got?
I think there's 10-24 left because there's 10 games.
Woo!
10, right? If-
That's a heck ton of games. You are right. 10-24 games remaining, and we kick things off with 100 Thieves versus CLG. Now, both of these teams struggled yesterday. A lot of the story yesterday was how certain teams that were favored struggled, and these were two of the teams that took a bit of a beating.
Yeah, for 100 Thieves, it was a little sad because they were playing a lot more actively coming into that day's games, yesterday's games. And it felt like they played a pretty scaling game with Yuumi and Azir and all these things, and they could never get the ball rolling. They gave away every Rift Herald, they gave away every Drake. They were trying to fight for something, but it felt like it was, at some point, a 5K gold advantage for FlyQuest, and they never gave it away.
And then, by contrast, CLG started off even still lowering their first blood average time. And then it was cool to talk to Chime because he was like, yeah, we just kept getting them caught out on these routine rotations around the map, picking them off, and that's how we got back in the game and ahead. And then TSM played with really pretty well, so.
Yeah, I mean, CLG is a really proactive team. TSM taking full scaling and just having good vision and fundamental play was very impressive. And I think both these teams now, a little disappointed because there was so much like hype around them heading in. Like, can 100 Thieves get first? Can CLG be top 3? And then both of them kind of fell on their face.
Yeah. I mean, so again, we're going to be looking for both of them or either of them to recover today. And I guess that's maybe the sad reality for these teams is somebody's going 0-2 to kick off their, final weekend of games. And so that's going to be a tough thing to stomach in and of itself. But for both of these teams, it really is do or die time in terms of continuing to climb up the ladder.
And they're two very ambitious teams. I feel like they were pretty pissed off about how yesterday's games went through.
Yeah.
You know how mad they are?
How mad?
You know what I'm expecting out of them?
What are you expecting?
Bow!
Oh.
I'm expecting them to come in, armed, and ready to go.
What?
Oh, my God.
I was prepared for this.
You thought you were
right.
You thought you were ready.
You guys have different pool party vibes than me, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I was not ready at all.
This is two ends
It's on my
together.
earpiece right now. I'm listening to an audiobook.
So wait, which team is going to blap? Both teams.
of them.
Both teams are going to
I think
blap.
it's going to be a pretty.
It's just going to be a bloodbath.
I know, but Mike's hanging out
I'm
in the
here
back.
for
I'm
it.
going to try and do this nice and slowly. Mark, can you move the segment forward while I do so?
Well, Dash recovers. These teams also need to recover, and they got to go to their mid laners to get it done.
Boom.
God damn, you're good.
Yeah. Both of them
this.
were playing so well heading in. They were like kind of 1-2 in recent weeks, I think, in a lot of these metrics you can see. Looking a lot better, but then fell on their face, and I think they're the people who, in a lot of ways, are the engines for their teams. When they're both looking good, it's usually because these mid laners are playing well.
Absolutely. I think Abidaga right now is like the best performing mid laner in the league, and Palafox has just been right next to him. He's been insane, and how he works alongside Contracts, how he moves a lot of that pressure towards either side lane. I feel like either side lane for CLG is a win right now, and so it's just nice to see how both of these teams are coming in with near identical win conditions.
And one thing I think that's really interesting, especially when you were looking at those stats, is that Palafox's kill participation was actually lower than I would have expected compared to Abba. It just reiterates how much of a huge part of what 100 Thieves want to do that Abba is.
The other thing, too, is CLG gets a lot of solo kills. So, like, Contracts has 4 through, like, the last 3 weeks as a jungler, and it's just like, well, if you're getting solo kills all over the map, your kill participation gets smushed down a little bit. I still think Palafox is one of the more roam-heavy mid laners, but Abba's been a lot better about that. Like that C9 game that they won was about him on Ahri getting all over the map. His Ahri is so good, so we'll have to see if they ban that one away.
Go ahead.
I was about to say, I think one thing that they need to take away is the Azir. The Azir, for him, is too damn good, and on top of that, it's just such a strong pick in the meta. With Taliyah and Wukong getting banned so frequently, it's just the first pick. It has been the first pick for the past 2 weeks, and so I think you just take it away from Abidaga and see where it goes. Both of them are great Sylas players. Maybe that's where the draft ends up going for them both.
Well, it's going to be a tight matchup, and for those of you at home who are unaware, Contracts is going to be joining us following this matchup and for part of the day, so very excited about that. But we wanted to add a little bit of stakes to the matchup for those of us here on the, well, for those of you, I should say, not us. I'm not partaking. You
got lit up already
on the desk. I got to be careful with my wording here. Exactly.
Raz already made sure you were partaking.
Of course, he found a way. Yeah, exactly, for me to suffer. So what we did is we asked each of the analysts to come in with a prediction, a take, something that they think is going to occur within this game. Each of them will make their take. Contracts will come onto the desk afterwards and determine which of them he thinks is the worst of the takes, and that person is going to be loading into the dunk take for Contracts to have a go at. So, Emily, we're going to start with you. What have you brought to the table? What's going to happen in this game?
I'm pretty sure mine is around there, because I changed it, because we kept talking about first bloods all the time, right? And you know I've been tracking CLG's first blood timer. So it was CLG will have 3 kills in the first 15 minutes, but not first blood.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, so for the team that has had great first blood numbers, this is the time they won't get it, but they will pick up 3 kills in the first 15 minutes.
What I'm afraid of.
What are you afraid of?
What sent Summit out of the LCS is, I feel like, going to happen in the sense that you're like, if you're going up against 100 Thieves, you may get counterpick. So I think there's going to be a Fiora or something volatile coming in from Dokla, but Closer will gank top early and send Dokla right out of the game. So that's one thing. It's very specific. I'm expecting that to be the case here.
So that's like a 100 Thieves take. It says, like, CLG had Emily had a CLG logo. Yours is an LCS 10 logo. But realistically, this is a pro 100 Thieves.
Yeah,
it's a pro 100 Thieves. But
Pretty
yeah,
pro
relative to the game. But he's saying the 100 Thieves attack plan following a CLG counter pick is going to be...
CLG might win, but it's going to be happening through mid and bot lane. I don't think...
All right, Dokla will be in survival mode.
It is the 100 Thieves strat of sending the top laner.
They're gonna into
space. You're saying Dokla's going overboard.
Yes.
They're gonna let him float for a while. Then they'll toss him the ring later in the game. Here you go, baby. We'll reel you back in.
They also just have to watch the game yesterday where TSM did the exact same thing basically, and it went after Dokla pretty hard.
All
right, Mark. What do you think's gonna occur?
I don't want to get dunked, so I am pandering. Contract will smurf on 100 Thieves and have 4 kills and assists by 15 minutes.
Wow.
Okay. 4 kills or assists in 15 minutes.
Wow.
Wow, so he's one-upping you.
So in fairness...
Well, it's also contract specific.
Right, that's true.
They could have 20 kills. I don't care.
You're right. But Contracts will have... Is it at least, or he'll have 4? Okay.
I said 4 or more.
You should have said 4 or more. 4 plus is what you should have said.
I'll pretend I said that. The graphic messed it up.
Yeah, later when you explain.
I hope Contracts does not like Teacher's Pet. I just hope that that's not the case. What?
So this is our final prediction. Bran from our graphics team decided to get in on all this, and her prediction is Raz will go in the dunk tank.
Okay, so I'm predicting they're going into the dunk tank. That's my
free counter prediction? Too good. Hey, there's some fun in the dunk tank earlier. I know Tigress was out there, Kobe was out there. I think Freak at one point as well. So we'll see which of these will have some skin in the game after we get out to the arena. If you want to get your own foldy sheet, check out Twitter user MZLeoTheChosen for a link to their foldy sheet. Much appreciated, my friend, for helping us all out. Let's get into the games. As we kick off Super Week Pool Party Saturday, we're checking in with Pal Fox. Take a look.
Yeah, I think for CLG, this split has just been, I think everybody's really happy with it on our team. I think we're actually we're a lot more comfortable on stage, and I think that everybody's putting in a lot of effort throughout the split. Like, you can see if you look at the Champions Queue ladder, it's like CLG is just #1 in games played. Everybody's grinding, which means like there's more and more ideas going everywhere, and I mean it's a good thing. So.
Hello and welcome to the Guys with Death. Get comfortable. Get comfortable. We've got palm trees. My vision is entirely red, by the way. I cannot tell colors apart. Nice. Now I know how Sneaky feels when he plays on screen. Hi as well.
Reference to the bug finder Sneaky.
Also true.
I like it.
Yeah.
Pal Fox is already comfortable on stage. I know because he always wears the CLG slides, so he's ready for a pool party.
Nice. He was born in it.
some.
He molded in the pool party lifestyle. Skarner,
do it for flowers.
I would love to have the Skarner picks in the first 3 games of the day, then never again. And we'll try our very best. Yone banned away.
Ban the cat. I take that personally.
Yeah, really unlucky though with Yone gone. I mean, CLG, yeah, they just keep flexing between the two solo landers. It's really fun to watch. I think that champion is exciting to see as well. But yeah, rip, he's not here.
Yeah, and Gwen, meanwhile, is the new premier top laner with this patch getting, Gangplank nerfs, Star nerfs as well. Know if we're filling that sucker up for later. Little winners victory party. Kalista off the table as well, though. The bottom lane, the aggressive bottom lane duos, love going for Kalista still. If that is banned, though, Zeri and Sivir. And this has come down to personal taste, really, between teams, between players. Both of these champions, super high priority right now. Both of these champions can have massive carry performances later. And since everybody's banning Kalista because of the early snowball, it's usually a trade of those two.
All right, speaking of trades, yeah, Sivir, Zeri, also Wukong, Poppy. This is basically rounds out the entire top.
You better get that Poppy quick before Contracts gets his hands on it.
Well, he's going for the Wukong quick though. Closer, ever the man who wants to do harder carrying by himself. Wukong definitely more of a 1v9 type of champion, and he's certainly very good on it as well. I'm always a fan of players who find their own hovers. Dokla here, always channeling up Akshan for a bit. We do occasionally see him. He's actually a top laner, oftenly enough, but yeah.
Most of the all the time in Champions Queue. Shout out to Lorlo.
Yeah.
But it is going to be the blind pick Azir. This is the most popular blind pick currently. I am still waiting for the day that our mid laners, that our coaches will actually pull out, like a Xerath hard counter, poke this champion down, get him in the dirt, but we haven't had it just quite yet.
I know. We had the hover down to 3 seconds. Pacer was like, I've cast it before. I don't want to see it. And then we didn't. But I would have liked to have him have to cast that, but didn't come through. Lulu on the table here as well. Honestly works, I would say, great in both contexts. I think certainly Zeri, Yuumi is one, but Zeri, Lulu, I feel like we see even more.
And honestly, they both just trade those supports. Like Sivir, Yuumi is just as popular too.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I completely agree.
So, but looks like Zeri Sivir is likely to be the trade unless CLG has a high priority on getting Poppy. Interestingly, they have kind of left one up for a bit there. Priority again on the Lulu, but it means that something big is going away as Seraphine to be grabbed instead. That's expected to be Seraphine as farm bot, but we have seen her as just the hard mid laner. We've seen her as the non-farming support as well. So triple flex right now.
My idea is that it should go into the Azir. I actually should think it's better into Azir than as a farming bottom laner. Seraphine kind of like a little bit of a kiddie pool, dips into the hard poke into Azir. The long range poke damage is there. So that's what I'm hoping for, it to go into the hands of Abbedagga. I think this is actually a very good matchup for Seraphine. So hopefully this is kind of step one of getting more teams into hard poke champions versus Azir.
Cool. And as you can see, the lock-ins come through. Yeah, you are, of course, showing Seraphine almost certainly as the mid laner. You can go support. I know you talked about the matchup already, but I don't expect Seraphine Aphelios to be a lane. Lulu Sivir is going to be the answer. So, Zeri, as much as people love to complain about her, unpicked, unbanned in this draft, neither team here thinks it's their best opportunity as they vie for the top of the standings. Under Thieves, of course, still able to fight for first place, trying to keep up with Evil Geniuses. CLG home for that top 3 is a double Canada shoe.
Trying to hint something there with the Vi comments because it just started making me think about Vi Elements onto Aphelios. It's also a possibility. I really don't see a reason to not go Poppy though. Especially with Hex Flash bug being fixed.
Sure.
So Hex Flash is enabled this weekend, as well as the turret damage bug was fixed. So dives are a go.
Yeah, well, there's your first ban right away. Poppy is gone. I will say, anytime where you're not destroying dashes, I think Poppy does feel kind of bad. Like, yeah, there's Gale Force, but Seraphine has none. And based on what gets picked, you know, top and support, you may see none at all, right? Like, okay, Yuumi does, but if you play different enchanter like Nami, you don't have anything going on there. So she can lose value based on comp. Not have to change the entire meta by any means, and regardless, One of Thieves still cares a lot about that champion. CLG getting rid of one of the safe top laners. The prediction, I believe, from Raz was CLG goes for counter pick out of top lane, and yet Closer shows up and shuts it down anyway. Looks like that is still the plan based on the fact they're getting rid of Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, red side is almost always counter pick for top lane, so that is a very safe bet. Speaking of the Vi, though, Vi's looking better and better here as Poppy and Trundle both banned out. I know Contracts does play it. And it's also, you know, as we said, quite good into both Seraphine and Aphelios.
Orn is!
Raz is already wrong!
Raz is already wrong! And we get Orn from the chat here. Thank you. Thank you.
Where's the Orn guy? I love Orn, baby!
Aatrox looks like the counter pick here. Definitely really good in the matchup. A lot of gameplay around that one. I'm still really partial. I think Mordekaiser and Singed, where you can just destroy the ultimate entirely. I think those end up being really, really fun. Singed is buffed next patch. I actually want to see Singed Orn counters next week when we head into playoffs. Around the world, honestly, I think it's really, really good. Yeah. But now we have to see what 100 Thieves want. The Seraphine is technically still a flex, mid and support available. Which way is it going? What is who he picking in to round out the composition?
Yeah, I mean, regardless of it, though, the Aatrox is very good at getting lane pressure on the Orn. And because of the sustain in the kit, should give 100 Thieves that pushing top lane for someday.
Okay, turns back to Leon at the last second there for Hui, but more engaged coming through. You've got triple melee for the Seraphine ult to pass through. Wukong, Leona can start it up, and Aatrox can follow right up.
There's our bye, baby. Oh! I will say also, Leona good into Sivir with the Zenith Blade on Spell Shield, so you can still get into range, no problem. Jarvan shows up for the Cataclysm, also doubly effect. I mean, Seraphine and Aphelios both with no escapes. Either one of those is going to be great, but I think that Jarvan just pairs nicely with the Orn to try and keep them in a little area for your Orn ultimate to come through as well.
Yeah.
Nice stuff here. Excited for this matchup. Top lane definitely should be controlled early on by 100 Thieves. We shall see where Contracts goes early. Jarvan, of course, is one of these junglers where you can have crazy level 1s and start at even enemy red buff and go level 2 red buff ganks. There are a ton of options with this champion.
That's going to be a whole lot of fun. I'm looking forward to this draft. I really like CLG's overall. Just feels like an incredibly nice, well-rounded teamfight comp where their DPS output is absurd. I think their safety is actually not too bad. Certainly, yeah, Sivir Spell Shield does not work well into Wukong. Sometimes you're okay into Leona. You have to play the mind game of will she Q me or not. Once she's in melee range, you're like, is it gonna, and then you hope you guess correctly when she's gonna throw that one out there. But it's gonna be very fun. 100 Thieves, of course, 2 games up in the standings. And the question is, who's gonna make that push up? Both teams dropped the game as an upset loss yesterday, and they want to now turn it around against some of their chief competition. Who's it gonna be? 100 Thieves fighting for first, CLG fighting for top 3. Let's get it.
Corner there. I see you with the sign. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Let's get into it. 100 Thieves versus Counter Logic Gaming. Only 2 games separates them as we head towards playoffs.
With 2 games to play, CLG could tie the head-to-head. Maybe we see him fight and get as high as second. I read all things in Leet, so to me it's Katakobi, and so that's the Jarvan skin line we should go for.
Oh, that actually sounds
just you
sick.
as a Jarvan.
Oh my god, that sounds sick. And then I just Cataclysm, it's made up of a bunch of cats. It's a circle of cats, and they just like march around.
Like throws up a basketball and then like hooks to it. And if you get like the jump man pose, you know?
Yeah. Big dunk. I
yeah,
like it.
yeah.
All right. Level 1, they do get the Raptor Ward here. But of course, CLG have the pre-existing ward. They know that this Raptor Ward was placed. So I know that you know, Freak.
Oh, yes. And I mean, then you have to play around. You play mind games.
I just realized I was also still wearing my sunglasses as we're casting and not on screen
during champ select.
Why is the screen so dark?
That's my normal League of Legends experience. It's constantly in black and white.
Yeah. Looking for the gray screens as usual. Okay, so the Seraphine lane though should be really nice at farming out with Azir. Has started with the Dark Seal refillable potion too. To go with the greedier route. And of course, the long range versus Azir is the best strategy to take against this champion. Trying to outrange him and poke him down because he doesn't have any inherent sustain. That's one of the main counters. The other one, of course, is going for assassin play, but not going to see any of that in this game.
Nice for the CLG duo actually defending their own ward, of course. Guardian Lulu basically unalienable of a 1 who he really can't get in and get anything done. FBI kept taking poke. So good job by CLG sticking up for that one as we take a look at all 3 lanes at once. Someday has control, unsurprisingly. CLG and the duo, again, Rangers melee, every level 1 lane always belongs to ranged.
Palafigure getting a lot of free damage here on Abadaga as Abadaga moves back up, trying to get into experience range here. Takes a lot of extra autos. So much damage here being put out by him, but of course, as we expected, the Aatrox pushes the Ornn in on top side, so 2 pushing lanes here for CLG, 1 for the 100 Thieves, and Contracts going for the invade off the bottom. Timer is correct for Smite fight.
It's going to be closer. We go 6-12 on it. They're going to look at closer. He's walking away for a bit here. Passive auto Smite cakes it. Thank you for the red buff. Contracts with a great invade off the bot lane pressure with Pilot with Boom showing up to help.
Yeah, and they're not done yet. They've got a ward on closer. They see him.
Smite though. He's going to go for the knockup. Gets a bit of damage there. Ignite is on. First blood. Emily's wrong as well.
Contracts not fooled by the attempt at the S-juke from the Wukong. Wukong now, by the way, you should never get fooled by that. If you press W, your clone will auto-attack. So if you're trying to actually juke people,
A-move.
A-move.
Basically.
Abadaga, he's next.
What's going to happen? W auto is going to flash the wall. He knows not to. Palafox has aggro. Palafox drops it. And Contracts is already 2-0.
El Contracto 2-0 on the heavy ganking Jarvan here. Successful invade, Freak. Kill on the Wukong, plus gank towards mid lane. This kid is so aggressive. Love playing with him. We'll get him up here on the desk as well for a cast later in the day. So I'm also happy that he should be happy for the cast. We'll see about this one here. Closer under attack here on the big Krug. As they know, they had that ward. You can see by the Krugs. Poom coming with Contracts. Just really good synergy there.
Really beautifully done. So now in the bottom lane, Poom takes some pretty good damage. Has a shield. He's ignited, but he will live. 100 HP left on him. Nice attempt there by the 100 Thieves bottom lane. Still playing aggressively as no one's taken... Actually, CLG have gotten one recall off, so he's actually up a cooldown here in the bottom lane for Luger. And even still, FBI gets some decent pressure off.
All right, so 100 Thieves trying to recover from the early onslaught there from CLG. Closer does get the blue buff invade off. That is the cost, of course, of going for so many ganks there. And Contracts showing himself going up to the top side jungle, so Closer at least gets something back. They take the blue buff from CLG, they take the bottom Scuttle Crab to secure some more vision for themselves.
As the wave gets pushed in, looks like it is a non-Canna wave, so a pretty safe one to push through, and he won't be there in time to make it freeze, so happy for CLG. They can get another recall off, maybe. Nice, okay. Grabs the aggro, pulls it up, and just stays in XP range, so yeah, this will chill for a while. Nice little last hitting.
Yeah. It's not enough to freeze, of course, but it will be a slow push. So that always makes you think. Since you know you're going to be building up basically this mini objective of a big minion wave slow pushing on bottom lane, you can try and coordinate your jungler around it. Unfortunately, they have a deficit of pressure in mid lane with the early gank, and Palafox being able to push here pretty hard on Azir makes those plays a little bit more risky to pull off. Someday doing quite well, though, with his counter pick. Of course, Aatrox is the oldest and longest standing counter pick into Ornn. Just using the spell leech to be able to sustain through the lane, constantly going for these chunks onto the Ornn. Nice CS lead there on the top side for Someday.
Yeah, looking really good. Doke looking to take his first teleport back to the lane now, finally refilling his health and mana bar. Someday I think wants to get as much as he can on his first recall. We'll see if he's going for the Eclipse version we've been seeing so much more of. Though into a tank, maybe he chooses to go the Gordon stance instead, just as, you know, he might not want lethality in the matchup. We'll see what he goes for, ultimately.
Also, I always look for increased value on Gordrinker if there are a lot of melees and short-range champions on the opponent team. This game, there actually aren't that many. Sivir's pretty short-range for an AD carry, but definitely could still have some value.
Yeah. See which way he goes once his recall comes through. If it's going to be a Dirk or the active. Now, Contract's back to his top side, level 5 right here. Equal farms, ultimately. Yes, he got a steal, but Closer got the blue buff back later on. Just the kill advantage. Of course, his clear will be faster. And now, Dokla just think, okay, well, I'll trigger grass. You know, my health bar is full. On a taking care of you pretty safely. And someday will finally take his recall off, looking low enough that he's going to respect the dive, I think. With no items, you know, Jarvan comes across. He actually might find himself killed, so... will finish the recall, will TP, and it is going to be the Gordrinker option.
All right, so bigger front line then, more sustain. You remember the big revenge 1v5 giant heal he got off. Heal sustaining the front line there through. And it does also kind of synergize with Abadaga, trying to keep that front line up. Constant heals coming through, constant shields. Closer though, looking for the level 6 on Wukong. That's what you really want for the big first 100 Thieves move. Without the Wukong level 6, it's pretty unlikely that any of their lanes go very aggressive.
And he passes by to the bottom side here. Contract without being spotted. Definitely a couple of good ganks off of early lane pressure from his teammates, but it has slowed down here for CLG. 2 kills and a Dragon already at 7.5 minutes, but the gold lead has shrunk from around 1,200 to 600 as the lanes have gotten better and better. You can see that it's gigantic, the mid lane, +20 for Palafox. He's crushing this one, but Sumnus was doing very well up here, +20 himself. So nearly mirroring the exact
the chickens.
Yeah.
Defending the chickens.
Cannibalism maybe soon for Palafox, I don't know. Yeah, wow. Just everyone, you know.
Level 6 advantage for Contracts, but Closer does get the smite on it, so able to actually acquire most of his own chickens.
Boom is now in for the red buff steal. Looks like it's going to be pretty fair for CLG as Dokla couldn't restore it, but with vision on Closer, this man is undiveable. Red buff is stolen. Much more valuable than the chickens themselves.
They gave it to Poom.
Oh, wow. Not sure that was intentional. Probably not.
Probably not. Contracts is still wearing his own red buff for now, but you're going to have some extra Bernie, Lulu glitter auto attacks coming through.
Yeah, occasionally useful. I'm going to go ahead and knock down this ward, maybe. Actually choosing not to auto it, interestingly enough. Maybe unsure of where everyone else is. Of course, with Huhi walking through mid, there was a chance at 3v1. The new Closer could be the side. Yeah.
They're rotating bottom.
I mean, this is going to easily die before CLG shows up. So this is just 100 Thieves. Closer just beelines it there from Chickens and says, okay, you're too far away. It's going to be Herald, and he's going to get it.
I wonder why CLG are bringing their bottom lane up. Because since their Ornn is hard pushed in, there's no way that they fight this. This is definitely a waste of time if they don't, like, hard push on mid or something.
Rift Herald dies!
Okay, so it is a giant waste of time then.
Yes.
Yeah, bottom lane walked all the way up through the river, even though top lane was, chunked out under tower. And that's a big W there for 100 Thieves. They don't give up any turret plates on the bottom side in going for that Rift Herald. Definitely a huge objective for them. 660-something odd gold lead for CLG.
Yeah.
Will get evened out a bit more by the Rift Herald getting a couple plates.
Indeed. I mean, so often it's like, oh yeah, we'll get 2 plates, you get Herald. It's like,
no payment.
We get a wave hand Herald.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Okay, sure. Whatever you say. Poom's gonna try to hold this one. Indeed, can self-shield. There you go, bud. Technically correct to like take a little bit of aggro first, then your health regen kicks in, and then you can shield after like the first 3 shots come across. Really, really minor optimization, but technically it's there. And yeah, Poom gets the wave, make sure Luger loses no XP and gold, and he's gonna decide to shove it. Now this is into a cannon, so Sivir pushes cannon waves pretty slowly. This will mean that some of this farm can be picked up as FBI walks back down after looking at mid. Won't drop too much. And Dokla again pushed away. Someday still cannot find his way to the kill. But crushing this lane by 26 CS and more to come.
All right, Dragon arriving in 30 seconds. The groundwork being laid with a couple of these control wards through the river. CLG now moving and sweeping out all of this work that the 100 Thieves just did. 100 Thieves just invested a bunch of vision here through the river, and it instantly clears out both the control wards. They don't quite catch that. The sweeper does not see the little ward inside of the Dragon Pit.
That could definitely matter. Ward goes down. Poom takes that as well. just constantly taking resources from his jungler. Really disgusting play out of the Canadian, but you know, it's okay. You know, it's fine. Junglers don't need gold or something. I don't know, Kobe. Persecuted class or something. Poom and Luger put back down under the turret as Contracts just sacrifices again to cover this bottom lane to make sure they can kill some melee minions.
I mean, someday walking down means it's got to be a guaranteed 100 Thieves Dragon here. So Dokla, maybe he's actually not even pushing on the turret to get turret plates. Once again, 100 Thieves get an objective. CLG don't get anything yet.
Oh no, CLG get themselves a dirt nap real quick. The stun's coming across, Luger forced away. They might find Poom, the flash follow. And it's who gets the kill. Thank you to Ignite. CLG maybe looking for the re-engage though. The dunk comes across, is it enough though? Because Amataga is here, and they hand deliver 900 gold.
100 Thieves are just walking all over this map. They're walking all over CLG. FBI with a bunch of extra chakrams there. They're going to get some more turret plates as well. 100 Thieves are just taking over.
This is an entire tower. Here's the Rift Herald as well. So CLG with a magnificent start. The lanes had pressure. Contracts cashed in. And now it is 100 Thieves cashing in off of a huge play in the bottom side. CLG late. And then, well, the late CLG, they have died.
Yeah. All right. After the recall here, oh, never mind. Let's get into the replay. Herald Charge does get off, but they know that they are numbers disadvantaged down here. Walking up, Huhi lands the ultimate into the Zenith Blade to get this engage. FBI with the ulti stacks up so many chakrams, able to flash, take down Poom, and then the re-engage here onto 3 of them. Pretty aggressive and not successful there for CLG. So 100 Thieves, they just run the Rift Herald play, then instantly rotate their top laner down, run this Dragon play, and get some extra nice kills on their way out as well.
Yeah, and a 1,400 gold lead. Tide Drakes looking pretty good. Next Herald coming up before too long, and 100 Thieves can break this game open. The Mythic's coming across already. Top jungle and bot lane will have theirs. So Power Spike is up. We'll see if CLG can answer that by the time the second Herald fight comes in, and at least CLG gets some time. Shield a bit late there from Poom, to be honest, but Whimsy gives some attack speed. As Luger pushes in for a couple of turret plates. They will get some done, but here comes Abadaga. Wants to agree for the plate if they can get it. 2 more autos. Yeah. Now you have to ult, though. Nah, Whimsy's going to be enough. Okay, good play by the squad. As Poom converts his support item. Frostfang in finally has wards. Pretty late. Could not find time to harass people, apparently.
All right, moving back up through the river, though. Just trying to make sure they can continually push out this wave. Now that they have no tower, no defense there. Requires a little bit of extra movement here for CLG. Rotation down from the other side here for 100 Thieves. Gonna keep Poom on the bottom side. Keep Aphelios here, FBI in mid against Palafox, constantly taking these waves at the turret. And Contracts hovering again, the Sivir on bottom side, who does not have any safety to go back to.
Yeah, thinking like, oh, maybe Wukong Seraphine goes for a play. And, you know, realistically, right, like you clone kind of through the wall, you walk up in Viz, you hope you get like the flash dash ult, like, you know, maybe find something, right? And it's like, okay, I'm here for the counter gank, but no play made. And just Dokla walks back slowly to top lane, down now 39 CS, the number, okay, 37, but still, it has grown and grown as top lane has just been completely, some days he's roamed out and gotten objectives.
All right, next thing to look at is the setup for Rift Herald number 2, because Rift Herald number 2 with the buffs is actually a very valuable objective. 200 more gold added to it. It has a lot more health for the charge. And for the last 2 objectives, 100 Thieves have had complete domination of them. This time around, CLG moving over there very early to try and get some wards pushed down. They do have the wave pushing in on them on the bottom side, though.
Down goes the mid wave, and here comes Abadaga back into the squad. As, yep, Herald is spawning soon, so the team has got to be around. 4 Mythic Power Spike is in. 100 Thieves probably win this one every time, but CLG want to play around it. They got a bit of Fog of War gameplay going on right now. Azir puts up some soldiers, but here comes Someday, and guess what? It's a 5v5. The 100 Thieves almost certainly win. Ornn is not here. Ornn could TP, but that would telegraph it pretty mightily. CLG waiting around. They will knock the mid lane wave and be like, they're hitting Herald. We know they're hitting Herald. Herald's dying. Indeed. All right, we're getting a wave on Ornn.
Yeah, I mean, they're also pushing in mid lane. Okay, so they're not just standing around watching it. They're pushing in mid. They're pushing down bottom. It looks like a Aatrox invade is going to find Contracts as he's farming.
And he'll go back up. Palafox there as well as the Krugs are being stolen away. And top being pushed in by the Aphelios. Seraphine claims the mid lane, no problem, loses maybe 1 or 2 CS. And top lane Adder is now just outright dying. No Herald needed, just FBI is too big to fight. And so off of that play, down goes another tower.
Yep, traded with the bottom tower there for Dokla, pushing in on the Ornn. Still getting solo experience for him, trying to get to that level 13 breakpoint for the passive. Dragon coming up again here, 15 seconds to go on it, and 100 Thieves making the rotation. They send FBI recall right now, getting back to base. Won't be there on Dragon spawn, but see about the rush.
Little recall stop there. Drake is indeed up, and Azir, of course, with that TP, is walking his way down. So Doke gonna start it right away, trying to burn it as fast as they can, hoping that he still wants to recall somewhere else as mid-wave is in. This could be a rush down.
Yeah, Brittle proc's quite nice on these Dragons. They are a bit tankier than before,
60%.
but with the Aphelios walking from base, 7,000 health left on it.
Well, it would have been dead right about now, and now they've got the rest of the team in range. How much time are they going to buy, though? Because Abadaga spotted. Here comes the Ornn. Here comes the team fight. Engage comes in. Triple knock. I believe for a whole lot more. Trying to find that first kill. Poom just barely dies. Will they trade one back? Yes. Wukong is dropped. Palafox runs for his life. Double kill in for the AD carry. Luger staying alive. Hits back on a Someday. Dots away from more damage. Abadaga. Into the fog of war goes the Aatrox. Spell shields a bit. Flash shield gets out for now. Health bars low, 2-1 in favor of CLG.
CLG get the extra kill, but Dokla sectioned off. Someday gets a knock-up number 1 on him. Number 2.
He's gonna go get away with the dash right now, but maybe FBI can be attacked by Contracts and Luger, not just yet though.
Palafox could teleport in. Palafox recalled on the Azir. Here he goes, he's teleporting in.
Flank play on Abadaga, gonna knock down a couple of minions, but there's really no way you live through this one, right? The minions are gonna hit him, and he's gonna drop 3 kills now, CLG. Looking for the next fight right now. TP coming in from their flank play, FBI should be attacked. Flash is up for the Ornn. They've knocked down the Aatrox, 4 kills now. CLG right back into the game.
The double teleports for CLG, bring it right back. They get the chase out on Abadaga. Someday as well goes down with the sweep from Palafox.
Good on CLG. Finally in the mid game, they show up to the fight on time, ready to go, and they get a couple of kills. Mid lane tower will still be traded. Plus 3 kills, plus a dragon, minus mid lane outer turret. CLG come out ahead in this one. As closer, we'll look to take down the Raptors, and we'll do so.
This game back and forth, Freak. Really, we've had 3 chapters this game. Yeah. Chapter number 1, early game contract, CLG. Chapter 2, 100 Thieves dominating the neutral objectives. But
yeah,
we have just opened chapter number 3. CLG now with 2 dragons, bringing back a bunch of money with those kills as well. And let's take another look at how this fight sectioned off, because it actually broke into 2 different sections here. Wukong, giant 3-person knock-up here, but there's not a lot of damage backup actually behind the knock-up. So it goes about a 1-for-1. They get the stopwatch out. Palafox on the top of your screen got shoved off by FBI. So FBI damage was on the Azir, pushing him out of the fight. CLG come away with 2, and then kind of have to scramble. You see Palafox, he goes back to base after pushing out the wave, healed back up, and that teleport made the entire difference, because he sweeps in, he gets both solo laners killed, and then you have Dokla coming in. He's gonna blow the flash of Abadaga, or excuse me, of FBI there. While the rest of the team picks up the kill on the second 100 Thieves solo laner and the dragon as well.
Speaking of Abadaga, the man missed, unfortunately, basically every spell. He tried to ult to follow in the Wukong, hit nothing, because Wukong's already dashing forward, so nothing on the charm. Double Q came off, everyone's already dead when it lands. He lands like a single E on exactly Contracts, and that was his contribution to the main team fight, and that is not what you want out of your mid laner, but boom, he's likely to die here on the Lulu, gets the self-shield, shields back up, the Ultion still drops to Hui. Team fight begins again, and Closer, burning down, will stay alive for now. The Azir turret drops, out goes the Azir as one comes through for the Wukong. Sorry for Contracts now on the Jarvan, still close to the outside here, but there's nowhere for Dokla to go. They will find him in this kill, 2-100 Thieves.
And 100 Thieves strike back! This game is just going side to side, Freak. 100 Thieves, they started all out with a pick onto Poom, who he trying to hunt down the last kill, can't find it, but 100 Thieves will get a tower for their team fight victory.
3-1 and mid lane tier 2. Thank you, 550 gold earned. That's looking really good right now. So well done, 100 Thieves, to find that engaged. They know the Lulu is the easy pick. Flash was down, should have been timed, and it was just free.
So much gold off of that for 100 Thieves too. With the secondary tower, they move in a bunch of ward coverage for themselves to set up the next play. That's going to push it up over 3,000, the gold lead now, 400 Thieves. Here's a look in our Roccat Flip the Switch replay. That was Hui finding the pick onto Poom. And then they teleport on the ward that gave him that vision to actually get the pick. So even though Dokla comes in the back there with the Ornn ultimate, just at the end, they had the Palafox disengage. But Abbedagge, guess what? He hit the charm this time around.
Yeah.
That Seraphine ult right over everybody. And then they annihilate the CLG backline. Definitely a big, big difference this time around. He's able to hit the Seraphine ult into the big Q.
Yeah, pretty much just sealed instantly Luger's doom. He was summoners down. You can see there's the output you want out of the team fight. Wukong, a lot of the deletion on Lulu, and yeah, Abbedagge did everything to make sure that Seaver died as well. And a 3-1 in the turret. So we look back into the game, 3,000 gold difference, up a Drake for CLG. Will say I think their Drakes are arguably better. I can't imagine Hunter's getting much from the slow resist in a lot of these cases. So that'll feel pretty good if CLG can somehow, hold on. At least their skilling's gonna look good off of Azir and Sivir, getting a bunch of bonus stats, but it is a long road to go until they feel like they're back into this one, I feel like. Aphelios solidly on 2 items. Again, LDR second is a power drop. Once you get to IE, you're feeling really good about your tank killing.
Yeah, there's actually a few 2-item power spikes here for 100 Thieves that are really, really big. Wukong, once you get the Black Cleaver on top of your Sunder, being able to shred even more armor, this Aphelios is just going to hit straight through everybody. Black Cleaver shred, plus the LDR, plus the lethality that you get from leveling up. This, FBI is definitely going to do basically true damage. Honestly, too, the Seraphs plus the Liandry's there for Seraphine is just huge AoE damage that's going to be pumped out. And the cooldown reduction that is on the new Seraphs is so nice for just these spam champions.
Yeah, looks really, really good. We'll see if he goes for... I'm partial to Riley's third on Seraphine, just making your E, like, self-stun.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, it auto slows, your E is always the root, double E is always his stun. It just feels amazing, and yeah, what I'm partial to as far as Seraphine builds are concerned, that makes sure you can't be dove, because honestly, like, we could see Jarvan and Azir trying that stuff, and 400 health does a lot to knock that one away. See which way it goes, though, because Dragon's coming up soon. Now, it can be given. CLG have 2, 100 Thieves only have 1.
Yeah.
And right now, CLG playing from mid-wave.
Since we are looking at the item spikes, Azir does not quite have the Shadow Flame finish, so CLG a little behind on some of these completions. No Death's Dance yet for contracts. No Shadow Flame for the Azir either. So 100 Thieves definitely have the better items.
And they knocked on the midwave first and made sure there was no counterpunch by CLG, so they will stick around and try to find if there's a fight to be had. Huhi waiting in the wings, though, on his own control ward. Not spotted, goes to the stun. Only a couple of slows the back line. Seraphine hits it, and it's going to land in a Lulu. FBI's ready to claim Dokla. Huge frontline damage, and Poom's going to be next. 2 for 0 for the AD carry. Chases for a bit more. Closer finds the knockup, but Contracts able to EQ and buffers that one away. But here comes the rest of it, because they've been found, and Someday knocks him down.
100 Thieves!
No way you get this, Luger. No way.
Luger's trying to sneak the dragon while 100 Thieves just won the team fight. Now he's slowed with the Ocean auto attack. 100 Thieves are going to take it. They pick up their second dragon of the game and another definitive team fight victory.
I respect the attempt. I think there was a road 100 Thieves just turn right to Baron and say, hey, 3 for nothing, go Baron, it's free. Like, that is a call they could make. And Luger's, I can... But Blue Trinket has that play by FBI, I believe, to say, what is happening? It was. And just a great fight. Good start engage, and they just burned Dokla.
Yeah. Leona ult here, and they section off backline and frontline. See, CLG's backline right here only gets a little damage into Abbedagge. Meanwhile, the frontline is just melting over on the other side, so they have to retreat afterwards. 100 Thieves, really good focus in this team fight. Better focus on the left side there with the cash that they were able to get. And again, Leona ultimate into Wukong and Seraphine ultimate there. Like, you don't get to move.
Nicely done right there. So, 4,000 gold and tied in Drakes. This is feeling great for 100 Thieves. Their bid toward first place. They are a game behind Evil Geniuses and getting ever so close to locking in a top 2 spot. Keep in mind they're a game ahead of Team Liquid as well. Their chief competition now for that one with beating CLG. CLG can no longer finish top 2 as they can't keep up anymore. And so we'll keep you updated on brackets. But yeah, 100 Thieves looking good here, shaking off yesterday's loss.
All right, so CLG now have to start thinking about just mitigating losses here. They're trying to scale their Azir and Sivir. Sivir working on the Infinity Edge, as is FBI. Still pretty close as far as items go for the AD carries. And Sivir right now does give hope to a lot of people towards late game. You can kind of always at least cheer people up with that. But 100 Thieves on that Baron, and guess what? No vision for CLG. Control ward from 100 Thieves turns out the lights. 8,000 health and dropping.
New vision. They're going to try again. Boom can drop the new ward over the wall. 4K health.
4K,
They've got people
3K,
around. Contract is not in range yet. smited, claimed. Well done, 100 Thieves. Keep the jungler away long enough. Who he gonna kite out? No problem, but they want this fight, CLG. Knock up only onto one. They dodge away from the Seraphine ulti. That might be the go button as Luger runs up. Luger has to flash back out, though. Got nothing for his plays of aggression, and that is now a summoner down Sivir. Next team fight's gonna look better against them.
Yeah, nice little sneak attack there from Closer from the inside of the Baron pit. Bides his time, goes in on Luger, and CLG reeling from these 100 Thieves team fight victories. 5.5 thousand gold, Baron buff acquired for the Thieves. See how far they can push. Secondary towers available on both sides of the map here, so trying to get Someday down to split push on the bottom side first. They can easily go for the 4-1, try and disengage the counterplay.
Fans in attendance still hoping for the CLG comeback. It's cool to see. I got dunked today by someone with a CLG jersey on, so appreciated that.
So did I.
Yep.
Palafox looking for the top tower to push while they're getting it.
See, the thing about the TSM chance, at least they won yesterday, so you're almost like more, it's like almost more correct, you know? Bottom lane, though, about to be the object of the attention here of 100 Thieves, because guess what? They want more gold, and 800 will be joining their pockets just now. Bam! Claimed.
Palafox going for 2 towers. They're going to have to give up this inhibitor turret with no Azir.
I think defensible, though. Realistically, their wave 3 maybe not good enough, and this is going to be dangerous. You don't have flash. Too much for Luger. Way too much. You cannot fight for that tower. And he dies unceremoniously. Closer was always going to be able to find him. Does so. And now guess what? 5v4 with the Nexus turrets. This is going to be the play. Predator Thieves to end the game here. Engage once again not yet found, but somebody happy to hold the front line. Ult not going to find its target for Huhi. First tower about to drop. Going to find the engage, and they will look for FBI, but he flashes back to safety. That's summoner spell crucial for an AD carry. So going to find the damage to the back line. The Palafox getting dropped down to 1k health. They will lose the jungler. Trying to kite away, trying to stay alive. Dokla slowed up, almost dead. The Fountain will give them a brief respite here on CLG's side. There's still a bit of a wave, but just the cannons, they will not take aggro. The new wave comes in, 3v5, round 2. Sivir up in 2 seconds. And CLG will try yet again here. Poom gonna be attacked, flash to safety. Here's the Sivir, they gotta take this fight now as best they can. Runs up, can't find the target. Neither can Someday just yet, though. Dokla getting lower and lower, 1,000 off the front line. Someday still waiting around, but kiting it out pretty nicely. Palafox is up, knock up is found, but not on a primary target. There's the root, there's the kill. They're gonna get the top laner, and down goes Dokla. Someday still happy. On to the exit turrets they go, 5v3 again. Out goes the Emperor, but he's still got his kingdom falling. And there's the game, 100 Thieves knocked down CLG.
100 Thieves in 28 minutes, Freak. Really good objective calls from the 100 Thieves. The timing windows here, they were ahead on a lot of the early ones, setting up and even taking it before CLG reacted to them. The team fights then, except for the one single one around Dragon where they got split up. The combos of Leona into Seraphine Wukong, winning multiple team fights back to back to back.
Really nicely done. The early game was so good. You call it out. Palafaker in the early lane was doing so well against Abadaga. Bot lane had Pressure turned into a buff steal. First blood into second blood within about 40 seconds. Like such a good early start. And then from there onwards, it was just all 100 Thieves onto Herald, on a second Dragon. Incredibly well played by this squad. Kind of scraping off the dirt from the first couple of minutes of this game. Played so well in the mid game.
Definitely deserve that spot up there in the standings as well. A little pool party action for them.
It's good.
The Heart of Gold on the stage.
Well, CLG, they are still bound for playoffs. They have one regular season game left to play against Immortals. They have to expect that to be a win. But now, if they want top 3, if they want that bet, they will need Team Liquid to drop their games. CLG can reach at most 11-7 now. Team Liquid already at 11. 100 Thieves one of their opponents, so, you know, maybe they help out a little bit. But we're looking at, you know, maybe a 4th place CLG, maybe 5th, something around there based on how everyone else goes.
Yeah, now 100 Thieves only half a game behind Evil Geniuses, looking for that #1 seed heading towards playoffs.
You know what's cool is these glasses are like, they're really red. But if I put them on, they just look clear because of how light works. So I can't tell that I have tinted shades on when looking at the monitor. Anyway, just wanted to point that one out because it was weird to me. You look normal.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are very fashionable up here, obviously. Personal style choices all around. You know, pretty flowers and everything else. Yeah, that channel them, you know.
Question is, who are they going to interview?
Who are they going to interview?
Game? What's your bet?
My bet for 100 Thieves? I think they talked to closer last time, if I recall correctly. I'm just going to say Abadaga.
Okay. I like it. We'll ask him.
Wait, I'm actually right.
Ask him about the Seraphine.
I didn't
Now
look
you
back.
cheated.
Yeah, but I was already right.
Well, we're preparing our interview with Abadaga on the Seraphine. Abadaga, you know, what really gave rise to this pick?
Well,
why did you pick it against CLG specifically?
Well, it wasn't Rise, it was Seraphine. But the reason was because it was a counterpick to Azir. I've heard a lot of really smart analysts talk about how playing poke is really intelligent into Azir. And I said, look, I can just take the L in this lane, you know, like I've done almost all split long. But the important thing is that it doesn't matter because CLG can't play mid game.
And then those team fights, those are amazing, right? All right, this interview sucks. Let's throw it down to the real interview. Do you know how much I love wearing this outfit? Almost as much as I love the fits I've seen all day today for Pool Party Saturday.
That's right, freak. And if you joined us today or in Star Guardian Saturday or any day, check out the fan cam section on the eSpat website to get photos of your time at the LCS for free. That is $0 if you didn't know the math on how that one works out. So while you find your favorite picture, it's time for our Verizon post-game interview with Abadaga.
The real interview, according to Freak and Kobe. Welcome, everyone, to the Verizon post-game interview. I've got Abadaga off of this 100 Thieves victory. CLG was trying to make their aggressive plays right at the top, but 100 Thieves felt in control for the rest of it. How do you feel about that matchup?
They kind of surprised us early. I think when we played this comp in scrims, we wouldn't get demolished that hard in the early game. So like even when I played the mid matchup, I think I kind of messed up and Palafox punished me this game. Usually it wouldn't look like that. Usually I would dominate that matchup. So I think I'm gonna take what I can learn from today, and tomorrow if Bjergsen wants to play Azir, like I'm gonna smash him with Seraphine. But today I kind of got carried, and my ults were trash too, so I can't really talk, but tomorrow will be better.
You still put in that work for the team, still got the dub overall. You mentioned this kind of matchup against Palafox and the pressure that he was having early. One thing that the desk was talking about is how both of you as mid laners, your performances are very key to the team's success. How would you compare yourself and Palafox, and in just the terms of how your teams work?
I think I wouldn't compare myself to Palafox. I only compare myself to who I was yesterday. So I think he's pretty good, but I think I'm a lot better. I couldn't show it today, but I'm confident in the future.
So in terms of comparing yourself to who you were yesterday, 100 Thieves are coming in from a loss, though, previously against FlyQuest. How did you personally bounce back from that then to be able to perform today?
I mean, that wasn't the best quote, because yesterday I was even worse than today. But you still get what I mean. I think I'm just looking to step it up real time tomorrow, because playoffs are coming and every game is important. I think I haven't been quite myself this weekend. So tomorrow is going to be a chance to prove differently.
How do you plan to prove that against Team Liquid, who are coming off of a 3-win streak? Though y'all had a 7-win streak, I believe it was, before yesterday's match, so you're still got to be feeling pretty good.
We'll be feeling pretty good. I think this week we have a bit more of a rough one because of some circumstances, but we're confident we'll bounce back anytime soon.
Bouncing back best you can. I know the 100 Thieves fans are very happy to see the victory here today. Abadaga, thank you for speaking with me. And I don't know, maybe we'll find a reason to dunk you in the tank later. That would be something that would make me very happy. But for everybody that is watching here in the audience, after the break, Contracts is dunking one of our analysts, so you don't want to miss it. Make your way outside if you want to catch that live. For everybody watching at home, we'll see you on the other side of this break.
Oh my god. Just keep the header. Bow. Oh.
I'm in, armed, and ready to go.
Oh my god.
Abadaga, he's next.
Uh-oh, what's gonna happen? W Auto is gonna flash the ball he knows not to. Contracts is already 2-0.
Contracto!
He's likely to die here on the Lulu, gets the self-shield. Shields back up, the Ultion still drops to Hui. Contracts able to EQ and buffers that one away. But here comes the rest of it because they've been found, and Someday knocks him down.
That's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art. Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the, State Farm parking lot. And we've got Contracts joining us after that CLG game. Unfortunate loss, my friend, but I think we have something planned for you that might make you feel a little bit better. I talked to you a bit in the break, but I'll explain it again for the audience. Going into this game, we had each of our three analysts here make a prediction specifically about the game. And you're here to evaluate which of the takes is the worst, and therefore that person's ass should be on the line in the dunk tank, all right? We ready to go down the line and figure out what everyone's takes were?
Yep.
So, Raz, I'm going to go ahead and paraphrase, and then maybe you correct me if you think I'm way off base. Raz's prediction was that you, CLG, were going to give Doke a counter pick. Bad start. From there, he said that 100 Thieves' entire game plan was going to hard gank the counter pick top laner, but that you guys would still win because of the bottom side of the map.
Effective strategy versus Summon, 100 Thieves tend to do that a lot.
You don't have a microphone in your hand, so all the protesting you're doing is worthless. All right, so that's take number one. What's your initial assessment of that take? Pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. I mean, I think,
historically Dokla is known to play more carries, right?
Yeah.
So it's understandable, but
What happened?
you know, I think Blabber.
What's going on here?
I think Blabber had an interview where teams try a little bit harder when it comes to playoff time, and so they pick tanks.
Yeah.
I think we're trying to adopt that kind of strategy.
That's fair.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's
You understand, right?
I understand.
That's take number one. We're going to move on to Emily. Emily's take this time around was a little bit counterintuitive. CLG has been like the First Blood King team. This time around, though, she said CLG will not get First Blood. However, they will get 3 kills before 15 minutes. I think you were 3 because he was 4K plus A at 15, but 3 kills by 15 minutes. Now, you basically made her a liar within the first 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't believe in me. I mean, she
What's
even
that
had
about?
the
On the
notebook
jar?
with all the.
Kind of messed up.
Even yesterday, I had First Blood as well.
Yeah, there we go. Kind of messed up, right?
I'm the new First Blood
Sorry,
King.
sorry, what was that, Rez?
Kind of messed up, right?
It's kind of messed up.
Okay, all right, so that's Emily's prediction. We got one more. Mark over here. Mark, he even prefaced it with, "This is pandering." But he said Contracts is going to hard smurf the game with 4K plus A at 15 minutes. Again, he started out with quick 2 kills.
How do you feel about teachers' pets, huh?
Yeah? How you doing?
Is it pandering if I also believe it, though? Because he started so good.
I did start so good. I don't know what happened.
So what's your take here? Who do you think?
Well, Mark is for sure safe because I liked his one the most.
But we don't like teachers' pets. You guys like teachers' pets?
Oh! Plan backfired, Raz. Plan backfired. Okay, so Contracts is calling Mark safe, so it's down to Emily and Raz here.
Think about our history, okay? It exists.
I did sub in for Adinatoss Scrim 5 years ago.
He subbed in for a Dig Scrim 5 years ago.
When he was head coach.
Yes.
And we lost, I think. But it's all good. We tried our best.
Before you make your final declaration, I just want to poll the audience real quick. You want a defense? You want defense? Okay, here we go.
All right, here's my defense. I've been interviewing you for years.
Mhm.
I've tried to tell your story really well. I've always been a fan, you know. I feel like that should count in my favor.
You know, I do agree with that. You have been a big supporter of my career.
Wow, all right. Emily's an effective debater, but real quick from the audience, if you think that Emily should get dunked, I want to hear you scream. Okay, if you want to hear or see Raz get dunked. All right, hey,
Don't listen to the people.
end of the day Contracts, it's all up to you. Who do you want to see?
The people have chosen.
Oh, let's go! Get in there, Raz! Get in there. All right, we're going to bring Contracts over to the mark here.
Yeah.
We've got a tee. We've got 3 balls.
All right.
You get 3 attempts at this, my friend. Mark will be your ball boy. Emily will be the peanut gallery with me.
I have faith in you, Contracts.
How you
Let's
feeling?
go.
You feel like you got this on lock?
I used to play baseball, so we'll see how it goes.
All right.
Oh, let's go,
All
let's
right.
go. On your own time. Don't hold on to the
Wait,
that's gonna be bad.
are you,
Yeah, I was
Raz,
like, I
are
don't
you
want to
strong
rip your
enough to hold
arms
yourself
out
up
of your
there?
socket,
Yeah.
man. Just yeah. Oh! Oh! He's already
That's
so
close.
close. How you feeling?
He said he played baseball. He said he played baseball.
Go, get him, get his ass.
Good job.
Hey, how does it feel?
Feels good, baby.
Feels
All
damn good,
right.
I bet. Raz, how does it feel? Come over here.
It sucks.
Oh, but it's a warm day out.
At least
Good
it
job,
is, yes.
Fair enough. Well, Contracts. Oh, wow.
All right.
All right, get back up there, Raz. We're going again. No, I'm just kidding.
Beefing now. We're beefing.
We're officially beefing. Raz, you're making enemies on the LCS, my friend. Next up, we have... Yeah, the people want what the people want, Raz. We're not here to make enemies with the people. All right, Contracts, let's go again.
That's the same thing. Slow or fast? Okay.
All right, get it. Get him. Oh! All right, one more.
You got this.
Oh, you are playing with fire now, Raz. Yeah. All right, you gotta love it.
Hey, Raz, you got me earlier in the show. That was unfair, so I had to give him permission to get you back. All right, I'm being told that the next teams are readying up to do some battle. It's Golden Guardians, it's Team Liquid. Lots on the line still for all of our teams in the postseason picture. From here, we're going to head out over to the casters after a quick video. Check it out.
With summer finals just weeks away, I wanted to help my fellow LCS fans by finding out the best way to spend time in Chicago. First things first, places to be and sights to see.
There's like a lot to do and a lot to try.
Music, food, nightlife.
Walking outside and just like going to the beach, like you're never gonna get tired of it.
The thing about Chicago, there's so many beaches and they each have kind of their own little feel to it.
But I like Montrose Beach. It's a little more chill.
Hancock Tower, went up 94th floor, get a 360 view of the city.
If you're gonna do Hancock, I would suggest doing the tilt wall.
Skyscrapers and tourist destinations are great, but let's be honest, there's no better way to judge a city than by trying the food. After learning the one and only rule about Chicago food,
first off, never catch up on the hot dogs.
I went deeper. Way deeper.
Think of Chicago, you think of deep dish.
Deep dish.
Deep dish. Deep dish.
Deep dish. So deep dish, essentially you put the sauce over the cheese.
I put on my dairy cap and experienced the cheese pull for myself. Whether for the tourists or the locals, you can't skip the deepest of dishes. The second city has a lot to offer for sightseers.
As long as you're outside and you're walking around downtown, you're gonna have a fun time. You're gonna find something. There's always something to do.
My work here isn't done though. Chicago may have a proud sports history, but next time, let's find out if it's ready for esports. Spoiler alert, I'll bet you Chicago is going to be ready for esports, especially if y'all show up and hang out. You will make Chicago ready, even if it wasn't going to be ready in and of itself. Show up. Summer Finals is going to be lit. Absolutely the case.
We also got dunked a bunch earlier today.
We did get dunked. I dunked you, actually.
You did.
My first two throws were way too high, but then I kept just going and I finally hit it. It took
the
like
power is what you need. Let's get right into Champion Select. Woo! The teams are in, baby. We are loading up, and immediately LeBlanc is off the table. By the way, Blaze Olive is back in.
Ablov is back, as is Ole. Ran into him really quickly in the studio. We didn't say much. I just said hi. He said hi back, and then I had to go and get ready to cast.
Dude, that's a cool story.
It's a really cool story. You want to hear it again? I can tell the story again.
I love it. Let's get on to the bands, though. You be banned away.
And the stashes are here as well, of course.
The stashes are here to play. I mean, honestly, I would definitely continue to stick with it until they actually lose a game.
Definitely not. Liquid is undefeated 3-0.
I also saw Steve grew out a mustache as well, so he's committed to the team. I like to see that. Still looking at the LCS team. Poppy banned away this time around, though. We won't get that trade again. Prompted by the Trundle ban. Trundle is both a good ban versus Santorin, but also would have left up, Poppy uncountered, basically, and so that springs a Poppy ban from the Team Liquid side.
Indeed, as we move on into the draft, quick table stakes for this match as Golden Guardians are indeed back in the studio. A quick personal story on the Golden Guardians side. Inero, this is going to be his last split coaching Golden Guardians. The rumor I'm hearing is he's going to take a different position inside the org, but this is last split coaching, and Golden Guardians are on the cusp of playoffs. They are tied at 8th, 9th with Immortals. This could be the second to last game that Inero ever coaches, and as a guy I followed for a long time, a man I like a lot, I just kind of want to spell that out. A
side story to follow up on your story is that they also let Danon go, their current GM or previous GM.
Yeah.
So there has been a spot vacated. Here we go, though. Kalista got through this time around with all of the focus on the jungle bans. And so Kalista instantly picked up here for Stixxay. Stixxay and Ole. Ole has been one of the supports to play, Sejuani support, all these melee supports that you can play with Kalista, having the extra ultimates here to pull in or engage with. But again, with all the focus on these jungle champions here, so many prio picks getting through. Taliyah, to me, is the premier mid laner. So good at roaming, especially with the giant area coverage of the E now. The rock just covers such a big space. It's amazing versus Kalista because any dashes over those rocks, you stun yourself. It's just a painful existence for Kalista. Double counterpicked, I would say.
Yeah.
This Kalista left up for the first pick for Golden Guardians, then countered in lane with the Draven, with the spinning axes trades, but also with the Taliyah for later.
That's going to be fun then. Let's see how TL can pilot this one because, yeah, some really fun champions. We are seeing a lot more Draven recently, which is cool to see. Him in the metagame now as well. And it looks like Golden Guardians saying, all right, Licorice, you had your fun. You've played some Gnar, you've played some Fiora, you've played some Kayle, you've Ornn. All right, we want to beat Team Liquid. It's Ornn. Did not work for CLG. We'll see if it does for Golden Guardians. We will get the Ahri as a counter into Taliyah. Now, of course, worth noting that her ult dashes indeed will get stuffed up by the minefield, but still wants the matchup here for BlazeAlla.
All right, so are we going to grab our counter pick for the Ornn first for Bwipo? You know Bwipo has a long list of strange counter picks, so they don't have to go right now.
I like this.
Mordekaiser could be used for later. You mentioned them a bunch the previous game, the Singed, the Aatrox. There's so many different ones. We'll see what Bwipo wants to go with, but I assume he wants to go with a high priority counter lane to Ornn because they're running a Draven lane and a Taliyah, a roaming mid laner. So if you have counter pick on top side, plus you've got Draven lane on bottom side, it should be easy to put resources.
That's interesting. Yeah, I want to pick your brain about this one because I agree with the jungle pick, by the way, with the top junglers banned. Grab a prio jungle, throw bans out there. And you can see there's a Singed ban, so Golden Guardian's also aware of how good that matchup is. But I want to pick your brain on this one because in my mind, it's like, okay, if he's going to roam to bot, we're going to play for Draven. I feel like I want the least volatile top possible. Like a Gragas, where it's like, nothing's happening up here. We're going at Draven. See you in 25 minutes.
I like to go with the double counter picks because then if enemy jungle attention is drawn topside, you snowball your Draven, you cash in, and you go down there for sure. And regardless, if both jugglers go down there, then you hard win on the top side.
Okay,
so
cool.
I think it's the more aggressive, the win-win scenario. Vi and Jarvan now added to the list of jungle bans, pushing way down here for River.
Alrighty, yeah, let's see what he's going to find for himself. Dropping, obviously, a favorite of his, one he's done very well on. Only one game so far of that champion on Golden Guardians. 5 unique picks in 5 games for him.
Han Sama with the shout out to the Ballista lane, the hover here. Talking about aggressive, talking about playmaking.
And there's your Gwen. So going to be the answer here as well. Has nerfs in the next patch, 12.15.
Yeah.
Will be the playoff patch, though those nerfs are not in. We are still in 14 here, and Gwen will be your yes, I would like to crush you in the late game. We're picking a fighter up top.
And just right now, by far the most popular top laner across all competitive regions, especially into Ornn here. Yeah, should be a pretty nice time for the Gwen scaling. Should be able to get some control over there and have that Viego head towards the Draven lane. What's the support counter pick going to be like then? I kind of like that Core JJ is saving his support counter pick to see what Ole throws down, since Ole has done so many off-meta support picks. This one, though, looks to be right on target.
Well, most picked champ of his career, the 35th game of Lee Sin for River. This is going to be enough to propel Golden Guardians toward playoffs. They are tied with Immortals in the standings. 2 games to play. 1-1 the head-to-head. They would love to find themselves in the top 8. They can toss only 1 game behind them as well. They can also catch and make things difficult. As now we get the final look here. Team Liquid saving support for last. They don't have a ton of engage tools. Viego, not that starting fights. Taliyah is okay-ish, but, you know, Leona, Ornn, Nautilus, those are the kind of things you're looking at here as he hovers towards the ones who do actually have engage buttons. And Mumu, I mean, with, what, like 2 full seconds of stunning in lane, with the double Q charge, it is going to be a Mumu to find early engages to set up Draven.
I'm glad the crowd likes this one because this is my favorite as well. Amumu's only got one direction, and that is going in. 2 bandage tosses and the ultimate. Team Liquid want to make money moves early. I like it. Definitely expect junglers to path towards the bottom to that Draven lane. And so Team Liquid will also benefit from Bwipo having that Gwen into Ornn, I feel like. This Kalista versus Draven, with these 2 supports, this is very, very volatile bottom lane. Everybody get down there. It's going to be a party, even mid laners. You mentioned the Ahri. If you can get a mid lane shoved out, unlock either of those, either the Ahri or the Taliyah, would have a big impact roaming down to bottom lane as well. And I also expect Cleanse to be at a premium. There are going to be so many CC flying around. You better have that.
Alrighty, on to there very soon then. Golden Guardians fighting for their lives in playoffs, tied at 8th, 9th. Team Liquid still the ability to move up in the standings here. Solidly in playoffs, of course. Right now, though, a game and a half behind 100 Thieves, and they play them tomorrow. The ability to grab second is squarely, I believe, in Team Liquid's hands. Win here, win tomorrow, win a tiebreak. Congratulations, top 2 guaranteed. Their fate is under control. Will TL make it happen? Can Golden Guardians upset that? We are ready to go on with it in just a moment here. These fans hoping that there will be a Golden Guardians victory. They will guarantee top 2 with it themselves, as they will cap Team Liquid at 12. Let's go. Liquid chants from the fans, and I'm excited to see these fights play out.
Certainly am. Okay, no crazy level 1s opening up, but I do see a sweeper on Core JJ, so maybe they go in for a sweep for the Raptor Ward, give some soul lane some experience, some gold. What's the plan here, Core? Delayed invade? Looks like it, because Whipple's kind of hovering already.
His plan is to give someone a hug, okay? He was spamming it in the brush.
That is a good plan. I will take a Core JJ hug any day.
Yes,
even
nice.
if he's been in the dunk tank.
Nice.
Minions have spawned.
No sweep on the Raptor Ward, though. Okay, so it is going to be, I would expect, junglers starting top side of the map. Again, you see Kalista, Draven, Nautilus, Amumu. You know somebody is going to die, so better get down there quick.
You got this. Appreciate that. Nice positive messages. Thank you. Positivity in esports. Could do with some more. Golden Guardian's going to start the blue buff. Whippo knows it for sure.
Give him a brittle. Hansama going to get a spinning axe here. Charge up a couple adoration stacks. Draven players always like the leash. Start charging those up early.
Yeah, and they even get to fake the leashing, of course. I believe Viego is entirely not in fog, entirely in fog, unspotted. So even pantomimes a blue buff start for him, though he is going to be starting top side. And without any deep wards, I believe there is no info known which way he's going. Though you probably expect both junglers playing top to bottom.
I mean, I definitely.
I'm just saying he fake leash. That's all, you know. Like, good early damage. Q comes back in for the auto attack there as well. The glacial is on, but the burn is already there. The flash more! And he gets first blood already. But will he die? Is it enough for Kalista? Once in for a bit more, he finds it back. Onto a Blaze Olive though already. There are 3 kills on the board. But Stixay, you may have cashed in adoration, but I cashed your chips right here.
Oh, there is indeed blood in the bottom lane, but there's also blood in mid lane. Freak, that's what I'm talking about. Whenever you have a Draven lane like this where you know there's going to be jungle attention, that means the other lane's unsuspecting. Level 2 Santorin gank. Red Raptors gank through mid, and that ward was placed by him as well, so gets to get the extra safety for Bjergsen. Meanwhile, though, for the Golden Guardian side, they actually give some credit to their first pick of Kalista. Hansama flash forward on the Draven, he gets the kill, he gets the meager cash in on the adoration stacks, but it's 2 kills in the hands of Stixay. Here's another look at it. The famous Hansama Draven, by the way. Core JJ goes in, they both proc their glacials, get the extra slows for chasing them down, flashes forward, extra spinning axe, Ole is dead. They get the cash in, they get the first blood, but all the spears get rended out there from Stixay. Nice job from him too. Had a extra one on the minions for JJ. As we said, Amumu only really goes one way.
Yep.
Tries to get out. Stun here for Santorin. Good flash to guarantee it for him. And Abadaga does not flash early downward, so he dies.
Kind of interesting choice there by Olive. I mean, he chooses to save his flash ultimately. And of course, with TP down, he has no other combat summoner. So it's like, okay, flash the stun and be killable next time, or save it and maybe it gets better next time around. But we've got a jungler, by the way. Huge damage. Amumu able to flash to safety. Re-engage by Zole. But is there enough of the Kalista? Not enough. No, they're going to get both kills. This is a double kill for the Draven. And the damage is not quite there. Core still alive. Hansama on the chase. I believe he does not, with Boots, have the kill. Oh, that was so close. Santorin nearly found another one.
Ah, more blood for the blood god. Bottom lane, baby. Draven is excelling in the gladiator pit. Stixay sticks around to pick up the minion wave, though, so at least he won't be denied the minions here. He's going to be able to pick those ones up. Both junglers, of course, drawn to this very volatile lane on the bottom side of the map. I'm still going to be curious about which mid laner then gets to join that party first, because that party is going to be rocking all game long down there. As soon as the mid laners get to start roaming around, it gets even more spicy. Meanwhile, in the non-party zone, The top laners who went home early, they actually didn't even show up to the party. When they're left alone, of course, that Gwen does get the CS lead. Charm after the hook from Ole. CoreJJ was a little bit slower on the support roam, so not in range for that bandage.
River now going to shadow this one because guess what? Santorin presence is known. He drops control ward. Everybody knows everything.
Oh,
because
yeah.
that he's right there. Hex Flash, he actually catches him. The root's going to be there as well. The Charm Flash, they know he doesn't have it. Revenge, no Ole. He was guaranteed to die. He had no escapes. Steals the kill from his mid laner. That is a mistake. The top laner straight back.
This is full Champions Queue vibes heading into the LCS. Kill after kill after kill. We've got 7 here at 5.5 minutes. The mid lane roams explosive, bottom lane as well explosive. Both supports, by the way, do not have flash. So Nautilus and Amumu, very vulnerable targets. The AD carries don't have flash either. Until Bubble gets level 6, they probably won't go.
He's got grasp, he's got 6. Oh, the ulti came in. I think that might have been the chance of the kill. I mean, it was a flash diff. He may have just about had it, but Wiffle hits 6, hit the ulti, gets health right back up.
All right, gonna continue on pushing. Does have the 10 CS lead for himself thus far. This is what you really get out of that counter pick matchup. The, Riddle Pro.
Flash Q. Oh, the dash. Oh, that E. Oh, Gwen is immune. Nearly a solo kill for Licorice, but a flash is burned for nothing.
Bit more damage traded on the bottom side, but here's the first mid lane roam, baby.
She decided to bring him to the party, but Bjergsen cannot get the fling back. Licorice able to get away from it in time.
Yep, on the other side, gets flipped forward with the Q going the opposite direction. Licorice actually in a position
Q
to look for vengeance.
No mana at all.
After the field goes away.
I think he can get in range. If he walks up too much, yeah. I think playing to his limits, kind of new.
Now he's looking for the lazy recall. Go deep around. Go this way. Go this way.
Oh, you go. So close to the knock-up there. Licorice cannot quite find it. Exciting action-packed game. Not quite a kill.
We've got a jump scare movie going on here. Every swing. Not going to land this time around, though. Let's check right back in with those junglers experience. Let me see how close they are to level 6, because then it's going to be a hard push for a kill. As soon as you get 6 on Viego, you know you basically have a kill in your hands when there are flashless carries on the map. Should get level 6 off red buff. Santorin does. All right, see where he goes next then. Bjergsen already used the roam up towards top side. That means a Blaze Olive here. Ult advantage on the Ahri. I would expect to make the next mid lane move. He's got a bit of a window here, pushing out the wave. And Santorin kind of comes to check. I like this. He's checking, making sure Ablaze is not roaming to the top side. Team Liquid doing their best to keep track of this Ahri with ult.
Oh, Santorin with
bottom lane coming up.
Yeah. More blood for the Blood God. His Warhammer goes in after the Rift Arrow down. He's going to find himself next little bit. Oh, they're going to find the Q of Flash over Hansama, but that's still going to be a pretty easy setup at a CoreJJ. The kickback is there. River gets whichever one he wants. Will be a Herald claim, but honestly, kill is relatively close in gold.
And it gets traded for the Dragon anyway. So should be a Dragon trade here for Golden Guardians. Wow, they actually go for the blue buff steal instead. So Kalista goes to push out the wave on bottom. Blue buff steal first here for River. They're going to take away the camps instead of focusing on the Dragon. Now, you ask the junglers a lot of the times, they'll just focus on getting themselves ahead and taking camps for golden experience rather than focusing too heavily on these objectives, on these dragons, which kind of usually draw my eye. So River is going to take away those 2 camps before Santorin heads down to bottom side. Now Santorin has no blue side camps to go for, and they've got wards.
And Licorice getting pretty crushed over here, though. Will catch up a little bit in farm, but it's okay. First plate dropped, but no one in gold range for it, so it's just a low health turret. And now TL are going for the first Drake.
Yeah. So instead of taking the dragon, they took blue and Gromp and pushed out the bottom wave. But the dragons have been buffed. Like, these are so valuable now. Team Liquid will, it looks like, be able to burn it down in time. 3,000 health. Yeah, too far away there for the Lee Sin. So Team Liquid, they get the Herald as well as the Dragon out of it, even though CoreJJ got caught and got kicked in there by River's first Lee Sin ultimate.
Yeah.
They get 2 objectives.
XP-wise, Dragon is about as much as Gromp is. Okay, you get more gold individually to hit a power spike, but yeah, I feel like this did not pan out the way maybe Golden Guardians hoped, or they really believe that that was going to be the correct trade. Disagree. I mean, I'm on your boat here.
Especially because they've got Kalista, you know, it feels like a pretty quick
Dragon's
burn on Dragon. Dragon #1 is actually, doesn't feel like it takes a lot longer.
40%.
I know the health scaling is a bit more than the base health that was added, so.
Yeah, basically for anyone at home, Dragon 1 and 2 are 40% tankier. Dragon 3 onwards are 60% tankier. Just like, it's like off by 1 or 2% per level, but like just 40 and 60 is gonna be accurate.
Yeah, pretty close. All right, definitely gonna return here for the next scuttle though. River picks it up. They've got vision control of this kind of bottom highway. This is, when you have a killed game like this where there's so much action, this river control is huge. Just the pathway for the supports as well as the junglers and mid laners to be able to get those roams off as soon as they push out their minion waves could be the site of our next one.
Party slowed down a little bit, you know? I don't know if someone, narked and, they got, knock on the door. Can you please close, quiet this one down? We got some noise complaints.
They got a noise complaint there.
Yeah.
Bottom lane was bumping the tunes. We're gonna approach a new one though with the level 6s for the supports coming in. Amumu has ultimates, Nautilus has ultimate. Those are very, very dangerous. So see if we can get the next gank from junglers down around support level 6s. Looks like Santorin will be the first jungler to head down towards bottom lane. They need to, though. This ward is kind of problematic. Clearing out the vision around these is also quite big. Maybe Core JJ. Sweeper is coming up really soon. We'll be able to clear it out for his jungler.
And they keep Team Liquid on the aggressive
side. The timer was actually kind of hidden there.
Okay.
It's like it's not coming up soon at all.
Okay. Forcing him forward, though. Waiting in the fog now is Santorin.
Meanwhile, Ari, you see Ari coming down the highway here through the river.
And with Ari coming down, they feel safe. Okay, we can walk up. We can sweep out wards. Is there a jungler? Santorin's like, oh, Ari's coming down. I've got to leave. Like, good coordination there. The highway, the river vision is entirely owned by Golden Gardens. Makes the Ari move pretty safe. But, early flash. They're going to try. Kick into the wall. Charm's going to land. Cleanse forced out. A pretty good sequence of events. Everyone kind of burning summoners as required. Big thing is Bjergsen's down too.
Yeah, and those cleanses that we mentioned in Champion Select coming up pretty big there. The spellbook for Bjergsen, perfect for him. Flashes first to force the flash out of River, so he trades even on flash cooldowns, and then Ari ultimate for his spellbook on the cleanse. Feels pretty nicely done there for Bjergsen, absorbing pressure in mid lane, allowing the Rift Trail cash in on bottom side.
Efficiency was better for River, though. Santorin spent a lot of time down here, did throw it on Herald, but only he got the gold for it. None of it went to Han Sama, never went to Core JJ, so Santorin got his 300 gold. I mean, that's, 3-4 camps of gold, that feels fine, but he didn't farm for any of it. So he's now going through his camps now, trying to get to the top side, but River able to get more done, get his blue hand off. And ultimately, Herald basically just funneled to Viego, which not a bad idea. Viego wants gold a whole lot, but even top scuttle goes River's way.
All right, Talia ultimate up here for Bjergsen. He doesn't have his own flash for safety, so he has to be very careful about when he goes for this roam, but definitely has the upper hand with the Blaze using his on the attempted kill towards mid. It looks like the recall for Draven Amumu actually heads through mid lane now, and you've got a grouping of 4 members Team Liquid moving for a strong invade. Everybody behind Core JJ clearing out the vision first. The rest of the team kind of hiding here and setting up. 55 seconds left on the next dragon.
See, they grab it. Team Liquid, so we're getting all the high stat ones, a lot of attack speed and ability haste thanks to new Hex Tech, and Infernal is going to be very happy for a Draven. And honestly, I mean, 4 of them are going to love that Drake, so feels very good for Teal to grab as they knock down the bottom wave. It's pretty much last call on resets. If you have TP, you can go for it. If you don't, you pretty much don't get the choice anymore. It looks like we're going to see Bwipo recall away, and it's going to be a 14-minute Drake, by the way, so Unleashed Teleport will be up for both top laners.
Okay, it looks like Ari is actually coming through jungle right now. Meanwhile, Bjergsen going to push this mid lane first. So Ari will be here with ultimate. The Blaze Olive kind of hovering in case there was action, but sitting on a ward, River, it's turned off by the control ward.
Yeah, walk through one on the way up, though, so you know what's going on. TV's coming across right now. Will they find their first engage? Not as will get for JJ. Flashes one, hits Han Sama. He was back into safety. It won't really matter. TV's coming down for the other top laner. Now here comes Gwen. Will it matter, though, for Bwipo? Takes a Lee Sin Q. Will always land, even if you turn on the Hollowed Mist, so not going to be too much of a problem there. But how about the team fight? Mid lane just going back and forth right now. That one's in that one. And River gonna take a sidestep to go for the red buff here. Claim that one, get some XP, get some gold. Get the health back up.
Yeah.
And Whippo is starting up on the Drake, and it's burning down so fast. Will there even be a smite? Their junk's not even around. So Golden Guardians watch an objective fall, and Team Liquid get 2 straight dragons.
Ornn loses so much value without that ultimate. And with Whippo coming down too, kind of hard for Golden Guardians. They took their swing, and they were unable to get the actual all-in on Amumu. Hansama does take 50% of his life with a little combo there from a Blaze Olive, but yeah, it's not the best scenario to be in, but there was nothing they could do at the point where they had already committed, and now they didn't have an Ornn ultimate. So they just decided to cede it over to Team Liquid. 2 dragons that stacked up for them. I am actually a big fan of secondary Rift Herald nowadays. We'll see if Golden Guardians, they finish this one up and can turn their sights towards getting some tower gold. Another big chunk from a Blaze onto Hansama.
And it will be second Herald, though. This one is going to be Golden Guardians claiming it. Top lane has basically no damage onto it. Mid lane, not too far from a crash killing, so could be a decent target, honestly. Throw in the Callista, get any lane control at all, and you can knock the turret down with the Herald charge. So maybe a possibility here. Yeah, top lane way too healthy, so we'll see if they do get an objective out of it. Gold is still very close, to be fair. Now, of course, Adoration's been stacking and stacking and stacking. Hansama, though, is the gold lead. This man does not have cleanse, and we've seen the ability for Lee Sin, Ari, Nautilus to go for that play. So if they can shut him down, it could look really good for the Golden Guardian side.
324 Adoration currently for the Draven. So you get that execute as well with your ultimate if it comes down to that in the next big team fight, stacking it up pre-team fight, plus he already has, as you said, that gold lead. I want to see a breakout, Freak. We got such an exciting early game. With the towers starting to fall, that does mean there's more room for these Taliyah ultimates from Bjergsen. They push in the bottom tower.
Oh, they find some Eclipses in range, but he's always going to be safe. And how about what the rest of it looks like? Pretty long cooldown is missing. Ole goes right back into the fray.
And they teleport the Ahri away, so Gwen...
Oh, that would have caught Bjergsen, but instead he dies. Bjergsen stopped to cast a spell he thought was maybe hidden. And it's just absolutely nothing. Ole just yeets himself into death.
Yeah, who got who there? Ole is in, Ole is down. And now Santorin chasing with the rest of the squad. Whippo's been chopping away at this turret. After the teleport away there from a Blaze, Golden Guardians once again, they committed there. They seem very antsy. They seem very, very scared for some of these plays. Instantly calling the teleport, and Team Liquid, they benefit simply by reacting there. They get the tower, they get the kill onto Ole.
Yeah, and I think Hans again got the shutdown on that one. So guess what? You call that Adoration stacks? Cool, they're in. Look at the gold lead, it's 3,000 now. Yes, top lane Outer was killed. So that's, part of it as well, but they are just crushing right now as Hans out of mana, just takes the recall.
Essence Reaver coming in. Oof, that would be so big.
Oh, almost the recall.
There it is. He gets the whole Essence Reaver on top of the Sheen. Those autos really chunk. Okay, Golden Guardians hard pushing with that second Rift Herald they invested in, though. Tower is gone.
Yep, only takes his share of the gold as well, as 133 goes locally to each one. And I should not kill. And indeed, it will slam. Sure goes down to 1/4 HP, so next time they get control, that will be another 500 gold.
Hug for the Rift Herald.
He hugged, exactly. Or let me give you a hug, does it, and then he's like, bye, I'm out, and Shelly just slams herself into the tower.
Just gonna hug me and leave me, Freak?
Yep.
Sag. All right, well, they got the push on the mid lane here as they're able to respawn after the Rift Herald was taken down. Golden Guardians reset in time, no problem for them. The side lane tower is being down, though. They constantly let Team Liquid push in first and then look for the Taliyah ultimates from Bjergsen. He's got Ghost Flash, very mobile on this Taliyah. If you allow Team Liquid to push in both side lanes first, you're in a very, very dangerous scenario as Golden Guardians. The Gwen could come in on a teleport flank. Bjergsen as well, trapping people. Seems like this is all set up for a possible big collapse from Team Liquid. They've got Core JJ with Flash Ultimate on Amumu, changes him into basically a completely different champion, being able to Q, then flash in for a perfect ultimate. Doesn't even matter if you die as a support at that point, as long as you get that big ulti engaged for your team. Team Liquid do have the damage to back it up.
25 seconds. Soul point it would be. Can be given, but it puts a pretty short clock on Golden Guardians. We'll be back to 2,400 plus the stats of the Drakes. Probably feels more like 3.5K in terms of combat power, honestly. As we're going to look at bot lane being pushed out. Bjergsen nearby. Santorin spots it. Will he find him stunned? Good flash for it. Blaze gonna play pretty far away. Still has ulti. Core JJ is gonna play around the stun. Gonna pull him in. That's gonna be an ult combo. A lot of damage here, and they're gonna find that kill. Yes, Santorin flashes and gets it. Ole gonna drop as well, and here's Whippo to get even more done. Ulti coming across. River is low. Charm's gonna land. Pretty well played Arba, the jungler. Knock it for Orn, not gonna be nearly enough. Oh, a Zonia's for Bjergsen. Orn goes down. No one will drop. Team Liquid get a 3-0.
There it is, Freak. That's that feared pick on the side lane. Team Liquid, they make the early move down. They get their pick. Core JJ lands the bandage toss on a Blaze Olive to set it all up. Bjergsen W right after. Team Liquid will also get the Dragon for their troubles.
And a little try by 6 if it gets really nothing. 2-0 off the level 1 all in, and nothing else goes through. Team Liquid, 5,000 gold lead, and now their third Drake as well. Looking for that final showdown. Tia with a win. Go 12-5, and tomorrow they fight 100 Thieves for second place.
Ah, wait. The mustaches. Did Core JJ's fall off? Oh, he's growing a fresh one, that's why. He's actually growing a real one instead of the fake ones. I like it. Commitment! Commit to the strategy. Whippo, there we go, the one who started it all. Breaking that Team Liquid curse. Let's take a look at how they get their pick, though. Santorin comes down. They had control wards. They had River and Ole kind of watching.
Oh, he's trying to bait into the team fight, but the thing is, it's 4 people. I think he thought it might have been just Santorin.
Yeah, Team Liquid are harder committed to the roam. You see, they're all clumped up here, so they've got the numbers advantage. And by the time, that Golden Guardian's teleport comes in, by the time Licorice and Stixeye are there, the kill has already been secured by Team Liquid.
He could have just run. I think it was a lack of vision, maybe miscommunication, I'm not sure what, but he chose to play the bait angle, but the problem was he baited his own team.
Yeah, and that comes from Team Liquid having the map control previously.
4,500 in soul point. Team Liquid looking for that 12th win. This Golden Guardians still sit tied with Immortals. Here comes the team fight in the mid side. Who's it going to be onto? Front line is Ole. Amumu hits ulti on the 2, but not ideal targets. Will they go back in for more? Whippo waiting around. Ole goes towards the backside. Good side step by Han. Someone does not land the Q out of the Lee Sin, but here's Santorin getting spotted, kicking him away. River knows he wants to be safe. Control ward hops away. So big cooldown now on the W. No ulti, no dash, no nothing. And it's Golden Guardians routed, running away, just getting away from Bjergsen. No Dragon to play for. Just a team fight for its own sake.
Yeah, that was almost disastrous for Golden Guardians after the no second Ornn ultimate coming through. Team Liquid looking for the counter. They can't quite catch River with his flash, ward hop, and juke, but they still get the mid tower.
Gold lead grows and grows as Team Liquid look for that top 2 finish now as find themselves looking at the left side jungle being empty. Team Liquid finding what counter jungle they can. Well, top lane tier 2 is something, maybe better damage coming through from the minions. And ultimately just getting rid of the Baron vision, and that could be the next play as Team Liquid set up their next team fight with a gold lead, playing her on Baron.
Yeah, they feel pretty confident about that too, because it's so hard to come in and face check a Taliyah when you basically get to cover an entire entrance from the jungle. This whole ramp would get filled up with the Taliyah E, so Team Liquid getting there first, having the split push advantage with Whippo and the 1v1 versus Ornn. They can just 4-1 split push everybody, secure the vision around Baron, while Whippo on Gwen just continuously pushes in this Ornn. It's Riftmaker plus the Void Staff here, so it is very, very dangerous for anyone to deal with that side lane there. Whippo should be able to get priority while the rest of the team forces some dangerous positioning from Golden Guardians.
Oh, he's actually on a ward. They get the first anchor toss. Will it be enough damage? Lee Sin comes around, wants to kick back. Yes, they're going to guarantee it. No support.
Beautiful pick, though. That's an opening for Golden Guardians. Look at the mini-map. Whippo is coming up.
Solid charm, but not a lot of damage on Everfrost Banshee's Veil.
Taking their chance. They're taking their window, Freak.
They're going to try 5v4. They've got Ren stacks, keep in mind, so it's all about how Team Liquid answer this play.
Whippo's here.
And it's look for a team fight. Golden Guardians actually going to pull this one off. No, back in. They've got to make a choice here. All comes in. Ole will be separated. He's going to have to burn the flash. Ren stacks are still in, but they take the team fight instead. Or knocks down the wall, stun in a river. They find the first charm of flash out for Santorin. Over the wall he goes. Here comes the back line. Whippo trying to access it. A flash away from Licorice. He could die. Will he get the dive? Yes, he's gonna. Whippo gets one. The charm on the front line. They can't kill Santorin. And here comes more attacks on Hansama wanting to chase down. A 1-for-1. They took a 5v4, and Team Liquid won that fight.
Yeah, Blaze got behind Team Liquid and got a nice snare onto Santorin, but with the ulti out there, it's actually just Gwen difference. Chopping them up, healing constantly with the Riftmaker, with the Conqueror, and the Baron is gone in seconds.
Mastermind bait by Core JJ. Leads his team into a follow-up 1-for-0, and the Baron claimed indeed.
True.
Whippo slapped the lane. He's done more in team fights.
The sacrificial Amumu.
Sacrificial Amumu, you know?
Baron play. Here's a look at it. And it was, you know, just them running in. Instant reaction from Ole. As soon as he places that ward, he goes, oh, we see the Amumu. There's no chance after that for Core to move. They got the hook in, right into the kick from River. Nice timing from them to get it. Here's where it gets dicey, of course. A lot of Baron damage taken from Golden Guardians, and then sectioning off the rest of the team here. This is a good move from a Blaze, though. He did get the... Never mind.
Looking at another play now. Santorin would like him. Ulti. Maybe for the slow, maybe almost assassination. Gonna go in once again, but they won't find the kill because stopwatch. And Hansama catches in yet again. River gets a kick into a stun, but he's gonna drop. He's gonna die. Bjergsen claims it. Whippo back out in safe as Stixay wants to find someone to kill, but doesn't have it. Here comes the rest. Santorin gets another one with the ulti, and it's just a mop-up now at this point. No way you can do anything. A recall just for some swag. The Bud Light Ace comes through. 14-5. It started out with a 2-for-1 to Golden Guard at the bottom lane, but Team Liquid have been active everywhere. They do not need the Dragon Soul. They will go for the Nexus.
Yeah, clean ace with Baron. They're going to push really hard. I guess they can't get all the way through the Nexus. 10 seconds left on a lot of these death timers. So sending Santorin back. Looks like he'll pick up that Dragon Soul. The rest of Team Liquid finish up the inhibitor and just reset to finish the duty. But you know, this is basically Golden Guardians have been marked for death. They take 5 steps and they're done.
That's gonna be safe recall, safe walk away. And Ocean, not gonna be a problem at all. Golden Guardians had rights to the first one. They chose to counter jungle a blue buff and a Gromp. But House of the Dragon Soul is in. Ocean Drake claimed. And rawr. Team Liquid. Yeah. That's about how it feels like. They just like breathed some fire and everyone just kind of died. It was very unceremonious. But what are you gonna do? You know, it's dragons versus peasants, it feels like in this game.
Oh my God. Just burn them all down. That's the Team Liquid strat here. Objective bounties are up, but it's going to be very difficult for the peasants to claim those objective bounties, as Hansama is just going to run it straight down mid. Let's take another look at the pick. This is where we came to in live. Not sure how they ended up in this scenario in the river, but Golden Guardians try and focus down Santorin. He's got a stopwatch, though. And then you see the Draven ult kills the Blaze for the first kill, and it's just instant resets after that. River's down. There's no hope for this team. They're so far behind in gold. You're just out-item, out-inventory at this point.
Yeah.
Licorice tries to play it to the Forge God there. Can't call it down.
Another knockup, though, hits Ole on a 1,000 health. Almost this happening down the side as well. Gonna try for a little bit more as a Blaze. Olive could follow up. They have some decent damage, and maybe finally something, nothing will go the way of Golden Guardians. Core JJ gives the man a hug, and a Blaze Olive hits the dirt.
There's not gonna be much but dirt left of their base pretty soon either, Freak. Hansama gonna melt this tower. They're inside. I don't even know why Bjergsen went to the top side. They're gonna push in on these Nexus turrets. He's gonna get the other line. I guess they want to collect
no Baron. I think it's wave clear.
All of them. Looks like a split call. The rest of the team's just gonna push in on these Nexus turrets. They'll finish up every single inhibitor. Team Liquid are completionists.
They are. Yeah, you gotta get 100% done. You know, make sure you've checked off every single box. You've seen all the endings when possible as well, and you know, you get the gamer score out of it. So pretty solid here. Team Liquid gonna knock down top inhibitor turret. Inhib itself laid bare. Blaze all up in 3 seconds. But Leo, while there's not much going on right now, a River could be a target. Also makes it hard for Ari to join the fight, but the wall is back down, and again, we know top could be the target. Anchor, oh, that could be a whole lot of damage, but Core JJ doesn't have the ulti, so he seals his own fate. Chasing in for a bit more, Blaze Low gets away from the Draven ulti. Stixay nearly drops, but will not do so. Gets the rend out in time, but it will not find the kill. Time for Ocean Drake regen, and maybe time to just back out for good. 5v4. Might have worked around Baron, but
yeah, finish up the triple inhib. Once you have all 3 of them down, and every lane then gets double super minions coming out of it.
I think maybe a required attempt, but Flash, of course, is still going to be available. Blaze almost a flashback to safety now as well. Hansama now feels safe without the engage tools ready. His own flash is still up. And he's going to be fine. Walks away from that one. Double, triple inhib is down. Team Liquid 12,000 gold in the lead.
That's why, Freak, you go for the completionist strategy. You don't just rush in and try and end in the 5v4 at Nexus turret.
Yeah.
Because if you go too deep and give up the kill, now at least you have all 3 inhibitors down. Again, once all of those are double supers, there's just so much pressure on the map, even without you having to do anything. It is almost trivial to end it, especially with an 11.6 thousand gold lead. So let's get right back to it.
4-1 on Kalista. Unfortunately, not a lot going around him anymore as here comes the end game push. Baron up in 45 with Ocean Soul. Feels like you just play for the siege, end the game itself. Double X turrets, the last things left in the base. Whippo knocks down some patrol wards. On Team Liquid, looks like they are playing it relatively slowly. Maybe they actually play for the Baron to end it.
I would say all you really have to do is avoid getting engaged. It's kind of difficult versus Nautilus Orange, so that's why they're giving them so much space. But if you can just wait outside and push these minions in, the minions will overwhelm Golden Guardians. They just won't have enough damage to kill all minions. And so you just kind of give them space.
Yeah, okay, stopwatch burn. Looking for the kick flashback. Can they still find Hansama? They get the first with the Ornn. They get the rest maybe a little bit. Looking for Hans. They get the shutdown. Will it be enough? Ornn's already dead. A Blaze Olive dropped now as well. And it's a nice attempt, but it's going to be everyone else dropping. Stixay in the wings, but he cannot find this kill, I believe. As the rest of his team has dropped, he is alone. He's running away. The chase through is here. Santor would like to get one more kill onto the board. The flash follow. A flash to safety. Stixay's KDA might just survive, but Core JJ finds him. Whippo's here as well. The Nexus, will it die? It will, as the ace comes through yet again. Team Liquid are set up for a duel with 100 Thieves for second place.
Let's go! The mustaches hold strong. Another win for Team Liquid. Whippo, a happy man. The Gwen counter pick on top side benefited from so much action everywhere else on the map. Everybody was ganking mid, ganking bottom, fighting over and over, and it just means you get left alone in a great matchup.
Yep. And he just made very, very large differences in the team fights. This game, I think, at quick glance, might have looked one-sided, but there were several relatively close fights in the mid game that were nearly one more kill, nearly one back going over. I actually can't tell what they're chanting. It's like not loud enough. I don't know what's going on.
It's okay. All that matters is the energy.
The energy is high. Rah, rah, rah. Oh, nice.
The light.
Oh, we're like throwing stuff at fans. That's actually pretty great. Either way, yeah, it was a very close game. I think Whippo definitely was a big difference maker there. Unfortunately, I think the Ornn maybe got one assist by the end of the game. Finally, the one shot down on Hansama, but had a really, really poor chance at it. And yeah, you called it, right? Give me a good matchup. Let him play on an island. Let him kind of crush that lane by itself. And all your attention goes everywhere else. And yeah, Whippo came out and was clearly more impactful. Golden Guardians could not find their mid-game team fights to work. They would TP him in, and again, by like 30 minutes, Ornn was 0-2 and 0, right? Like they couldn't actually get any fights to happen. So even though they killed Kalista, nothing came through. Unfortunate for Golden Guardians, but they still have one more game to play tomorrow against Dignitas. They are still in a playoff run. Now, after the break, we're talking with Hansama before Contracts joins us on the cast for Cloud9 versus TSM. See you there.
He said he played baseball!
Huge damage, and Mimo able to flash safety. Re-engage by Zola. But is there enough of the Kalista? Not enough. No, they're going to get both kills. Core JJ is going to play around the stun. Going to pull him in. That's going to be an old combo. A lot of damage here, and they're going to find that kill. Yes, Santorin flashes and gets it. Here comes the rest. Santorin gets another one with the ulti, and it's just a mop-up now at this point. No way you can do anything. A recall just for some swag. The Bud Light Ace coming through. 14-5.
This is a league built on speed and precision, where everything needs to perform at a pro level, especially your hardware.
They block the road. They want to complete the final piece of the puzzle. They don't have enough damage for it, but who cares? It's all a formality, baby. The winner of LCS Lock-In.
Even if you're hard stuck plat, like me, forever. Roccat, the official mouse and keyboard of the LCS.
Welcome back to the LCS. We're here for the Verizon post-game interview with TL bot laner Hansama. All right, that was looking pretty good from Team Liquid. There were some close moments in the mid-game fights, though. What was that like from your perspective?
Yeah, there were some close fights because I feel like they had so much CC to like create some zone for them to fight. Honestly, I was very strong after what happened in the early game, and I really wanted to fight. Maybe sometime we went to their zone, but yeah, pretty happy how we did some fight still.
Tell me a bit more about that early game and how it went, because Amumu, for instance, is a pick that everyone talks about in solo queue and beyond. We've seen a few times here, but what's it like having that type of engage for yourself in the lane?
It's just nice to have a Mumu. I know that Core, when he picks that champion, he likes to be very aggressive, and I had driven that game, so we could make a lot of things happen in the bot lane in the early game. Maybe that was too much to flash on the Nautilus level 2, I believe. Oh no, that was level 1 probably, and the K stab with full lethal tempo stack killed both of us. But still, the wave was good somehow, and we took a nice 3-3. And yeah, I really like how we played the Draven Amumu this early game.
I think that's one of the fun things about having so much Draven lately, and then these engaged supports coming back through as well. This was a very important game in terms of the standings because Team Liquid is now in the race with 100 Thieves for that #2 spot. So this is two questions for you. The first one is, how important to you are standings and making sure that you finish in a specific way, whether it's being #1 or 2 or later on down?
Well, during this whole split, I wasn't sure actually what standing we had. I didn't actually watch the standings. All I was focusing on is how we improve as a team. But I got to watch it this week, and I'm not sure. The standings don't really matter to me. I just focus on having the strongest performance coming near to playoff. And I think we've been doing much better as a team. And I'm excited to go to playoff no matter what the standings.
Yeah, that second part kind of looking towards playoffs, because we've heard from different players about how you might change your mindset, whether it comes to draft or how you play the game. You're talking about what you want to work on and focus in preparation of that. Can you tell me a little bit more on where that focus is coming for you to be in that playoff form?
Well, I believe there's going to be one more patch. I'm not sure, but I think they should be before playoffs. So we're going to have to figure out what is the best during that patch. I'm always changing my champions depending on the patch, and making sure that I get a lot of games in, practicing a lot for the playoff, and keeping the same road as a team. I think we've been more connected, doing the same thing together, even though that's not like the best thing to do. We're at least doing the same thing, which is something we struggle. Yeah.
And overall with that, the team looking very collected, on the same page, you performing strongly to get yourself player of the game. I'm going to ask you to call your shot now, going into the match against 100 Thieves. Even if you're not always tracking standings, it's important for that. How do you think you're going to perform? Is it another player of the game for you tomorrow?
Yeah, possibly, if they give me a nice champion.
A nice champion. I'm not going to ask you who would be a nice champion. Maybe that's giving too much away. Hansama, thank you. Yeah, a little.
There's too many champions that you farm, that you just completely farm. There's a lot of champions in meta that you can't actually pressure so hard. And I think we've been seeing a lot of that in the CS.
Everyone's going to be deducing from everything you just shared. What are we going to see from him tomorrow? We're definitely looking forward to it, Hansama. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
Such a wonderful day thus far of LCS, as some of us are still drying off from the dunk tank. Let's see if everyone is dry on the analyst desk yet. Let's go ahead and head on over.
My writer. Thank you so much, the Tigers. Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk. We're joined by Contracts once again. But we're having some fun in the sun here for the final weekend of the summer regular season with Pool Party. Shout out to all of our live fans celebrating with us today, and congrats to the winners of the giveaway during the break. be sure to enjoy those hats and pins. I'm being told there's some more giveaways to come as well. Hey, I took a picture with that guy. I love his shirt.
Nice.
By the way, outside. Welcome back. We're gearing up for TSM versus Cloud9. We're going to start with the TSM side of things and talking about Solo in particular. You had the privilege of playing up against them yesterday. They got the win over you guys, the contracts. But Solo, by all accounts, having come in late in the split for TSM, seems to be doing wonders for them.
Yeah, Solo's always been a really strong player. I mean, time and time again, you see him on these like weak side tank matchups where it's really hard to punish him, and he's also winning lane, right? So I think he's just a very strong player that's heavily underrated just because of his old history, I guess.
Yeah, you've played with him in the past. So, like, how was it, like, being on his team way back? I think those are the Ember days, right?
Oh, he was toxic.
It's so funny because the community's always like, why do we never see this guy? And there's the reputation.
Yeah, I mean, it was also like 6 years ago. The esports was very young at the time.
Totally.
It was also.
I'm willing to bet he'd say the same thing about himself.
I mean, he's very opinionated in game, and you know when things don't go his way, he can get heated. But out of game, he's a super nice guy. Very easy to talk to, chill. So.
Hell yeah. No, I had a blast with him on Bud Light League Lounge just this last week, and he's been popping off for the squad, a team that's been hungry for wins when looking to get into that postseason. But as well, I think we should talk about the junglers, because there's an interesting conversation here, and I'm glad we have you on the desk for our contracts. These are two players who historically top-tier, performers. These guys have been the best at times, and yet it's kind of interesting to think about the jungle pool that we have currently in the LCS and how these guys maybe now could be, not even in the conversation for All-Pro.
I think that's super interesting because, like this says, 2 former MVPs, and now there's Closer, Contracts, you have Blabber, Santorin, Inspired. Like, there's so many people.
Jungle pool.
Who would you lean towards right now, Juan, as like your All-Pro, excluding yourself because you're number one, of course?
I think recently Inspired has been playing really well. I mean, he's my clear number one, I'd say. He's a very smart player. He's very efficient pathing. Always knows when to be kind of playing for his lanes and impacting them at like the right times. Second, I would probably say either between Santorin or Closer. I feel like Closer has probably had the better overall split, but Santorin has been looking a lot better in the past like 1 or 2 weeks when TL's has had their like upswing. So those are probably my top 3.
Very, very cool. Raz, when you think about this matchup in particular, though, Blabber, Spica, and how the game will actually play out, what are your thoughts here?
I mean, I've been liking TSM recently. They just feel like a stronger unit. Chime's been moving more frequently alongside Spica, so that's been a positive. So he's not alone as much, but I still think in terms of consistency, Blabber has the support. And Blabber has been an incredibly talented jungler for a very long time. That's just easy to say. There has been some inconsistency with the split overall. And of course, they just lost their last one. But I've been happy with how CLG has just been performing. I mean, their last game versus Immortals, that was a stomp. They were doing really well. But I would favor Blabber.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, the last 2 games, I think both of them had incredible performances. Spica, both teams played against very aggro enemy team comps and spent a lot of part of the early game knowing how to move around that, find gold, and then later on find the right angles for team fights. And I think that's something that, everyone wants junglers to be like the in-your-face guy 24/7, but that is another part of it when it's like, well, my lanes don't win. Like, how do I still impact the map in a positive way?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me is that I keep really wanting to see what C9 is going to look like when they do come together, because I think they're like so close, right? And obviously, we've had other C9 players on here who have cited Blabber as one of the people that they can play around because they know exactly like, oh, he's going in.
Yeah.
Like, if we follow him, it'll usually end up being good.
They're running out of time to find that last gear, though.
They are. And I think at least the last game, they showed me that when they have a lead, they're playing a formulaic, fundamental game, and they're not taking extra steps, right? They're not doing anything crazy. And while that can make games a little boring, it's a necessary step for C9 so they don't have hectic late games.
Totally. We just saw the break in the huddle, and the teams are now loading up onto their desks. So contracts, I think that's my signal to send you on over to the caster desk to get yourself all mic'd up and ready to go. Thank you for helping us preview the game, though.
Appreciate it, guys.
Boom.
Thank
out
you.
through that door. Somebody else will help you to get there.
Just walk into the darkness.
just walk into the distance. Just to go that direction.
Someone will grab you.
Somebody will figure it out. While contracts ready's up, we're going to talk a little bit more about what this all means. Playoff stakes for TSM. Again, it's a big one. They're currently in the playoff picture. But the question is, can they retain that positioning? And yeah, you got something, Mark?
Well,
right
I was going to say, if they win out, they can actually potentially tie FlyQuest. They'll need FlyQuest to lose today against Immortals, and then they play them for their final game.
Yeah, why don't you get over? I think we got it up on the Telestrators. So Emily,
God.
ready?
All right, I'm ready for this.
I'm
All right,
far
yeah,
too
just
chilling
tell me what to
get
do.
up.
Ooh, I don't know if. it
Instruct
depends
me.
there. Yeah, help.
Okay, so I was saying if FlyQuest win.
So this is yesterday.
We already. Okay, right.
Yeah,
right.
so TSM has a chance to grab FlyQuest spot. They're pretty much locked for playoffs, not 100%, but if TSM win this one and FlyQuest lose against Immortals, then the matchup third on Sunday will be for potentially...
Oh, between the two teams?
Yeah, to get out of the lower bracket for TSM. It's still a dream, I believe.
So this is for 6th, right?
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yes,
huge.
no, I think you're correct. Again, FlyQuest has at least guaranteed themselves a spot in playoffs. They are the 6th.
Yeah, they
They've
qualified.
not locked in the 6th
But they
place
haven't.
yet.
Yeah, they haven't qualified into the top 6.
I was just informed by stats though that TSM is locked for playoffs. Your point
Let's
still
go.
stands. Your
Let's go,
point still
TSM.
stands about trying to get out of the lower bracket, right?
Yes.
And buying yourself as many opportunities as you can in the postseason, as we know how important that is.
Yeah, exactly. I know TSM has been really fighting to get into playoffs, but for a lot of teams, they just want to be put in the upper bracket. Having the second chance, having the experience on stage is ultimately valuable. So I'm excited for that.
Well, and I feel like yesterday we heard from Chime, right? And he was just like, yeah, we're just taking it kind of like one thing at a time, go in, win as many games as possible. But I guess having the pressure off of making playoffs and then being able to still get in the top 6, like that's really good considering where they were coming from.
100%.
Alrighty,
It's a day-to-day for everyone. So we'll see how it ends up going for this team.
Our foldy sheet started the day at 12 pages. We're down to 3 already. Contracts is readied up alongside Freak and Kobe, though, so we're heading now for Cloud9 versus TSM. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Everybody, we have a pool party going on right now. We got beach balls flying every which way. We are joined by the one and only Contract. Wait, hold on. My courts are flying back to like be involved in this.
Get him out of here! No more up here! Stop it! No more! We should always have pool party day. What the hell?
I'm going to go for one of the players. Let's see. All right, who we... All right, Fudge just wants... Hold on, let's see if I can get Greek Fudge. Hold on, I don't want to kick Contract. That'd be bad.
We actually got them all. All right, anyways, we've got a game.
We've got a game going on. All right, we tried our best.
Cloud9 versus TSM, baby. All right, Juan, so you played against both of these junglers.
Yep.
Do you tell your team, is there any champion versus either of them that you actually just want to ban so you don't want to play against, like, Speak of Viego or something, or no?
I think Blabbers like Olaf and Udyr is really annoying to play against when he has a Yuumi. So just if he gets a good jungle matchup in that regard, then it could be tough.
All right. Well, they ban out the Yuumi.
Thank God.
They're scared of
safe.
the Yuumi jumping on Blabber, yeah. Meanwhile, solo lane focus actually here from Cloud9 with the Azir, super popular blind right now. Orange, super popular blind as well.
TSM, our 7th team to lock playoffs. Cloud9 sitting in 5th. They are half a game behind Cloud9. A full game above FlyQuest. So fate can still be in their hands. And considering they are a full 3 games of TSM, they will not drop as far as 8th. But we get a nice Renekton hover. We get the nice Ivern hover. I love that. Shout out to the, season opener. Fudge's mid lane debut on Ivern. And it went really well. That champion's busted. But with Wukong gone, Poppy is the queen of the jungle. I have a question for you, Contracts, because not every team comp is full of dashes. Like, how comfortable are you blinding Poppy when they can just play things like Aphelios who, you almost never care about the W, things like that? Like, does that even matter, really?
Yeah, I mean, I think Poppy right now is just a very high pro pick. I think, especially since Wukong is banned, the answer that TSM has is not very good. She's just very creative in her pathing, and even, if they don't have dashes, I think her gank threat is too high.
Yeah, I mean, like, Trundle is the most common into Poppy, and to me, I would always rather have Poppy anyway, even if Trundle's gonna, Red Smite was nerfed, the bites actually aren't even that scary.
Yeah, I think also in this draft that they realized that Spica is not too comfortable on Trundle in the past, so I think that's something that they're trying to abuse.
I'm going to safe line for Sivir, though, honestly. Talia, of course, highly prized mid laner. Sure, Draven Alistair is going to be able to engage. I always love Alistair into Sivir because you can't spell shield anything. You either don't spell shield and you headbutt pulverizes, or you spell shield headbutt and he pulverizes you, and you have no gameplay around it. So Braum is like your best safety, where you take the CC, then he jumps in and blocks Draven damage, and you can like just kind of fight back on Alistair a bit. So acceptable lane matchup there. If you get chunked enough, you can still kill the Sivir, but usually there's enough safety there out of Braum. So very much playing on instinct here in the draft.
All right, second round of bans here as we move forward. Bottom lane's picked up. It's definitely opening up still some bans here at Spica. I mean, if you see this, do you think Spica is going to run the Talia jungle? Is it going to be hard flex pick? Does Maple usually use it mid? Or can you just throw some more jungle bans at Spica right now?
I think you just keep throwing more jungle bans at Spica. I think the Talia combos will not be too great, especially since, what is it called? I mean, there's just not a lot of AD mid champs to pair up with Talia in this meta. And also with the LeBlanc Azir bans, they set up Talia well.
So something I've seen in Champions Queue is Renekton starting to come back in solo lanes, though. Do you think that's actually a good pick, or is that super bait, even with Talia? Because like Renekton, AD, and has W stun.
Yeah, it's definitely an option, especially with all these mid bans. It could potentially come out.
All right, counterpoint. Renekton top, Diana jungle. Are we bringing out Diana, Kobe?
We already have a Talia, so honestly, if I play Diana, I want to be solo AP. I don't know how you feel, Contracts.
Yeah, solo AP is definitely the play with Diana. You
Feels good.
You like one-shotting.
Okay.
Ooh! That's Mateus, the Cloud9 social team, and making a self-fulfilling sign there.
Oh, TSM chance greater than Cloud9 chance, though.
Solo's saying. Solo can't even comprehend what's going on right now. They're chanting for us.
What are they banning? And it's going to be Xin Zhao off the table. So, Sejuani, Xin Zhao gone. Top lane safe pick. Jungle, early game pressure could have been there. Honestly, Xin Zhao Braum feels like a pretty scary thing to have to deal with in the early game.
Also, this is just what Juan was talking about. They feel so disrespectful towards Spica's Trundle that they don't even want to ban that. They would rather ban the Zen.
Let him play Olaf.
He goes Olaf instead.
This man ignores dashes anyway in the first place. He's just ready to like ignore everything that any of Cloud9 throws at him. Everyone has to walk away. And he's like, I walk faster than you.
Yeah, I do like Olaf isolated versus Poppy, but as he referred to earlier, it's really nice to have an enchanter on your team. And since they already have support filled in here with Braum, I mean, honestly, it's a crazy level 1, but you don't have like heals and shields and stuff and speed for later.
I mean, the bonus about Olaf on 4 here is it's also a flex pick. It can also be flex top. I mean, you've seen Whippo pull it out numerous amount of times. And
Gwen.
It's very good versus the core 4 here.
Oh, we get an Anivia out of Nivea!
Someone was just asking me yesterday about Anivia. Anivia gets back into it. This champion pushes really well. Great wave control. Can stall out games.
But is he as good as Froggen on Anivia, though?
Hey!
Oh, this crocodile.
Come on! I want it, please! The Talia Renekton combo, yes! I got it! It actually happened, baby! Champions Queue pays off, okay? That's all research from Champions Queue. The Renekton Talia.
Within separate lanes where they're not going to interact for the first 15 minutes of the game.
Robot, you can get up there way earlier than 15 minutes.
You're right.
Don't give me that bullshit, Bree. All right, we're going to get the roamers, though, and it is the Olaf into the Poppy as well for the jungle matchup. Okay, big thing, though, Braum and Olaf on the same team. That level 1 is very scary. Plan me a level 1.
Plan you a level 1.
All right, Contracts, plan us a level 1. Which side do we want to go to
Okay,
to be able to...
I think Olaf, Braum ideally want to invade bot side.
Okay.
But I think actually C9 has a good level 1 to counter against it. I think Alistair Q Flash Ignite, it has a lot of threat on Olaf. So if they're able to one-shot him, it's still playable. So I think honestly Olaf will probably just full clear, but I mean, we'll have to see.
Okay. Maybe get a little early vision. Let's get into it. Cloud9 versus TSM. The social media team is here in the studio talking some smack. So let's get to it.
Well, that's what they can back it up on the Rift, because the only man I know who does as well on Twitter as he does in-game is Jojiopyeon. And I want to see if they can step up to this one, because I know Fudge, definitely an explosive player. I mean, Blabber is exciting on his Olaf here as well. And we'll see if it's going to be enough here against TSM, though, who have been pretty exciting themselves. I want to see what the game ends up looking like. We are on the Rift here for our 3rd game. Kobe and Contracts joining me on the cast. Cloud9 Well, Fudge, Blabber, Jensen, and weirdly, it's Olaf against Blabber in this game. Now, as we have some TSM chants, we do have Blabber sharing some perspective on Cloud9's challenges this summer. Let's take a look.
I think this split is definitely tougher because we weren't able to really practice for that long. Like, even though it's week 7, right, and everyone's been together for so long, we've actually only been together for 5 weeks, if you actually think about it, or 6, I guess, because we took a week off, because we didn't get our full roster until week 2. Now it's week 7. We took a week off, 6 weeks, right? That's probably like the amount of time that the teams practiced together before they even got together. So I still think we're gonna improve for sure going to playoffs, and yeah, I'm hopeful.
Minions have spawned.
No. Hopeful Cloud9 sitting at 9 wins. They can tie CLG at 4th with 1 game to play with a win here.
All right, so during that SOT, we did get one of those deeper wards. The Braum moving up, they did get a ward into the back of red buff. Meanwhile, Fudge looking like he wants to go get some vision as well. Both red buffs being scouted. But it's actually a double blue start here.
Super important to get information of where jungler start. Yeah, like I said, I think Olaf is just going to be off for full clear. I mean, the advantage of this is basically your 2nd and 3rd clears will be much faster than Poppy, and you'll have a probably 2 or 3 camp advantage.
Interesting. Actually, Spica starts Q on Olaf. I know starting E, especially if you don't get a leech, is actually a bit faster.
It's much better. I thought right as he threw the Q from base, I thought they were going to late invade because, starting Q, I thought maybe they're looking to fight, but yeah, maybe he just didn't practice it. Not sure.
If you're full clearing, E start, you get lower, you go faster. Bottom lane though. Okay, so since he's full clearing up towards top side,
Flash pulverize, want really damage here into this one. It's going to be Chimes taking the damage, but they trade back though. Sven getting injured, but since they're focusing the support, he can always hit Instinct. He can't go for more.
This trade basically opens up a bot dive pretty soon here on 3rd wave. They will just slow push, and Olaf will be topside. They'll see him on red buff in like 20 seconds, and Poppy will have a clear path to... Oh, actually, okay, they're bot lane base, so I think they'll probably just lose wave in base.
And Berserker hard pushing here with Sven as well through the cannon wave. There's Spica. The ward will see him. They know it's the full clear. Fudge at his tower, though. Probably not in danger of the tower dive. Here comes the Poppy. They want to push him all the way off the wave.
See what they can deny. I mean, you'd love to deny cannon right here. It's taking turret shots. You won't get gold at the very least, but XP is going to get all of it. 1 turret plate claimed, and Berserker will go ahead and try to find a safe recall. Actually able to get quite a bit off of getting... We'll see if he gets the whole 19 CS, but 3 waves in a plate is really good income.
Yeah, I want to point out that we had Olaf coming back about halfway here until their bottom lane got safely to the tower. So Spica, instead of going over to Krug, kind of hovered for the possible dive.
Yep, and now Poppy is also doing the same thing, but reverse as well.
Now they know Fudge could be the target. Obviously, Renekton, incredibly good laning phase. Looking for the dive right now. Fudge needs reinforcements. Will it be there in time? He's got Ignite, no Ghost, no Flash kites away, but the stun's gonna land, they guarantee. Spica pulls the aggro, drops out. First blood for TSM.
Yeah, Poppy tried to do the same thing, but he's just a little behind.
But yeah, Spica had a very good pathing. He adapted well. He realized bot was getting dove, and he also realized his top lane's wave state. So yeah, good play by Spica.
Yeah, awareness. Are you one of the junglers? Do you use spamming F keys to look at the different lanes to keep track of all the lane states?
I think having the tools to look at your lanes pretty consistently is very important.
Yeah, Spica keeping track of both states and solo communicating. So the Renekton, the solo Renekton top for TSM, getting the first blood cash in. Honestly, too, when you have a lane like that, a top lane, volatile matchup, both melee, no flash on the Gwen, that speaks volumes to me as far as pressure points. I'm popping the Scuttle Crab passive here, though.
Yep.
Actually, so nice for Olaf, huh? That's one of the frustrating things about the champion. You can't proc it yourself unless you have your smite up.
Yeah, definitely takes a little bit longer to do crab.
All right, so contracts. If you are Spica, where is your next move? Are you just gonna slowly re-clear towards topside, or anything interesting?
I mean, it looks like their bot wave is a little bit stuck. Maybe. Okay, no. Yeah, he probably just hit a bot to top. He can even look to play for Blabber's respawns on top side if he has good condition for it. But ideally, you just want to get level 6 on Olaf and have like a good Dragon or Herald scenario.
The wave is slow pushing toward TSM at this point. You kind of know that the pathing is bot the top for the Olaf. I don't know what it really takes to reset that to start going the other direction, but He's doing the same kind of route he was in the very beginning. Delayed a little bit, sure, but it means they probably give away control over Dragon if CLG wants to, or sorry, C9 wants to go for. If they can lock down a turret, right? You have a triple longsword lead in that lane. I feel like you always have control down there, and the jungle's gonna be topside. So
yeah, I really like this movement from Spica. So he realizes his bot wave is also stacking again, so he's coming mid to try to block a potential Poppy and Nivea move towards the bot lane.
First slow is there, good sidestep by Jensen, gets away from it, even trades back on a Mayful. Will they get the egg? It's pretty close, he can pop it. Oh, he sidesteps it. The wall is there, huge damage, and oh, it's a flash out, but Mayful will still drop. Blabber Baby's in there for one.
Jensen actually has ice in his veins. He does not flash. He dodges forward on the W. He's not even scared one bit seeing both TSM members come for him. Jensen confidence on the Anivia has just enough mana, walls them off into the ult, counter kill with Poppy. Beautiful stuff there from Cloud9.
That was really perfect. That was really, really nice out of Jensen. He played, I think, every single segment of that one as perfectly as possible. Kept getting damage in while running away from a 1v2, and it got him his jungle the kill. Really, really impressive stuff.
He was looking like Prime Frog in there for a second.
Yeah, right?
The Danish Anivias playing over here in the LCS. And Anivia scales so nicely, too, especially as a big team fighter. You've got Poppy, you can create walls for him, have a lot of structure to these team fights. We'll see how it goes from here, because Jensen there, unfortunately, doesn't get the last hit to get the extra money, but always nice for Poppy to kind of catch up to the Olaf, who's been out farming him.
Feels like he's going to be safe enough that there's no tower dive anymore. And indeed, he's able to walk up and knock down some of this. Doesn't want to get locked into the turret with the wave getting cleared out, so no turret damage goes towards Solo. 14 minions up and the plate up there as well, or nearly anyway.
So the Draven lane, though, from let's take Blabber's side here, Contracts. Now you're the other jungler. You've got the Draven lane bottom that has been punishing in CS. Huge prio. You go for the blue invade off of them. What are the next steps? Can you further this lane at all? Berserker, he's got his CS lead, but love to get a cash in or something there.
Yeah, I mean, Draven is just so much stronger compared to Sivir right now, so any kind of 2v2 or 3v3 they take around bottom will always be winning. All they have to do is really kite around Olaf ult, and once that expires, then you know, the fight will just be won. So I think they just, you know, they keep their bot vision, make sure Berserker can always be punishing, and I think they'll be in a good spot for Herald or Dragon.
Yeah, Herald is spawning in 10 seconds. We'll see if it's going to be a 1-for-1. If, you know, one of the teams can choose TSM, since, like I said, the one seeding bot control will be able to find the trade. Headbutt away. Sven's out. But Chime's going to get himself a ward kill, which is the real victory for supports, I feel like. So 30 gold in the pocket. Vision denied. Will he get a second? There's a bit too much of a mid laner there.
Yeah, blue buff Anivia, that's a big chunk of health at least. He's going to pay for that ward.
But still has pressure up here, and again, the Herald is alive. Blabber out to be met with Spica down here. Smites it, runs away. And he's got Jensen coming on her as well. Now, he got the recent blue buff, so still wearing it right now is Anivia. With a wall, could make Spica's life difficult. Keep in mind, no flash in the Olaf. This could be some decent damage. He's going to stick for it. There is the wall, though. Pops the ult, but he's got no reinforcements. He finally gets Braum with the wall, but there's the knockup. The ultimate's timed out, and Fudge claims one. Spica overplays it. Chime chased down. Fudge nearly kills Ignite. Oh, Berserker! From downtown! Finds that one, the ulti. And now it's TSM running away. They chose to fight a flash. Those Olaf got Anivia walled. I forgot what W was, I don't know, but just 2 kills like nothing.
Yeah, Spica had a little bit too much confidence there. He didn't realize he could get stuck with Anivia wall, I guess. So it was really well played by Jensen, but yeah, just like fast plays like that where you can burn Olaf ult or like have a potential one-shot, always like is where Olaf struggles. He wants to be fighting with numbers.
Yeah, the benefits of playing Anivia, one of these champions that doesn't get a lot of play. Maple, though, under attack.
They find the stun. They set up Fudge. Well done by Sven. On the top lane, Rome. 3 unanswered kills for Cloud9. Sven, he has the ulti, though. He's going to live a long time here, but will there be enough going on? Headbutt and pulverize, but now he is out of mana. Running away, but the double stun comes through. Yeah, and Fudge takes a chop out of him as well. It's going to feel comfy.
I mean, when you're winning the early game with Poppy and Nivea mid-jungle 2v2, I think you're in a very good spot, guys.
Yeah, what was that? At the jungle ramp, the Poppy or the wall there from Anivia, just perfect. Cutting off Spica. They kite out his ultimate, like you say, the new Olaf. It only lasts 2.5 seconds if you don't get any autos off, so let's take another look at it. This is a perfect wall from Jensen. Cuts off the rest of the team. Olaf is here. They get the ult started now, then Blabber runs away so he can't get any more auto attacks. As soon as it falls off too, instant Poppy ultimate into the air. Fudge gets the kill. The money onto the Gwen is the perfect place. Solo even tries to flash onto Blabber to get a counter. Berserker happy to cash in from downtown. Didn't even have to participate in it, but very big stuff for the Cloud9 solo lanes to get so much money early on, especially at Gwen. Getting fed early is going to be so scary for TSM.
Pretty immaculate by Sven. Q flash into a way to make sure he's in range for the aftershock hit. So that was actually really, really nice. The trample stun comes in and locks down one for Fudge. So yep, a 2-kill Gwen and a 2,000 gold lead. Herald already owned, and well, we're going to be looking at the first dragon before too long, I have to imagine, here as well.
Yeah, got to be a Cloud9 setup for sure with the amount of advantage they just got on the top side of the map.
Yeah, looking like it's going to be no contest as well, so Berserker happy to get a cash in already on his Serrated Dirk plus Essence Reaver. He's going to be very happy over there as the Drake goes down, and we go to Infernal second.
So much scaling here with the solo laners from Cloud9 too.
Yeah, it'll be really tough for Renekton and Olaf to deal with Gwen eventually in side lane. Gwen should just be able to run over this game, in my opinion. But TSM just has to play to match Poppy's Herald play now, so they're just on the back foot for the next however long it lasts, halfway through.
Yeah. All right. How best can they prepare themselves to keep track of that then and be in the position to try and defend? Right now trying to work with Spica to get some vision.
Yeah, basically just getting as much shallow vision as you can. I mean, they're doing a good job, and I think they're actually getting pretty deep aggressive vision, so they have good eyes on Poppy and be able to predict where she's going to path.
Information gained right now. A couple of slows could work pretty well here. They don't chase in for any more. I think Anivia and Fog and Sven taking his recall as well means they didn't know what they could chase down. And Gromp will be taken, no problem here. Third plate, I believe every single one has been solo for Berserker. He's gotten the 480 gold himself, takes another auto there and says, look, I'll lifesteal back up. I'm not worried about it. I'll let in take when I want to.
Yeah, the problem with needing the support for TSM topside to get vision is that in a 1v1, Draven with Essence Reaver and Lethality already into a Sivir with no completed items is not a fun time for the Sivir.
Yeah, Berserker is definitely having a fun time in the 1v1, just getting plates by himself. It'll be rough to handle, for sure.
Definitely still for solo up here. I think their gold is remotely close, right? 1 kill versus 20 CS. Probably actually favors solo slightly. Yeah, he's a 150 gold, 200 gold up. So, and then says, never mind, I'll lose the trade. To be fair, Sven was hitting a ward, and he's like, I can't take any trades here. Never mind. We're gonna play under the tower for a bit here. As Sven, is he gonna find a double kill on wards? He's already got one. Wow, double kill for Sven in the top river.
Mad cow on a rampage. Who can stop him? Support roams answered again. Chime kind of just following him around as Ben's clearing all this vision. But again, it leaves the Sivir alone with the Draven. Berserker going to push up again. And what's the plan for Poppy here, for Blabber?
She's just going to throw a Rift Herald down bottom. Draven will get big and strong, and they'll probably just move towards mid afterwards. Oh, or jungle in mid.
Okay, coming around now as well. Instinct going to try to leash it a bit for Spica. The channel on the ulti, and both. All right, that's going to reset the blue up entirely. Spell shield doesn't get much. Blabber wants to flash forward, doesn't find his target just yet. As his real flash comes up. And of course, Herald, in fact, donated the solo tower gold, 1 plate shared with his jungler. As Gromp is his, and they go in for a bit more there. Blabber leading the team into a 3,500 gold lead. Another blue buff steal. And a safe walk away. Looks like blue is handed off to the AD carry there, so Berserker gets even more mana.
It's actually so nice for Draven, because especially when you're playing aggressive, just spamming over and over.
Yeah.
Basically every spell.
That's why Reaver feels so good, because you actually just reset your Q cooldown, you just infinitely use it. You can really yourself, so Fudge wants in again. Jensen's around, but though we did rush boots too, cannot get in range for this fight, so T-Sim's gonna walk back to safety.
I've seen this before. A Draven at the top of the gold ladder.
By a lot.
First with CLG, Cloud9 now. Going mid.
Good flash by Maple. Good setup though by Blabber. Obviously a trade of summoners, but hey, you got Hex Flash, so comfy enough. Minute and a half until Dragon comes up and Cloud9 are in just absolute control.
Yeah, they're just gonna shift all their pressure and vision to topside now and just make it so TSM can never really contest anything in topside, and eventually they'll get this turret.
Ooh. Nice try. Yeah, doesn't even land the axe. Come on, bro.
What's your evaluation of the role swap so far for Sven contracts?
I think he's been doing a pretty good job. Definitely better than expected. I think he still needs to know how to, like, his engaging. Like, melee champs are very new for AD carries, right? So it's going to take some time to really know your limits on them. But I think his range champs are, like, in a pretty good spot right now, especially his Renata. His Renata is very good.
no action going on right now. We got about a minute. Dragon comes up. I'm curious about in the jungle because obviously pretty much everything has been in the jungle at one point in time. Like there was the Ezreal meta and whatnot. Have you identified like there's junglers who just are clearly better at some styles than others? Like, oh, this guy's better at the range, like the mage stuff, or is that not really how it works?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, different junglers are better at different champs. Like Santorin is more known for his tank champs, but even back in the day, he was known for a lot of aggressive champs. So kind of shifted over the years. I mean, myself, you know, I'm not really one to play tanks or known to play tanks, but I was more known for a lot of my carries when I first started my career, like my Ezreal, my Graves, Italy.
I remember your Mundo 1v9 in like Challenger way back when.
Yeah.
Like that was my introduction to watching you play. It was like, oh, he's just like actually hard carrying his team. I think Conquer might have on your team.
I think it was solo. I believe.
Actually probably was.
It was Team Ember back in 2016.
Yeah.
Throwbacks.
Yeah.
Team Ember. Oh my God, the memories. Dragon's about to start though.
Oh, okay.
Nice dodge.
Yeah, we're fine. And here comes the rest of it as there's a bit of vision. Solo's gonna be here with the fight, and TSM might want to fight this one. 3,000 gold down. Did not want to give second Drake away. Here comes the wall. That might give him enough time to make it happen. Smite fight. Is it gonna be there? It's gonna be claimed by Anivia of all things. Fight starts and Poppy's down. 5v4. Solo back over the wall, but you've got a free hitting backline. Be careful. Fudge buys a bit of space. Drake for one feels okay for Cloud9 considering they're now halfway to Dragon Soul.
Yeah, the sacrifice there. And they're also going to be able to return to mid and get the tower too. So it is one death, but they at least got the objectives for themselves and they can continue to push this game pretty easily forward, honestly. How has your jungle like priority list changed with the new change? Never mind, let's do like this replay first. So Poppy ultimate, I would just keep channeling until it times out there. He kind of throws it out and it lets TSM come back in.
I think he threw it out a little bit too early. I would have held on to it a bit more until they had to commit a little bit further.
But anyways, they still get it with the smite with the Anivia ultimate going down there. Sven goes in, gets a big knock-up, and it's just a disengage. How have your priorities as a jungler changed on the new Rift Herald and new Dragons with the buffs getting changed? Dragons help more healthy, Rift Herald 200 more gold.
Yeah, you definitely have to put more kind of idea, or you have to have a better idea behind when you want to do Dragon, just because it can stall your tempo so long. And you know, you could potentially have maybe a worse Rift Herald fight, or maybe he can invade your top camps. But Rift Herald, I feel like, is probably one of the most important objectives in the game. It gives you a lot of gold, and if you want to snowball and, you know, get ahead, I think it's the best objective to play for.
Yeah, same. All right, Blabber working with Ben to get some vision.
He gets chunked down about 1,000, but you know, they're pretty much okay in the 1v2 as he heads back out. TSM need more than just a single kill though, because even though they got one, they're just traded for mid-outer, so gold-wise, it actually went Cloud9 positive. Obviously the stats from Drake as well. 8.5 minutes away for an Ocean Soul if they keep that control going. Aggressive ward spotted out. Spica wants to fight for it. Oh, he's gonna find the tackle. The wall's in the way as well, but Spica wants to go for more, but his health bar far too low, just barely survives it. Shield comes out from Braum.
Gets pretty difficult to start to play Olaf later into the game. Again, like we kind of talked about, if you don't have enchanters and stuff on your team too, and playing into the Anivia. What's your difficulty rating for playing this position for Spica versus playing this position for Blabber?
Right now, it's very hard for Spica.
Yeah.
Like, ideally, in Olaf, you want to be, you know, ahead of the game. You want to have like the most gold, and you know, really be like having fast pace for plays.
Blabber trying to corner Solo here.
Yeah. Okay, gets the flash, needs the stun, Gore Drinker Q, double dash mechanically. Every single button perfect, but on the other side of the map, it is Berserker getting his kill in a Maple and a headbutt toward the wall. Pulverize in a second, you gotta believe. Sven sets it up, dash into the wall, and there's the double kill in for Berserker. Beautiful from the Cloud9 duo lane.
Meanwhile, bottom gonna go for another dive. Blabber's here to counter, though. They see him and they call it off.
No
flash. Yeah, they don't want that play either, but Spica has nowhere to go. Has to go in for the fight when he can. As the Gordier comes through, but now Anivia's in range and he gets the kill. Jensen, 371 off of the shot.
Cloud9 all over the map now after the attempted re-dive there. Berserker, I feel like, has also just gotten the easiest kills for Draven this game. Ult pickup, another one nicely set up there by Sven. Just 3 items now, Draven. This is actually really hard for TSM to deal with. Any dips contracts to keep the comms clear, keep the spirits high.
Just we're going bounty hunting, you know. We're trading for our lives, and don't fight them because I think they're just way too behind.
All right, try and get a sneak attack onto Berserker, maybe biggest bounty on his head.
But then again, it's very hard to get on Berserker as well because TSM, they have no reliable engage to get on him, so I think if they're playing well with their Anivia and Draven together, it's very tricky.
Well, Draven mid lane right now. He does have Sven around the bodyguard to protect him, though Berserker has no flash or cleanse.
Mid lane under control by Cloud9 as they shove that one in. We know Dragon's up in about 45 seconds. Another top lane fight. Good Q out of Fudge. There's enough from Solo though. Pops the ulti, trading that one 1-for-1 as here comes the teleport down. They are going bounty hunting on the bottom side. Ulti will be blocked up. Carefully, Mike gets the heal up just barely at the shutdown. Maple teleports in to watch it happen, but he'll be able to knock down the turret. Now on the bottom side, Instinct wants to fight for the Raptors. Takes a ward, get those shots across. Turret bounty claim. 2 bounties now on the board there for TSM. Bring the gold lead down ever so slightly. Drake up in 20 seconds though, and a lot was spent for that kill.
Solo is having a great weekend.
Yeah.
He even beat me yesterday.
Solo looking pretty good. TSM, though, going to have a hard time clawing their way all the way back into this one. There's 12 seconds left on Fudge's death timer, and he does have Unleashed Teleport.
Well, bottom scuttle gets belonging to TSM. Bit of vision there. And the Drake is up, so what's the play going to be? As you mentioned, Fudge has teleport and is on the way as fast as possible. Silver single threat damage, not great. You don't want to really burn W for attack speed because you need it for the team fight. Wall comes down, but they don't burn it that quickly. Wall's going to drop, and there's going to be a real team fight. 4,000 health, and here comes the march forward. Sven does not find his engage. Q is burned, and is going to reset. He's going to find the stun. Will they catch the 80 carry? A lot on Instinct. Is a flash ball. He can't do so. Fudge kills him. The man never flashed. The man just died with 0 damage dealt. Then the backline dive is coming for a bit more. 3 kills already, as it's the Drake to be one of them. And now, flash over. Yep, Anivia's here. Maple, you are dying for that one. A stopwatch buys exactly 3 seconds. He will still die.
It's a full, clean ace. No one from Cloud9 even dies. So you see Sven with Phase Rush Alistar kiting the Olaf as well. I felt so bad for Spica. Nothing TSM could do on that fight or on the map. This one is just Cloud9 all the way. Here's another look at it. A little bit early on the Taliyah ultimate, but take us through it, Contract.
Yeah, so basically I think they definitely went too early on the Taliyah ult, but once Poppy ults Renekton out, I mean, the fight is just really a hard one. It's just going to be a 4v5 where, you know, Sven has a really nice flash engage and, you know, they follow up well.
He got the combo onto Sivir. He kites out the Olaf. Great support stuff this time around from Sven. They get the Dragon as well as all of the kills. And the Baron, I'm quite sure, has been picked up during that replay.
I think it's actually really impressive that Sven went for the mid headbutt flash pull, because I think if you're paying attention, I think Instinct 9 times out of 10 will flash the pulverize, right? Like, you'll see him coming. There's enough time on land that you can just like hit F and get a range, but it was like cut by 1/8 of a second because he flashes at max range and cuts the time that Instinct has to react. So I think most times Instinct flashes that engage, except that Sven flash Q'd, which is, I mean, a really good combo. It lands in his right target, and without that, I think Sivir is safe, and she free fires the whole team fight.
Yeah, really, really nicely done by him. The mind games, cutting down on some reaction time as well.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah, he didn't need the flash afterwards either because his phase rush was enough to kite out, so he survived too. And Cloud9, they're going to come straight for these inhibitor towers. Baron buff on, and easy split push there with the Gwen too if they want it. See if they do some like 4-1 action here. Fudge mid.
Looks like they want to fight pretty fast on the wave here. Yep.
Oh, when the stun though, Berserker wise to it, but they still have Taliyah right in range, still sidestepping every single skill shot, stuck against the wall, trying with Olaf, and finally a kill comes through, but it's traded back. Now Sven wants a bit more. Instinct forces a flash to safety. They call back on a 1, but he's still dunked back in the range of the team. And there's nothing Instinct can do. Gotta find the stun. There is Jensen, the rampage, that he lands the rest of the damage. That's a 2-for-1 in favor of Cloud9.
They tried their best.
They did.
They did what they had to do.
I love that. The pause and you tried your best. They got Berserker. They did get that bounty. Fudge, though, finishes up the tower, and now he wants some Crocodile.
Okay, Solo, I still think you're a good player, but unfortunately, TSM having a hard time of this one. 10 kill lead, 11,000 gold. As the turrets have followed suit more often than not, as they exit the base with the middle inhibitor down. And an easy reset. They know with the Rebel Baron power play, they're up 3,000 gold. Huge lead right now, and guess what? In 2 minutes. Yeah, that's a good stun. That's everyone else here. Goodbye to that poor support player. Chime 0-4-3 was here to defend the Sivir. happened more or less, but the rest of this map fell away fast.
Okay, but they got most of the bounties. They killed an early one from Fudge. He's got a new one, and there's only one big one on Anivia left. If they can at least get that bounty, then, you know, you get to at least, you know, check mark on your quest for the game.
Yeah. You know, no one gets the
Can we get at least an egg on the Anivia?
Can we get an egg? They almost did. You know, they were actually like 1 axe away from getting it, but we are looking at this play now. On to the bottom side, Inhibitor will drop. Will they take the fight? Looks like they'll find the stun on his Ven, but honestly not an easy target. Poppy also a tank, not gonna be the play here. Pretty good Boomerang Blade damage, actually. This could be a free hit for Sivir. Looking for Blabber there, they'll find him. He's stunned, he will drop a 1-for-1. Still no Anivia, but at least 300 gold on the board for Instinct. Next one, Giant. Oh, that sidestep. He needed that sidestep, but now they're gonna have Tali come in as well. Berserker's no 1 versus 4.
I think he won before.
He's gonna try, he's slowed, he's exhausted. I think with Braum here, it's gonna be tough. Flash for the auto. I mean, he should die. The question is what happens around him because the reinforcements are coming on the way. Speaking of the kill to Berserker, but you've got a lot coming out of Fudge's Gwen. The stun came through for Braum, buying out of time, but Jensen is godlike. They do not have the egg. He will be killing them instead, making an omelet out of TSM as Fudge stays alive. A double kill now for the Anivia and Maple. Slowed, next stun's coming soon. A good flash away. What I was talking about before with the Alistair, but he does not have the damage to kill Sven. And a quadra kill comes through for Jensen on Cloud9. Another Bud Light ace for Cloud9.
10-0. He says, give the Penta in all chat. I'm looking at the all chat right now. Oh my God. Solo says, how much you, how much?
100 I give.
100.
He's walking over the mid lane. You never know.
Do it. So, just
wow,
kidding.
that's a recall.
Honestly, though, how many blue buffs has Jensen had this game? I swear he's always been wearing it. They counter-jungled several TSM blue buffs. He got a lot off of kills, too. It's a 25 stack, 10 kill, perma blue buff Anivia.
It's looking nice. You know, said, all right, take your early Talia pick. Cool, you took the highest prio mid laner and looked great against it the entire time here. Survived. I mean, danced beautifully around the one good gank mid.
What
I mean, that was impeccable.
Teleport for the memes, baby.
It's move speed. It gives move speed, okay? It's not from base, you get move speed out of it.
Move speed is a meme, for sure.
That's a Billy Boss teleport. Back in the day.
It is.
That is a throwback. I've seen one from Deft as well at Worlds. He like went over the wall in mid lane. He was playing Jace bot and forgot he had TP and not heal. It was not the best. This one felt more on purpose. This time around, though, no spellbooks. You're not turning around another summoner by any means, but you're going to have mid lane under fire right now. Here's the first flash engage. Bunch of stuns over the wall, goes solo, and already Draven's cashing in. Next one coming across, though. Sven staying alive under the tower. Just barely survives the ulti hold. Anivia finds his 11th kill, I believe, for Jensen now. Still going to be the target. Knocked into place. Poppy stopping him up, and Berserker gets yet another 23-6. Onto the fountain they go. Nowhere to walk. A double kill. Berserker is nearly dead, but Instinct can't reach a boomerang. Auto! One of the void for Instinct. Traded back again. It is 5 kills for nothing. 25-7. And Cloud9 just slaughters TSM. Nexus will fall, and they find their 10th win of the Summer Split.
Cloud9 bringing back the spicy picks. Anivia here for Jensen. Great to see it.
That was incredible. That man played so well.
Yeah, they had a very solid game plan. You know, to snowball their bot lane, and you know, they took advantage of it.
Most impressive outplay to me was the Jensen outplay on the gank. Kiting them backwards, just walks forward on the W, saves Splash the whole time. His walls on Spica made this Olaf pretty useless. Investigate the turtle. There's nothing inside. Sven, get in there. Berserker, get in there.
A little pool. You fill up with water.
Oh.
Yay! This actually helps the height difference a little bit as Fudge and Sven on the wings. You know,
nice.
Give like everyone else on Cloud9 like an apple box or something.
Can I have an apple box for this too?
Yeah, actually, here, let me. Oh, wait.
We got it. Oh, just do not remove it.
Yeah, hang on, because also do not remove on them. Wait, I got one for you. Here we go.
I have to feel tall for once.
Yeah, of course. There you go. All right.
Perfect.
Nice. Oh, yeah, perfect. Yeah, well,
yeah, you guys can also squat down as well.
Yeah. I think we're good like this.
All right, contracts, takeaways on this game. Anything you can utilize, take back to the squad.
Don't give Berserker Draven, I think, guys. He's a little bit strong. Whoa, I'm so tall.
You're so tall. Just the way it is.
Giant on the rift.
Yep. Giant in the casting desk as well.
I got bad knees. I can't be staying down there.
Oh, I'm just like squatting. We're just gonna hold it for as long as we can. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, I'll get back down.
Yeah. Thigh workout.
Favorite jungler to play on this patch? Follow up. When are we gonna see the
Graves?
When are we gonna see Nidalee? I see it in
Nidalee?
LCK all the time.
Renekton is becoming meta soon.
It looked good.
might
They
come up.
slapped top lane for a while,
True.
and then
Yeah, I mean,
the game
Solo,
happened.
Solo had a good game.
Yeah, they did lose, but that's no reason not to pick it. I want to see that snowball, baby. We've had another Draven. This is another 15,000 gold lead. I see this champion in Champions Queue all the time. Does it need nerfs before it we get it out of here or what?
I don't think it needs nerfs. I think your bot lane just needs to have like a good matchup that they can play against it, and jungle needs to put a lot of resources into protecting like the dives.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I think whenever I see it, either on my team or on the enemy team. I'm pathing bottom.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really good. So Cloud9 move up to tied 4th place, 10-7. Still cannot reach top 3 with 1 game to play. They are 2 behind Team Liquid, but hey, it does feel like battling for 4th place. Like that can be kind of fun. It actually kind of means, it just feels like C9 CLG just like is going to be the first round matchup, right? Like 4 plays 5, 3 plays 6. So very, very likely unless FlyQuest pulls an upset, you're against them in about a week.
How do you feel about this Anivia? Paula Faker's got answers? We're good?
I don't think I'll need to ban it. It's not frogging tier yet.
I like it. Ooh. What do you think about that matchup? Any? Never mind. We stalled long enough.
I mean, you can still answer.
Okay, yeah. What do you think? Cloud9 matchup.
I'm excited. I mean, jungling versus Blabber is always exciting. You always have to be on your toes.
Yeah. Somebody's gonna die.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll be a whole lot of fun. So we are joined with Tigris and Jensen on stage for our Verizon post-game interview.
Welcome everyone to the Verizon post-game interview. Jensen by my side after this Cloud9 victory. I gotta ask, so why Anivia this game?
They banned my one-trick Orianna, so I had to think of something new, and that was the first time I could think of.
All right, I'll accept that answer. Tell me about the play that happened early, though, where they went to gank you, and then you outplayed the shiznizzle out of them. What was that like?
Yeah, I think we kind of just turned it around. I mean, in LCS, there's a lot of Zoomers. They don't really know how my champion works because they didn't play since like the old school days. So my champion is pretty OP against these kind of players.
Yep, didn't watch enough Froggen back in the day, I guess.
Exactly, yeah.
As far as the approach to this game with you on this pick, though, we saw you with a lot of blue buffs and the like. How was it with a team playing around you to make sure you're able to pop off?
I mean, I think we played pretty well, so we kind of just won. I mean, it was just TSM, so I don't want to like say we did too well, but I mean, it turned out pretty well. So I think the game was pretty good, yeah.
This was a very loud TSM chanting crowd. Are you okay
Really?
with? Yeah. There you go. The C9 vibes all the way through and through. We know how important that energy is to carry through a super week as well. You have the tough opponent in EG tomorrow. What are you thinking going into that? Also with playoffs right on the other side.
I think it would be really good for confidence if we can beat EG. We were kind of having a few rough weeks here and there, but I think this week we're finally coming together as a team and playing really well. So I think we'll have a good game tomorrow against EG.
Are you going to get in here at all? We saw Berserker do it.
I'll leave that for Berserker.
You sure? I can open it for you.
I'll get in the pool.
All right.
But there's no water.
There's no water. You have to pretend. There we go. Good pretending skills here on the stage. All right, Jensen, always appreciate you coming to the stage, talking with us. We got more gameplay. I'll try not to smack anybody in the head with this. FlyQuest taking on IMT with their last 2 games of the day. Stay tuned.
Why the guy says TSM is free low?
Oh, yeah.
Finally gets Braum with the wall, but there's the knockup. The ultimate's timed out, and Fudge claims one. Vika overplays it. Shine chase down. Fudge nearly kills Ignite. Oh, gets it from down. The march forward, Sven does not find his engage. Q is burned and is going to reset. He's going to find the stun. Will they catch the 80 carry? A lot on an instinct. He's a flash ball. He can't do so. Fudge kills him. The man never flashed. The man just died with 0 damage dealt. He will be killing them instead, making an omelet out of TSM as Fudge stays alive. A double kill now for the Anivia and Maple. Slowed, next stun's coming soon, a good flash away.
Okay, how much for a collector's edition squishy pig with holographic cover art? I'm trying to save some cash.
You don't have to sell that. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Don't even look at my squish. Don't even look at it!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Test, where we've got some breaking pepper-based news here.
Oh, no.
TSM can no longer get any higher than 7th place, which does mean Jat is a hard lock for having to eat a habanero. Can't wait to see him do that.
Oh, no, brother.
I don't know what's going on over here with the hair. Thanks for looking out for me, friends, all three of you. It's also important to note, though, that FlyQuest still has an opportunity to put Mark in habanero positioning.
It's gonna happen.
But not just yet. Raz, there's actually a couple scenarios in which you still eat a habanero.
And that's never happened.
However, far less
That's not
likely.
happening ever.
Yeah.
Mark, how are you feeling about your chances now? There's only 7 games left in the split.
So, like, looking at the amount of endings on there that have me eating a habanero, there's more than not. So I am in trouble.
Okay.
But that's the problem for future Mark. Right now, Mark's chilling.
Right now, Mark is actually living his best life. I truly believe that. Skull Cup and all. All right, next up, we've got
What do you got in there?
Don't worry about it.
We've got Immortals. We've got Immortals stepping onto the stage against FlyQuest, a very team that Mark is dependent on here in terms of his bet. But let's talk about Immortals first, because Immortals, they're hungry for an upset win here, Mark. Yeah, head on over to the Telestrator and walk us through. But obviously, every team wants to win. Sure, we want to pick up the wins, but wins still can very much play a role in their season.
I'm too lazy to populate the things that have already happened, so I'm just going to talk about the important things for Immortals.
Great. I'm glad you're the person we chose.
Just X out all of Fridays.
Yeah, this all doesn't matter on the left side. Half this has already happened.
I'm starting to like right now mark a lot less.
So forgetting about the FlyQuest angle, for Immortals, they are in a little bit of trouble because this last game here, I'm going to start at the end and then kind of go backwards, actually.
Cool. Yeah.
Immortals is tied with Dignitas right now, and Golden Guardians is 1 game back, but with the head-to-head 2-0 over Immortals. And so this last game, if Immortals can't pick up a win, either will cause a very difficult 3-way tie, depending on what happens, or Dignitas, if they win this one, just goes in over them. Or Golden Guardian, excuse me, goes in over them. Dignitas is the one with the 2-0 over Immortals.
Right.
Had it backwards there. So what that means is Immortals basically needs to finish 1 better than these teams here. And so it's very important that they try and pick up an upset either here or right now. So they can still get in some ties even if they go 0-2, but it becomes a lot more difficult pending the result of that game because it is very dangerous for them.
So, the idea here, right, is just to put pressure on the teams below you and to buy yourself that extra game. But their opponents in both situations are not easy ones to overcome. FlyQuest today, CLG tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, FlyQuest came in, got the upset victory yesterday. I think for them, I'm still absolutely focusing on their mid jungle. We talked about yesterday when we were looking at player of the game where Chukui is up. I think he's gotten it, 5 and 8 of their wins.
He is right now
He's the leader right now, yeah.
So it's really, really important for Chukui to have a good game, and also that helps Jose in what he wants to do, right? Facilitating side lanes, invading, farming, whatever he wants. It's so much better when those two get off the ground early.
Yeah, and Chukui has just been an incredible performer for this team. He has clearly been their highlight player. And so just being able to see him on a pick that enables, of course, the rest of the map.
Look how big that shiver is.
It's insane, yes. It's a bit fat. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to. Hopefully we get to see Chukui kind of pop off in the early portions of the game so he can help out bot side because we know how Johnson does in team fights.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is Chukui we know can be incredible, but if there's no one else helping him, there's been some times where it's Philip who has had better mid to late games. It's sometimes that it's Johnson and Afro or Jose Dioto, but there needs to be like 2 of the members. Someone else needs to be stepping up alongside Chukui, even though Chukui has gotten 5 of those pogs.
And I love his favorite player up there,
Same.
Zinedine Zidane. I hope he gives a solid headbutt to his opposition.
A little chest headbutt.
Yeah, boom.
Death Note as well. Classic.
It's
Good choice.
Very much a classic. Very much a classic. Well, I know we want to get into this game, but we got a little business I think we got to take care of. So we can roll forward. I'll let you know what it is we have to take care of. First and foremost, during the 2022 Summer Split, use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-store or in-client store and save your MasterCard on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to a LoL Worlds 2022 Finals event or a set of 9 player statues of the week and a MasterCard prepaid card. Make sure you get that in. Deadline is September 4th.
I will.
Thank you. Good, Raz. I'm proud of you for that. August 12th to September 4th. So mark your calendars. Make sure you get it in at that point. Now, though, before we head out to the arena, we got some giveaways to take care of, and we're going to have a little help from our analysts here. I've got this wonderful little pink bucket.
I remember these. From
Why do you have an
when I was a kid.
upside-down castle?
It is an upside-down castle. I'm sad we didn't get a sand pit for us to play in today.
Yeah.
But
Same.
this bucket here is filled with seat numbers. And basically, each person on the analyst desk, we're going to go around. We got 5 to pick out. We're going to call them out. And if you are sitting in that seat in the arena right now, you are a winner. There will be some stuff for you to pick up.
You should have given us a heads up so I could take some bribes first.
You should have taken some bribes. All right, so I'm going to go first, and we're going to pass it down the line.
right.
Okay, so I'll pass this to you. The first winner is K22. K22. K22, congratulations to you. Who do you have, Emily?
Nice. The second winner is M18.
M18.
So M18.
M as in Mark Zimmerman. 1-8.
And for the next individual, can we get an F20
an F20.
in the chat? F20.
An F20.
F20.
F's in chat.
F15,
F's in
F20,
chat.
F's in chat.
Are they going right now, or is
so
that's
we
the
saw
booth you go to?
Daniel the vendor is down there. He's prepped and ready for everyone. They'll head down there and get their stuff. Mark,
all right,
I
right or
need
left?
the next name.
Right or left dash?
Ooh, I love this. I'm gonna go left.
You want
I'm gonna go
my
left. I
hand?
feel like most people would go right, so I'm gonna go left.
E17.
E17. All right.
Sorry.
Now show me. Now
you know
show
what?
me who was in the right.
B28. You got screwed over by dash. If you
Hey,
were
B28.
it's
Guess
his
what?
fault.
There's 5 prizes. and I'm going to go ahead and elect to give it to B28 as the fifth and final prize. So B28, you go ahead and head down there as well. What was the first one, though, as a reminder?
E17 and B28.
E17 and B28. Congratulations once again to the 5 of you who picked up some swag. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us here on Pool Party Themed Saturday. I believe the teams and the casters are ready, so Jat and the Tigers, take it away.
Thank you, Dash. I'm here with Jat. Everyone, if your number was called, it looks like everyone pretty much headed over to get their prize, but if you didn't already, the pool party guy that's down there, he's looking all cool and fly.
Yeah, I've also been preparing. I've been preparing for pool party for the whole year.
Yeah. So I love that.
Mark did the fake tan.
Yeah, he came in, clear plan. I want to look fake tan, but you have been working up to this moment for quite some time.
I have. I think it's about 75 golf rounds in 2022. 4 hours is kind of the time to get me here. But we have a League of Legends game to play. FlyQuest versus Immortals. There was a very loud shout in the crowd. I couldn't hear through my headset, though.
Yeah, it's just them being, blinded by the surprise of your presence and fully equipped for the theme we have today. But as far as the matchup, we've got FlyQuest and Immortals, different stakes for both sides. FlyQuest kind of were running into a little bit of a lull. They had 4 losses prior to yesterday after a 7-4 start to the season. Pick up a convincing win over 100 Thieves now heading into this matchup against IMT.
Yeah, I mean, they still have an outside chance of catching up to COG for a higher seed in the playoffs here.
What were they rock, paper, scissoring about in draft?
That's a good question.
On the stage in week 8, second day of Super Week.
Philip won.
Oh.
I
wonder what that means.
Yeah. Do you get to first pick Poppy or not? And they're like, nope. We're banning it.
Okay, yeah, maybe. Oh, do you want to play? Not taking it away, but FlyQuest do make sure to take the probably most talked about jungle pick over the last few weeks off of the table. And IMT on the other side, seeing some of them come through. The energy from the day definitely carrying over, but do have an era of confidence in what is a very dire matchup for them.
Absolutely. A win here is so incredibly important for them. There's Golden Guardians, who's currently on an 8-game loss streak. That's their main competition for that playoff spot. But Golden Guardians does have an easier matchup tomorrow against Dignitas, whereas Immortals will have to play CLG. So really just getting 1 or 2 wins greatly increase Immortals' chances of making playoffs.
Bringing it into their own hands if they do get that victory here today for FlyQuest. Picking up that LeBlanc as the first pick. The desk was just talking about how pivotal Takui is to the success of FlyQuest. When he's able to pop off, when he and Jose Deodo are working in tandem, it's victory for them in the headlines.
It is, and I think that's been part of why they actually haven't been finding as many wins during the loss streak they had leading up to the Super Week, is the two of them were just not necessarily able to get the kind of leads they were earlier on in the season. But Takui has 5 Player of the Game awards in the 8 wins. So actually, the majority of the time that they win, it's because Takui is popping off.
That level head that he brings into the later portions of the game to really pull out those clutch plays. And for Immortals, they did take the Sivir pick away that has been running rampant and spittily across the Rift over the course of 12.14. And because of that, choosing to go Aphelios, Lulu, also good to set up a lot of these compositions we've seen, even from FlyQuest, for instance, when you only have a Sejuani or something, right? And you have Wild Growth there available to really set that pick up for success. I'm curious to see what direction IMT do go.
Yeah, I think they're trying to go front to back. Whenever you pick Aphelios, you're generally setting up for a teamfight comp. But I will say, LeBlanc is one of the best mid laners into Aphelios because it makes it very hard for him to approach teamfights without risking getting one shot. So not only is it going to be difficult to navigate teamfights against LeBlanc for lost Aphelios, it's also going to be fairly hard to win lane against Lucian Nami, which, even though that combo has not won that many games in LCS, it's still a very strong laning duo.
The synergy between those two picks has been very formidable of times past. And then all of these bot lane duos have, at this point, had a lot of experience on it, because it's not just here in summer, but even prior where you saw that ramp up. So leaning on that familiarity is a direction that a lot of teams do go in this final week of the regular season.
Absolutely, and you can see mismatched roles being locked in so far. No mid laner has been matched by Immortals yet. They will likely have that pick on 4 going up against LeBlanc. There's nothing that's great, but I do expect FlyQuest to throw a couple bans their way. Lissandra would be the kind of answer, even though I don't necessarily think it's a counter pick, and that's smartly banned away by Fly.
Just having a mid laner with the tools to lock down any forward aggression from the opposition is something that Lissandra has really that capability of. So making sure that she's not available. Immortals also making sure they're taking that eye on what's been locked in thus far. So you take away a jungler in Lee Sin, you take away a top laner in Gwen, and now FlyQuest rounding out their bans as well. But the Wukong, another playmaker that has definitely been making the rift is jungle.
And a pretty good denial pick. Jose Diodo has had several good Wukong games. It's also a strong amount of engage that FlyQuest does require out of the jungle. Trundle's still available though, so I'd expect that to be the jungle pick once it gets back to FlyQuest. And I'm curious what mid laner Immortals goes with now, because I do think they should pick mid here. But instead they actually decide to blind pick their top laner. Slight bit of disrespect there at Philip, saying that he's not going to be able to counterpick the Sejuani adequately, and they'd rather take the strongest frontline tank available off the table. So we'll see how that plays out in terms of Immortals wanting to play front to back.
Now, I was wondering where they were going to go with that top side pick, because while I think there is a lot to commend from Philip in general, the way he's been able to slot into this team, there are those moments that you can look at with that newness of him as a player that you can maybe try to exploit if you're on the Immortals side. But now resigning Revenge to play that Sejuani, set up for the team fights later, and make sure that he shows that prowess.
Absolutely, and we have seen this actually more this week. Even CLG, who normally would save counterpick for Dokla, picked Ornn on 4 instead of waiting to counterpick their top laner. And it also really does fit the front-to-back team fighting of Immortals. But we got a Vi.
Vi making her way from other regions right here into the LCS.
Absolutely. So who cares about Trundle? This FlyQuest team is all in on killing Lost. That's really what it is. So much lockdown potential between Vi and LeBlanc. I understand why PoE would go with Ahri there, almost a defensive mid lane pick. Even with 3 dashes though, the lockdown potential of Vi LeBlanc combined with Burst can still threaten kills on mid. So you can definitely see what FlyQuest want to do in this game.
Definitely keeping their eyes on those single targets. So you're noting how FlyQuest want to lock on those points of power. What about IMT's side? How are you feeling of their chances with this team fight composition that they've brought through?
They want to go late. They do not want to get ran over in the early game. It's important that Lost can get up to Bloodthirster at least, so he can have a bit of an overshield, and then him plus Lulu can make it harder to burst him with LeBlanc. And then they try and use their strong front line of Sejuani Wukong and fight around objectives. But it will be FlyQuest and Afromu really trying to drive this game forward, as they picked a much more aggressive, much more early game focused team comp.
Which is something that I think is great to hear for FlyQuest fans when you think about how proactive Afromu has been. When he has a pick like that with so much agency, can accomplish a lot across the entirety of the game. Immortals wanting to get to those later stages so they can show off their team fighting for an overall victory here today. Stakes are high with only a day and a half left of games here in the regular season.
Absolutely. For FlyQuest, they are guaranteed making at least a little bit of time in the playoffs, but Immortals, if they do not do well in these next 2 games and Golden Guardians is able to pick up a win, Immortals would fall out of playoffs. So very much playing for their season in this one.
And on the FlyQuest side, Jose Deodo and all of FlyQuest do refuse to settle for anything but the best. Let's take a listen.
For me, being top 4 is good, compared to last year and last split, but I wouldn't be satisfied. Last time I was in Worlds was in 2020. It was a really fun experience. I enjoyed it a lot. You know a lot of players, you learn a lot from other good teams. So it's really, I think for rookies like Philip, it's really a nice experience, So I would like to go Worlds again.
I remember watching Jose Deodo in those Worlds performances, some Elise outplays, a lot of patience that he executed, where he was such a bright light for his region, and people looking, oh, there's so much talent over in LATAM, and then FlyQuest zooming in, picking him up, bringing him here. But he's been wanting to find that level of success on this team.
Absolutely. He had actually, I remember watching it when I was in the TL facility because it was just kind of on between scrims, but his team had this miracle run even to qualify for Worlds, and he was carrying so many of these games. So he's been such a hype prospect for going on 2 years now, and you definitely have noticed some of the growing pains of trying to play in a higher level league and succeed, but he has had a consistent growth curve ever since he's joined the league.
And for FlyQuest in general, we've seen the pieces change around Jose Deodo. Here in the bot lane, as we see Johnson and Afromoo being that reunited duo from Dignitas, a cool story brewing with also Takui coming into the fold. If you're looking at Jose Deodo as a bright light of LATAM, Takui really being a face of the French scene and coming here into the LCS, a lot of players that you can really latch onto if they do find those Ws on the Rift.
Absolutely, and you can see Ignar trying to play very aggressively. The early trading here, and who can get level 2 first, so important, but also a very quick gank by Kenvi in top lane.
And Kenvi loves to play aggressive in the times that are brought into light, and that's what he's doing right now, directly on Philip, who wants to execute the patience, wants to hold on to his summoners. Last second, has the flash away. He's under the turret. Kenvi drags his life, grabs first blood.
If that doesn't get the kill, it's such a disaster, but they clutch it out. They really don't get that much out of it, though, because he's put behind his jungle so quickly. Jose immediately realizes he hasn't gone for Raptors, so he's going to counter jungle those away. It's now 4 camps to 2 in the jungle, and the gold didn't even go to Revenge. So Philip, yes, he's flashless, but it's just the teleport that he expended, and he's right back on the Rift, able to bully Revenge.
Revenge lost a lot of HP back there, and Philip wants to punish it, but the waves are set, and no more aggression coming from him. I was wondering what we would see from Kenvi, because if we look at what people were latching onto before he came into the LCS, this jungler that has a high presence in lane that can really make these plays happen, sometimes high resource, but can be that aggressor to bring the team over the finish line. And then when coming onto Immortals, a lot of different looks, but here we're seeing some of his past prowess.
Yeah, and this was very much a gank trying to punish Philip for being aggressive, but if that Arctic Assault lands by Revenge, I think this play works. Philip dodges it with the reaction EOA, and that just buys him enough time to get away. I think if he was to play this again, he might have flashed early, unless he was just so confident that they couldn't kill him. Kenvi barely gets his E back up again. Otherwise, it would have been first blood for nothing. But it's still a great result for Philip regardless, and a really difficult thing, I think, for Kenvi to bounce back from in terms of all the time he lost in his early jungle.
I do commend Philip's choice to try and hold on to that flash as long as possible in that moment right now, also making sure to place a deeper ward so he can keep eyes on if Kenvi wants to punish the absence of that flash. But Jose Deodo running into
not
Kenvi
safe.
right over here at Scuttle. Takui's already made his rotation over, as well as Power of Evil looking to clone over the wall. Rejoined by Revenge. Takui flashes forward, gets him with the chains, and FlyQuest answer that engage.
Philip's Q over the wall there to allow Takui to get back in range of LeBlanc was huge, but this is all just an extension of that choice to try and kill Philip early on in the game, and it has been punished. Kenvi wasn't willing to give up both crabs, didn't want to fall that far behind, but it just goes from bad to worse. Jose does need to take a recall at some point, but he is just so far ahead of the curve right now in the jungle.
Sometimes that pressure to double down on a choice that you made previously can be a slick slide that you can fall down if you're not too careful about it.
He's going for more, so he still hasn't shocked, so this is a little more dangerous this time. PoE might be able to collapse because Jose Deodo is not sitting on any extra items, and yes, he does get pushed off.
Backs away, doesn't want to take it or be too greedy here. Starting to path back up over towards this top side, warding in the favor of FlyQuest. Revenge, does he respect it or not? Starts to slam on to Philip, coming on in, slamming on up with the bias here. Baby, slaughter that pig.
Maybe he just never goes back to base. Maybe he just continues to stay on the Rift and kill people. Who needs to shop? There's no way Revenge expected him to stay that long for that gank, but a beautiful read by Jose Deodo to get that kill.
Maybe he's been playing a lot of ARAMs and saying, hey, what can I do the longer I stay before I make my return? And so far, working out for FlyQuest, making sure to not get too greedy, though, in some of these moments. Kenvi also intruding upon FlyQuest jungle. When you have that intel of where the plays just went down, it opens up some of that farming opportunity for Immortal side. Power of Evil having to heal up.
Very aggressive trading in the mid lane there, but no Ahri ult or flash burn. Power of Evil just going to try and keep push to maybe allow the team some more levers in this game. And remember, let's think about the team compositions. FlyQuest is the team that is supposed to be pushing the tempo early, and Immortals is the team that wants to scale. I think that early gank attempt by Kenvi was a hope of like, hey, if this gank works, then Sejuani's going to be completely fine against Aatrox. But actually, in terms of the CS in that lane, it is somewhat equal. It's about a 500 gold difference. It's more about whether or not Jose Diodo can take over the rest of the map. Because a 1,200 gold lead, if it sits like this, would be fine for Immortals. They just really need to slow this game down.
That is always the question when you have this team that is supposed to focus early. How much of that advantage do you need to get to really make it worth it and try and send Immortals off of their kilter before they scale into those later portions of the game? Jose Diodo right now making his way over towards that Dragon side scuttle because we are at 720, meaning major objectives have started to fall in line with a possibility for these teams.
Yeah, I actually wonder when FlyQuest is going to be able to go for this first dragon, because we're already about 7.5 minutes into this game, and threatening Dragon Soul, I think, is one of FlyQuest's best win conditions in this one. So with where Jose Diodo is on his pathing, likely to still hand blue buff over to the Blanc, then go to Gromp. Rift Herald will probably then be the next objective, so it's unlikely that we're seeing this Drake being taken before 10 minutes. So even though the gold in the early game is mostly gone to FlyQuest, Immortals is not in that terrible of a spot.
With that attention being paid over towards the top side, the bot lanes for both of these teams have pretty much been going toe-to-toe.
Yeah.
Where if you are looking to make those dragon plays, it's often off of the back of some kind of advantage in either the mid lane or the bot lane, but here, pretty even keeled on that bottom side.
Yeah, I think Lost and Ignar have actually played this early game quite well to not get punished much by Lucian Nami. One power spike they're going to have to be very cautious of is when Lucian and Nami get their mythic items. And I am not a fan of that force by Kenvi. I think Immortals wants to stall this game. There's no way he can finish that Herald himself.
A blast cone over the wall to start it up, but there is a ward in favor of FlyQuest here, so they knew he came through. They knew that he's off of it. Power of Evil getting focused, but has Ignar here for that additional level of protection, which means we've officially started to crack open from that bot lane restriction where most of the earlier portions, both teams were just residing there nice and comfortably, farming up, and now you have to worry about that roaming threat.
Yeah, that was just an illegal Rift Herald by Kenvi at the time, because Lost hadn't even rotated up. But now Nami has shown bot, and the Rift Herald still isn't dead. So we might have a fight around that Rift Herald. We'll see.
Calling just used by Johnson. All the attention on the top side. Rift Herald going down. Jose Diodo is the one to pick it up. But some resources used here on the bot side.
Yeah, Culling traded for health. Whew. Nice little poke on Kenvi. Okay, they're back on the map with Vi. Jose Diodo has Vi ultimate. I'm expecting him to try and get a fight bottom, because if they can get any type of kill, that's how they start blowing this game open. Rift Herald and a gank usually means about 4 plates.
Lots of flashes at the ready as well for both teams if they do want to aggress into a play. We saw that Jose Diodo is here on the bot side. Lost going for it a bit, gets a good chunk on Johnson, throws him with the Moonlight Vigil for even more damage onto Johnson with this Lucian.
Whoa.
Into the back, ulted up on Power of Evil, who has to flash away. And they continue to go for the fight. Jose Diodo over the wall. Immortals directly keeping their sights on to this dragon, starting to slam it down. No lives were lost, but they did get a lot of summoners and the ultimate out of the jungler here in Jose Diodo, so Immortals feel confident in being able to take this.
Really positive play for Immortals here, being able to pick up this Mountain Dragon. It also makes it much more difficult for Vi LeBlanc to burst anyone in this game, getting an extra 9% armor and magic resistance on everybody. They're dropping the Herald mid.
Kenvi is here to make sure that it's not a lonesome Herald with nobody from IMT to make sure to finish her off. So gets the single charge. We're still in that plate territory here at 11 minutes, so decent amount of gold that FlyQuest were able to accrue to try to continue bumping up little by little that gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, they're still up 2,000 gold. In a lot of ways, that is a win for them. But actually finding the way to win the game at this point, they're going to have to really extend this gold lead and probably win through through Baron. I think if it gets to a point where they're Dragon Soul, there'd be enough gold on Immortals that Immortals can probably win team fights. So quite an interesting game, even if the start went heavily in favor of FlyQuest.
Immortals have plenty of reason to not worry too much just yet because of the reasons you just said if it goes later on.
It is really tough to play team compositions like this because especially as a, I mean, even if we're going to take Kenvi as an example, he's a player who's just been so successful at taking agency and winning games. But right now, Immortals' way of winning is to try and make as little happen as possible, which it just actually fights against your instincts as a player. So really difficult to stay disciplined and take enough risks to get the vision required to play safe.
I think that's why the adjustments that they make right now are pivotal because that kind of slipping slide that we were talking about earlier, if you continue to kind of throw your head into a certain play and let it get under your skin, then it can be very worrisome. But right now, time to farm up, time to make sure that you keep up with Jose Deodo on Vi, who is ahead in farm, as well as kill participation.
But they're matching mythic items, Wukong versus Vi. So I don't think Vi necessarily even wins the 1v1 that hard against the Wukong right now. It's very difficult for FlyQuest to make a play happen onto PoE if he just keeps clearing the wave and playing safe. And then they still have 5 plates in top and bottom. So not forcing the issue is possibly the best play for Immortals right now, but we'll see.
Now, all the while, with those 5 plates being completely up over on that top side, it's Revenge and Phil that have been left up there once again. Revenge previously using his teleport to get back into lane, so you know that he's not really expecting to join any fights anytime soon, because you still have over 220 until the next dragon comes up, and more beyond that.
Yeah, doing some quick math, that dragon goes down. We're at 1530. Even if they conceded 2 dragons in a row, we're not even going to have the 3rd dragon by FlyQuest being taken until around like 27, 28 minutes. And by then, Immortals would definitely be stronger in 5v5s if they can hold this gold advantage at 2,500. So I want to see FlyQuest make some plays. I really want to see what they can try and muster, but it is pretty difficult. Like, Philip hasn't made much of an advantage in this top lane despite having the early kill go his way. So it's probably around the bot lane trying to attack Lost and Ignar.
It's a very different expectation for this team when you compare it to how they played yesterday, where a lot of that victory was off making sure that you had the strength in lane, not necessarily these skirmishes or having to be the one aggressing into these plays. So having that different look here today, we're wondering when Philip is going to be able to set off and try and take advantage of the resource being given. But down here on the bot side, Johnson throwing down the culling, gets polymorph in response. Lost laying down the law. Can he follow up? Good range for additional poke onto Aframu. That fish is mighty squishy in the beginning.
Yeah, heal and cleanse burn, but stop the recalls. Yeah. We did it.
Let's go.
Definitely trying to force the issue. And the game is still at a bit of a breaking point. Like, if FlyQuest is able to get solo kills, or if they are able to get a gank and get a turret, that gold lead could become really massive. And Chikui can also, at his Ludens and Sorcerer Shoes power spike, have one-shot potential on a lot of squishy players on Immortals. So anything still can happen.
Before the defenses rise too much for Immortals against that burst, FlyQuest, we're waiting with bated breath to see. And I mean, you mentioned it earlier with Lost and Ignar being able to hold their own against Johnson and Aframu in this matchup. And I think that is an important thing to point out for them when we're looking at FlyQuest to get these solo kills, when we're looking at them to be the aggressors. But Immortals have Kenvi here on the bot side instead. Not sought out by that control ward just yet, lying in wait.
They're really thinking about going for a dive. PoE is here first.
Here, going for it. A charm onto one and the burn down onto Johnson and Aframu. Immortals with a clean takedown to FlyQuest bot lane.
Oh, this is so huge for them. So even though there will be an injection of gold going over to FlyQuest for that Rift Herald, it's so much more power for Immortals. They're going to be able to get first turret solo for Lost Aphelios and likely control of the Drake if they just peel back and take that now.
Lost is that late game threat, the one that FlyQuest want to target to make sure that he can't shift things against them. And seeing him get these injections of gold early is great news for Immortals.
It is, and it's going to be a question of how can he perform in team fights, because we mentioned earlier it is a difficult game for him to play against Vi LeBlanc. Jose really trying to make something happen top lane, though.
Revenge now the target of Jose Deodo on the top side, using that ultimate to take him down. FlyQuest finds the opening to trade back towards Immortals.
Yeah, definitely a solid play there, although not really getting much out of it. You'll have to wonder, like, what Philip will need to make very good use of that gold. Much rather have that money on the LeBlanc. So the gold lead's still holding pretty steady for FlyQuest, but Immortals having those 2 dragons has got to feel good for their scaling chances.
Ahead in the neutral objectives, made sure they got more off of that dive in the bot side for FlyQuest. Wasn't really in a position on this top side to be able to continue that push on for a turret takedown. Dekui, he's going for a wild growth onto Power of Evil. The calling here answered with a tidal wave as well. Good jukes from PoE. Ken B falls.
Massive play there by FlyQuest in the mid lane. They need that next minion wave to arrive, though, so they can get the turret. The kill on Kenby is nice, but what can they do to advance the game off of this? Johnson made a very nice play there.
A sacrifice jungler while the mid laner did survive for IMT. And the wave finally coming through somewhat. Aphromu and Johnson continuing to reside in the mid lane so that Dekui gets that time down bot to push that wave on his own and continue to accrue more gold.
This is a really nice spot that FlyQuest is in right now. They have the mid push, which has allowed Vi to go hide in here, and they're hoping that someone solo checks this turret so they can go for a kill. But PoE actually swept it out, so he's going to be able to take the safe route.
Great intel to grab here. We don't know where Jose Deodo is. Let's try and find out so Immortals can take some more safe pathing. And now Jose Deodo issued with a chance to come back here towards mid. Another lockdown onto Lost, who backs away. Teleport directly onto the turret. Johnson, one last hit from the turret. Well, do it. Ignar with the kill credit. Lots of sums expelled. But my oh my, things are starting to get scrappy.
Yeah, things are definitely heating up in this one, but FlyQuest is right on the precipice of being able to break this game open. Almost got mid turret there, did get top turret. Really hoping to be able to get a pick in the side lane here against PoE.
Tekui's going for it, rooted upon the entry, charmed in response. Spear Rush activated, Power of Evil's going for it. Sees if he can get the real one. Doesn't finish off, but oh my, they've been dueling it out.
They really have. You could see Tekui couldn't quite get his chains to land on PoE after he used his alted distortion. So nothing really happens there.
And
it's actually probably better for Tekui aside from the map pressure because he gets ult and flash out of PoE. And now, maybe they can kill him.
Is looking at the Fox Slay to find, and her Power of Evil says, oh, there's 2 of us. 1 Aqua Prison just to get the final setup for the takedown.
Jeez, that is a very rich buy. 7,600 gold on Jose Deodo's buy, 7,900 gold on the Aatrox. So they really need to play through those bruisers in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Because if they can use, basically they use this gold lead right now, they use probably the second completed item on Aatrox, and they're going to be extremely powerful. Like, this is actually the moment in the game they've been waiting for. They have Gale Force, they have Imperial Mandate, and they're going to have item leads on both of these players. So if they can really make advantage of these next 5 or 10 minutes, the scaling and the dragons that Immortals have won't matter.
And off of that pick over in that bot side, FlyQuest able to draw a lot of attention towards mid, which means Tekui could openly usher that Rift Herald over on bot. That gold lead that they have had has been extending continuously despite some of the interruptions from Immortals. FlyQuest have accrued a lot of advantages from the side lanes and beyond. Lost Wild Growth subject in answer to the culling, but mostly right now to create some distance. Tekui sees Kenvi here, but no reason to go for more.
Nicely done by FlyQuest there, getting the Ignar ultimate out. That will not be up in time for the next dragon, and they're also likely able to just get so much more map pressure on this mid turret. Kenvi go stealth though.
Kenvi flashing forward for the play. Tekui marked down low. Power of Evil from the opposite flank. Johnson is also in dangerous territory, but they get the land onto Power of Evil. Aphromu making sure that he selects that target for sure.
Massive play there by Jose Deodo to actually lock them down and then chain CC for the rest of the team. trying to get a very quick reset in here because I really don't think they can give over this Cloud Drake to Immortals. Remember, it is a new patch where the Dragon is a lot tankier.
Oh, okay. So Philip a bit low here, and yes, with it being a bit tankier, taking a bit longer to actually kill the Dragon gives you a little additional time if you're trying to rotate towards it to deny it. But most of FlyQuest has already made their way through so that they can set up. There you go, and Revenge is right here in the front line as he's supposed to be. Has to dash out of it. FlyQuest continuing their domain over the river area right now. Power of Evil is coming from base 2. Doesn't have teleport to bring through. And Kenvi already chunked down. The jungler being in a dangerous spot is something that looks good for FlyQuest.
It's so hard for Immortals because they don't have mid or bot prio, so they're kind of trapped in the Dragon Pit right there, trying to fight their way out. But FlyQuest have all these retreat zones they can take to get out of this fight.
And they expel an ultimate just to lock down Philip, and the response from FlyQuest is we have some ults and more on our own, using the bubble to lock down. Lucian being very willing to throw out that culling just to get enough of an HP chunk onto Immortals, so that now FlyQuest, they can take this Drake. They can deny the soul stacking that Immortals was working towards.
They absolutely can. 5,000 gold, 1 Cloud Drake in pocket. They're likely next looking for Baron. When Takui's LeBlanc completes this death cap, which he can do in about 600 more gold, that will give him the ability to one-hit pretty much anyone on the team not named Sejuani. So even the Wukong, if he lands a full combo on, might end up dying. So if they can play for that, get a pick, and then start forcing Baron, I think that's their path towards winning this game.
And 23 minutes into the game, 5.3k gold lead for FlyQuest. You noted wanting to see them make those earlier plays. How has their performance aligned or not with how you think that they should have been playing that to their draft?
Yeah, I think if they would have had a higher priority on early Dragons, if Jose Dioto would have used more of his advantage to secure those early Drakes, they still would have had the power spikes to be able to bully their way to Drakes 3 and 4. But the game is still in a winnable spot for them right now. It's just, 2 fewer Drakes than I think they would like.
It adds that additional pressure when it comes to contesting the Drakes in the future, but definitely alleviates some of it when they did get that third to deny that building up from the Immortal side. And as we are approaching 24 minutes, Baron's still up. A point of contention that will erupt over on the map. The turrets that were initially taken down by FlyQuest, getting rid of all these outskirts, just gives them a lot more of that rotational pressure.
Hello.
Philip here with Kenvi. Revenge is here as well, but Johnson making his rotation from the mid lane. They don't actually want to take any fighting here, just wanted to make sure there wasn't a pick off.
Yeah, Philip definitely playing weak side because this is the area that they want to be able to control. Get that outer turret down and then start playing towards Baron. Step 1 complete. They got the outer turret. As you can see, Vi clearing vision out of the jungle. And they're even possibly looking for another second tier turret.
We've rooted temporarily, but able to get out of here. It's just now the arrival of Immortals. And it's always interesting to see the way that FlyQuest are basically controlling the pathing, controlling where IMT have to answer them on this map, having just taken down the tier 2 in mid and creating that presence over on the top side before somebody goes for this Baron.
Yeah, Immortals knows that FlyQuest have to reset, so they're retaking vision, which means FlyQuest will need to wait a little bit longer, but big item coming through as we've talked about, the death cap for LeBlanc. Let's see if we can get some one-shots. Immediately teleporting back in. Double TP.
Philip is here, ushering through onto Immortals in the vicinity of their jungle. Revenge, somewhat chunked, has to dash away, threw out the ultimate to disengage.
So less engaged now for Immortals if they want to try something. Definitely some thoughts on FlyQuest's side of going for this Baron. Their Baron damage is not that good, especially if Lucian is sat in the mid lane. Flank though. Oh, it's so difficult. Like, really watch Lost in these team fights to see if he can ever actually hit. Because if he's ever in range of Vi or LeBlanc, he's also kind of in range of dying. But those are the 2 people he'd be wanting to hit anyway. So it's just a very tough Aphelios game.
Pressure on him to be able to reach those targets on FlyQuest without ushering his own vulnerability. There's only so much that Lulu can do for you if they get onto that back line. sending Revenge over towards the spot side as well to continue. He does have the teleport to be able to rejoin the team.
Oh, got the
Tidal Wave coming through, spinning around. Jose De Oro backs off. FlyQuest being very careful to not go for more than they need to.
Yeah, and they will likely get that top turret as well. Philip able to get some free time up there. Plus they got the Aphelios flash, which makes him easier pickings for the future fight. I do expect there to be a big engagement for this next Cloud Drake spawning in 50 seconds.
I'm sure we'll get that action to come there. I'm looking at FlyQuest though, and the way over their games they have been able to manage these waves and also just slowly chip away at the map over time without having to go for those big team fights, because you know that's what Immortals want to do. They want to group and get into it as much as possible, and FlyQuest managed to keep them spread out, which is very dangerous for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think Philip has actually played a pretty solid game in terms of his ability to get sideways in.
Whoa!
Oh, man.
Ignar has to self-ult after that one. That burst becoming very much a threat from FlyQuest after some of this itemization. They're gonna continue going for it. Takui is feeling very strong. Philip flashing away. The prison comes through. Charm on to Philip.
Oh.
Burn down on to Kenvi. Backline for Jose De Oro gets in there with the ultimate. The wave knocks up a couple, and Revenge is the next to fall. Double kill for Johnson here. Look at that hit onto Locke. Look at that triple kill for Johnson. Power of Evil and Ignar on the retreat from defeat in this.
They can win.
Triple kill. Give it the penta! Johnson going in for FlyQuest. The dub in the fight. The dub in the game.
And a kill for Johnson, and because the minion wave is right there, FlyQuest is going to end this at 28 minutes.
Oh my lord! FlyQuest want to turn all the haters into believers, making their final stretch before playoffs. And some hits of the Nexus is one way to get the fans on their side. FlyQuest with the win.
Wow. What a way to end that game. I'm thinking, okay, how are they going to set up vision around Baron? How are they going to stop this dragon stacking? Oh, actually, they're just going to pentakill with Lucian. He had finished IE. He had one kill before that fight. Pentakill and win. There we go. 9-8 FlyQuest. Congratulations.
Committing to it, following through, a clear game plan for them. We were wondering just how late it was going to go in those moments, but you get the fight, you get the fight, you get the Fed Lucian, and you'll have the dub.
Yeah, so FlyQuest definitively locked for top 6. Still a possibility that they can get up to 10 wins and maybe make some noise for top 4. It would require Cloud9 and COG both losing tomorrow, as well as FlyQuest winning, but they're in the race for being able to get a higher seed. What is this pool? He's in.
Just a little, did you ever play
Philip's in the
these
pool.
as a kid? Yeah, you know, little pool, jump into it. I appreciate that there's one sacrificial lamb for each of the teams today to have
everyone
to
picks.
jump in. But yeah, FlyQuest coming in clutch with that one. I was just thinking yesterday, actually, when I was rewatching the FlyQuest game at home last night.
Yeah.
I was thinking, we don't talk about Johnson that much because he's usually not the one. It's, Takui that they're playing around and things. But when you can have somebody that in that moment, that's all you need. Hey, you're going to get a Penta right here to be able to finish it off. Make sure that you have that reliable damage for the rest of the team.
Yeah, such an interesting ending to this game because they spent most of the game playing through top jungle, getting 2 Rift Heralds, and not really winning that much in bottom lane.
Nope.
And then he just had enough gold, pentakill, and that's the game.
Yep. Pretty much up until that, all of the callings were used. I'm just going to chunk down here, or I'm just trying to make sure that we keep our own in this lane. They never really went for that direction of play, but hey, you come in through, you get something for your highlight reel.
Yeah.
A little something to juice up your veins a bit.
A weird fun fact is the player in the LCS who gets counterpick the highest percentage of the time is Johnson. You would never expect it to be an AD carry. You'd think it's going to be a top laner, but it's actually Johnson. And I see them setting up the interview with Pastry Time and Johnson right there. He says they're ready.
Hey! All right, they said they're ready. We're ready. We're joining Pastry Time and Johnson for our Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you very much, Jet and Let's Tigers. I'm here with the victorious Johnson. How you feeling? Topping off the game with the pentakill there.
Feeling pretty good because the last 2 weeks was pretty rough for us, and yesterday we won, we secured playoffs, and then going to this match, C9 basically guaranteed us top 6, and then we kind of just played whatever we wanted to play today, I guess, but it was pretty nice.
Yeah, I was going to ask you actually, because we've seen a lot of Siva, Zeri, like much more scaling options in the bottom lane. Obviously, there's still some of the aggressive options out there. Was there a particular reason you wanted to go with, something as aggressive as Lucian Nami?
Well, for some reason, their ball lane like blinded it 1-2, so I thought maybe they're trying to jar me. So I was like, I don't want to play an immobile AD carry, so I was like, lock me in Lucian Nami.
Yeah? And how'd the game go? Obviously, the end was good. How was kind of playing through the early game, especially?
Well, I think I played my lane pretty good, but I think it felt like a scrim game where they just 4-man bot and I died, so unlucky.
That is unlucky. You mentioned, a few weeks haven't been quite so good for the team. Obviously, things looking better now. What's changed in maybe the last few weeks for FlyQuest?
Well, I guess we stopped anything draft as much, and we're kind of like talking to each other more often. I'll say whenever we're losing, some people autopilot, or like we all autopilot, I guess, and it just becomes like everyone's like not really trying to win together as a team.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Is that something you've worked on as a team?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, given the results on stage. With that in mind, obviously, as you said, you are locked for playoffs. I believe your exact spot still kind of to be determined based on the rest of the week. How are you feeling about the team's chances in the postseason, knowing that you're there already?
Well, I think if we actually work hard this week and prepare our champ pool and I guess find out who we're playing against, I think we can do the research and make it far in playoffs or even to Worlds, but it just depends on us.
Yeah. Last question, very important. In front of us here, we have this little turtle pool. Philip was elected to go in the pool.
Yeah.
Was that his choice? Is it a team choice? How does that work as a 5-man unit? Who gets to go in the turtle pool?
I think when we saw the turtle, it just made sense for Philip to go in there.
Is it because the youngest?
I mean, it's just Philip.
Yeah.
No comment.
All right, well, with that, I think we're done. Johnson, thank you so much for talking to me.
Thank you.
Almost done for the day, but we do have one more game. Don't go too far away. We're going to a break, but when we come back, it is more LCS.
They give us love. They give us joy. They give us lessons in sharing. So give them some love back. And what says love better than something you can chew on? Use your MasterCard to make secure purchases from anywhere. So your gift will end up in the right hands or mouth. Because being there for each other is priceless.
Respawning was refreshing. Here's to the round between rounds.
This game is rigged. This game is out to get me.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Watch out, there's a shark!
I'm going to be going through a play that I like to call the EG Special. It's basically them trading 4 plates on Danny against Rift Herald, ballooning their gold lead to 1.3K. So right here is the setup. We've got Danny down here. He's going to be attacking this turret. They already know he's not going to be able to rotate up at the same time Sivir is, because Sivir is already going to be here. The other important thing that's going on right here are these guys are going to push the mid wave in. So it's going to be a very winning play for EG. And basically what's going to happen is they're going to come in. They're going to kind of like soft contest, not really, posture around it, basically watch them take it as Danny is pushing in this lane down here. And so, again, the end result off of this play is that, yes, Golden Guardians are going to come out and get the Herald. However, they still have, not only is Danny going to end up getting three turret plates, and he will end up having, at the end of this, a 1,200K gold lead over Stixay. This ends up ballooning their gold lead to 1,300, like I said, so 1,200 of that is basically Danny's lead off of this, and they're still going to be able to shove in mid wave, and top wave is not in a bad spot for them either. So basically, EG love doing this. It's the EG special, getting money onto Danny. I almost blocked it.
That was actually really close.
You need Kobe's palm tree.
I have terrible reflexes.
To combat that. So 1,000 gold in the course of 2 minutes. And then, as you mentioned, individually resulting in a 1,200 gold lead for Danny at that point. That's just astronomical numbers in such a short period of time.
Yeah, it's the EG Classic. And also, it was interesting to see because, like, as much as we've talked about, like, oh, objectives, they have more gold attached to them. We want people to fight over them more. You still see these really smart trade plays where they're getting wins, not only gold onto Danny, but they still maintain push in the other lanes as well.
Yeah, so it really forces teams to play Rift Heralds incredibly smartly. Like it just mostly because someone's going to lose off the plate. Usually going to be the enemy AD carry because they're just completely throwing bot lane waves. After that play, as you mentioned, Sivir ends up going top lane and picking up the wave, but now Gragas is losing out. Like, now your top laner essentially is losing out, and he has to go bot lane to pick up the wave himself. So overall, it is still a net loss. And so finding a way to be able to secure Herald while making it so your AD, who in this game was behind already before this point, is now even further behind, you do not want to just punt them out of the game.
A lot of what EG does well, right? And I think we also have to talk, Mark, about what they did yesterday to gain back sole possession of first with 100 Thieves dropping 1.
Yeah, they crushed Golden Guardians like I'm going to crush these nachos.
Get in there.
Not even close. There was a period of time, actually, where you thought there might be an opportunity. I was joking. There was actually a somewhat close game for the first 20 minutes. But then eventually the things that you saw Emily talking about, having a super fed Zeri, the scaling on both sides, as well as, I think the late game, Jojo Pune Azir was a different look for him that I really appreciated, showing that they have a little bit more versatility in the mid lane. I think everyone associates him with Akali's, LeBlanc's, Ari's, and stuff, but going for the late game option.
You can't talk about destroying nachos and then not go over destroy the nachos. So get in there. Pulled pork nachos, by the way.
They're killing it at concessions today.
Yeah, the concessions are popping off today. I already had some off the side. What do we got? A little Know Your Pro here? Keep your G guy. Oh, yeah.
Does everybody know karate?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Can we have him face off with Blaze all?
Who knew that martial arts was the feeder sport to esports?
Who can actually fight here?
At this point in their lives.
Little battle royale situation for the off season.
I feel like I can never really peg someone as like, oh, I can beat it. No, you can't.
There's been all like the YouTube boxing
I was about
matches.
to say YouTube boxing, LoL Esports, Taekwondo battle or whatever.
Yeah.
People have a
LCS boxing or just all of LoL Esports boxing, region against region.
We might not win worlds, but we'll beat you up.
Damn right.
That's the NA tagline, baby.
We need a rule change.
God.
We need a rule change.
Evil Geniuses, I love the point that you brought up about the later game is year for JoJo, because it is nice, as you mentioned, to kind of see them diversifying and having that versatility moving into the postseason. Because once again, while it is a very tight race for that #1 seed, as long as they still have #1 going into the postseason, considering that they are our defending champions, Raz, I think everyone is going to, by far and away, still consider them the team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, even if they slip up a little bit more, let's just say they lose the rest of their games. People are still going to consider them the threat in the LCS as the best team. Every jungler you ask says Inspired is the best player and is a shoo-in for MVP. Everyone you ask is going to give praises about Impact and Jojo. Like, teams slipping up in the final week does not mean that much when you have to, or at least they can now prepare against you in a longer best-of-5 series.
And just also going back to spring, the fact that they didn't have this crazy best-of-1 record, but then in best-of-5s were incredible. I think that they have earned from the community a bit of respect that even if they do go 1-2 or 2-1 heading into the postseason, that's not really going to reflect their level of play.
Now, for Dignitas, they're still a way in. We're not going to run through all the scenarios. They don't have to win today's game. It could be dependent solely on their game against Golden Guardians at the end of the weekend. But that's not to say that they wouldn't want to get it done here, because actually getting it done here puts them into far better position and a chance to lock a playoff spot without a tiebreaker round.
That's the depressing part. You do not want to be in the same position you were in last split, where you were doing quite well, and then super weak hit, and you're out of playoffs.
And you're the ones who get knocked out.
Exactly. And now it seems like this is, of course, easier. 8 teams can make it, but now they're in an even worse position.
Well, they're the outside looking in, right?
Exactly.
So they're trying to do what was done to them back in spring. So we'll see if they can get it done. When we think about a way for this Dignitas roster to attack EG, what is it? I know I'm asking a near impossible question, but
I think that, one, Blue has carried a number of games. The games that Dignitas has won, there's not been a ton of them, but it's almost always Blue popping off. I think he needs to be on something with individual carry potential, which is not like a Talia or something. Maybe the Azir has been very good for him. I love the Sylas for him. I think one of those, and then you need a good game out of Spawn. Spawn is kind of that backup AD carry who's done quite well when able to get ahead.
Yeah, and I'll even say, XU as a jungler, hello!
Hello!
Hey!
I love how Danny rolled over into Vulcan's camera. He's waving into his own. You have one, too.
Family picture. Family
picture, that's a good point.
Exactly. And so, yeah, going back to XU as a player, I think XU, if he's the X factor.
Yeah.
He's literally just a player that is going to get them an early game lead, and hopefully they can try and keep that. So we'll see how he does early going up against Inspired.
Yeah, if you're going to find an opening against EG, find it quick and then close it quick because you don't want to give them too many opportunities to strike back. All right, well, it's Dignitas loading up, looking to strike down in an upset fashion our #1 team in EG. With that, we're back out to Tigers and Jat for the call.
We are here. We are prepared with our weapons intact.
It's pool party time. I was just trying, in the break, I was trying to juggle these things that are like really big and difficult to juggle. I did get it going. Maybe they were rolling the camera on it, but I think the analysts tested everything they can to set up this game. So it is pool party. I'm only gonna get one chance to do this. If I drop it, I'm done. The fans can back me up that I did do this.
Yes.
Oh yeah, there we go. Almost.
I would say that is enough of a
That
success.
was okay. That was okay.
Because
you got to juggle under pressure. It's totally different.
If I try, it's just, it doesn't work very well. But
we're in.
We're in it. We're in it. EG versus Dignitas. Very different positions for both of these teams. You just said it. The desk said it. They set it up well. Dignitas don't need the win here, but it sure would be nice.
Yeah, and for EG, it's all about focus. This is a game that they absolutely should win. Even if they lose, there's still a chance they can get a top seed, but I think it's important for them to take care of business now because a win would guarantee them that first round bye. And I keep stating this with this playoff format, if you are a top 2 seed, you just need to win your first best of 5 in playoffs to qualify for Worlds, which is such a nice pressure relief if you're able to do that. So I think top 2 are the 2 most important seeds to get in the playoffs, and that's what EG can lock up with the win here.
They've definitely been favored by a lot throughout this regular season in being able to achieve that feat. And there's stuff to be said on both sides where, yes, you get your Worlds qualification. Anybody that does go through the lower bracket, there's something about, oh, you get the reps, and if you make it through, then you're really warming yourself up for Worlds as well. But I think that they would for sure favor getting that nice start in the bracket.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the bans. Ornn off the table. No Hoon Ornn today. It's disappointing.
A lot of Ornn for Hoon lately.
That's too bad. Wonder what the first pick will be. Azir being banned, that had been a go-to. Even though there's been some Wukong nerfs, it's not a terrible choice, especially with Trundle being banned.
See how they end up responding to the bans that have been brought forth thus far. So EG with that Wukong pick. Dignitas will have to shake things up because of that Ornn ban and beyond, but I'm sure they have been preparing for that possibility considering how much Ornn that Hoon has played as of late. But you want to go for those priorities right at the top. Last game that we witnessed, Sivir was actually banned away.
Yeah.
But every time she's not on the ban block, she's making her way into the game.
Yeah, Sivir super strong, Zeri, Kalista both super strong. Kalista was the one banned away by EG, so likely that we'll end up seeing a Zeri out of Danny, but not guaranteed. I also do just generally like Sivir for Dignitas if they're going to try and play a scaling front-to-back team competition, which if they're thinking that they can win through scaling, this is like a do or die situation really for Dignitas, for Immortals, so I don't fault them for going for these scaling team competitions if they really feel like it's the best way for them to win.
It kind of leans into some of the ideas that you hear about these teams in this later portion. All right, I heard the cheers from the crowd because they know what can happen when there's Zeri with a kitty cat on her back. Danny, very, very good on that pick. But yes, even Blabber talking in a recent interview about, teams later on, they start to bring out the tanks, they start to bring out that stability when you're fighting for that spot going into playoffs. We saw that from Immortals last game, and Dignitas looking to do some of the same. Lulu there really to be able to help that engage get started in these fights.
Yeah, Enchanters, here we come, that's for sure. That's been such an injection throughout the Summer Split. More Yuumi, more Lulu, more Nami, rather than just the consistent tank play we've seen for so long. But yeah, I was having this conversation in the green room yesterday, actually, when we saw Danny on Zeri then, and we're like, what's like the percentage chance he gets a pentakill in this game? Like, they're not even that likely, but for some reason, it feels like when Zeri and Yuumi are in the game, that chance just gets multiplied so much, and Danny. So 3 pentakill multipliers here. Maybe we'll see back-to-back games with pentakills.
Does lean so much into the strengths, not just of Danny, but the way that EG like to play it.
Yeah.
Their consistency in the team fights, and Danny has been extremely good in being able to output that damage, position correctly so he doesn't get picked off, so he can finish him off in the right way. So when you have a pick like Zeri, that's where she thrives, chasing him down later on in the game. That's where Danny's a happy boy.
Yeah, he just gets so fast. Yuumi makes it even faster. Only thing that gets in the way is if JoJo or Impact pick a champ with too much damage rather than just frontline. I'm really curious what Impact is going to end up playing into the Sejuani. Gwen is the unbanned champion right now that I think is most likely, but we'll see if he has anything else in his back pocket.
And he's played a lot of Gwen, but that's probably why Dignitas take the Gwen away in the bans here. So EG and Dignitas both have their bot lanes locked in. Still needing a jungler for Dignitas' side. They know the direction that EG is going.
Yeah, a lot of jungle bans thrown towards XU, but here comes Vi once again. You got to see Jose Dioto pilot it last game. That is a way of at least having a small chance of locking down Zeri. Just press the R on the very, very fast AD carry.
Another target for Biofrost to help to protect when getting into that backline as well. So if you want to make sure you cut EG off at the seams. 2 days in a row, we've got the hover, but probably not the lock.
Yeah, also it seems like Ahri's a little bit, yes, it's a fine blind pick, but also even better when you're up against a Vi. Gives you a fighting chance of escaping that nearly inescapable gank from Vi.
Way to create some distance.
Jaxu!
So we haven't seen some Jax in some time. Was coming through in the earlier portions of the split, but I don't think there has been any Jax from Impact specifically thus far in summer.
Yeah, I mean, I just hope he uses his own Jax skin. I think anytime you have the opportunity to do that in a game, you have to take it. No Lissandra ban, so just more and more one-hit setup for Dignitas. I'm expecting to see maybe even 2 cleanses, but definitely cleanse out of Danny based on the Lulu, Sejuani, and Lissandra. Definitely an early Mikhails is going to come out from Vulcan's Yuumi, because Dignitas is definitely going to be trying to do some point-click kill this game.
Now, with that considered, Dignitas going for that point and click. What's your overall rundown on these comps that have brought through and who you favor?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to favor EG. partially just because it's 13-3 versus 3-13, but I do think that if this game goes late, it's going to be ridiculously difficult for Dignitas to actually lock down Zeri. Sure, they have Lissandra Vi, but that's a cleanser, a McHale's, and overshield by the Yuumi, and then he can just run rampant in fights.
When it's so clear what Dignitas want to go for and who they want to go for, you can imagine that Evil Geniuses are going to bring out the loadouts needed to do so. Keep Danny as protected as possible. Evil Genius here in the Super Week, still trying to vie for one of those buys in playoffs, and also make sure they get that last work in so they can feel in full form. Dignitas, they want to keep the faith in their own hands as much as possible, set themselves up for success in their match against Golden Guardians tomorrow, and taking down Evil Geniuses would be one way to do it.
It'll be such a momentum builder for them to go into that last day and to be in control of whether or not they make playoffs. Because if they win, they'll go to 4 wins, which is the same total as Golden Guardians and Immortals. So it's really for any of those teams, if they win out, they would make it. But if they go in with 3, then they will be unable to control the outcomes of the other games.
Looking to see what Dignitas can do with this squad. A lot of the switch-ups in roster as of late, they're bringing the entirety of that roster down here to the bot side, see if they can find something sweeping through.
Interesting how they just kind of brute forced 5 people through there. A lot of times you'll see, as Danny sticks away, a lot of times you'll see like Sejuani go in that wall and then 4 people come here to push this area out, and then you kind of dash over the wall. Or something sneaky, but just kind of brute forcing 5 people through the lane has a really low chance of getting a kill.
They were looking for it. They do get that deep ward though, so they can gather some intel on where Inspired may be bringing his power right at the top. As Inspired is a jungler who is willing to try a lot of different things as a jungler. It's not like somebody that you can read and say, this is exactly how he's going to path. This is exactly what he's going to do. One of the reasons that everyone has talked about him as this front runner for MVP is the pressure it puts on the opposite team when trying to prepare for him, and how you can figure out how to lock him down and the impact that he can have on the map. So Dignitas prioritizing to gather as much intel as possible right at the top.
Yeah, but I actually would say that because they sent 5 people down bottom, that let Inspired know that he was just going to be able to take red buff, because it almost guaranteed that XU was going to have to start on blue side, and it immediately gives, like, that's not something Inspired would have planned before the game. That's purely a reaction to what Dignitas did early game, and now he's going to get 2 camps out of XU's jungle, and as long as JoJo can hold mid prio, it's going to be very difficult for XU to be able to invade the jungle of Inspired.
That adaptation based on the specific game state, it feels like a very obvious thing, but it's something that is difficult to be able to make that snapshot decision. And that's what he did. He went, he invaded the jungle, was able to make sure to capitalize and reverse basically the intel that Dignitas were trying to accrue for themselves.
Yeah, this is really bad for XU, because you can see a camp was left up right here like a tiny little raptor. And because they have push mid and actually push bot, there's a chance they can collapse on this fight. He does have a level advantage because he 3-camped, and Inspired won't get 3 off of these Raptors, but XU really risking a lot by going for this red buff.
There is...
Can he get Inspired?
Worrying if they're going to collapse upon him. Inspired is pretty chunked.
I think he gets it because he got that chunk. Inspired is going to go for level 3. Okay, now he's got all spells.
Wanting to wrap it back.
They've lost
around.
bot push, so I think XU can just get this. Inspired also has no smite.
Yeah, he's going for it. Vulcan is here so he can attach to Inspired for the 2v2. Danny also able to get himself over the wall, flash away from XU.
Whoa!
Danny's still going for it. He's got the kitty cat now. Heal from Spawn. Some of that additional movement speed to keep Dignitas safe for now, but some summoners used on both sides.
Yeah, that's the type of play XU has to go for after Inspired's decision to start at XU's red buff. And I think it was played quite well. Instead of just starting the red buff, getting the chunk onto Inspired first, which means Inspired needs to smite to heal up, just buys him enough time to go for that steal. Yes, he ends up burning his flash, but he would have been so much further behind in experience had he not gone for a play like that.
And I'm sure communicating well with the rest of the team too, so that he knew how much time he had before Danny and Vulcan were making their way through. Yeah. Vulcan being the first to rotate as well, just for some of that additional help onto Inspired. And yeah, XU able to even things out slightly in that regard. Teleport coming in from mid lane for Blue with a little bit of shopping done in his pocket. Offset the wave that's pushed under the tower, which gives an opening for Jojo Pyeon to do the same.
It does look, though, like it did give EG's bottom lane a little bit more prio. That's actually a temporary 2-level advantage that Danny had over Spawn there. Biofrost, I think, had to spend a little extra time in the jungle to get XU the security to take that red buff.
Farming advantage down bot, some duking it out over here towards top. And yes, Impact, despite being a while since we've seen the Jace, or not the Jace, the Jax here, it's always going to be a fun one for him to be on, especially with that dueling potential.
Yeah, and good chance of scaling as well. Unable to really push his advantage right now any further just because they had no vision in river and no security. The blue wasn't just going to roam up there as Impact's wave was crashing.
And now with Danny and Vulcan exiting lane for a little bit of time, Spawn was able to pick up a bit more farm for himself. A delay here for Biofrost after some hits from Danny.
Yep, both 80 carries making it to Noon Quiver, so completely on timer for both of them. I think Jojo's definitely going to want to do something when he hits 6. There's no heal on Spawn, but specifically no flash on XU either, so some type of invader force where they can get XU involved in the fight. I think he would be the target for Jojo to go on.
And XU hovering over around this bot side. Infernal Dragon has spawned. Going for the sweep here, but Jojo officially at level 6, so is Blue on the opposite side. XU not quite in that vicinity as the junglers are still both on level 4, waiting to build up a bit more.
Oh, this is really clever by Jojo just now. He just spellbooked to cleanse instead of teleport as Lysandre hit 6, so the gank wouldn't have worked if Blue had gone for it.
That foresight to make sure he's preparing. Foresight down here, bot Spawn and Biofrost. You could see them retreating. They kind of saw the fire in the eyes of evil geniuses. So making sure to avoid Inspire's attempt. But Dignitas getting started on this dragon here. They swept it out prior. They've got their control down. They've been setting themselves up for this potential with Jojo taking that opportunity to rotate over towards the top side. But Hoon playing safely behind the wave since they know they don't have eyes on the enemy mid laner.
Yeah, lane frozen on Hoon, but he's still in experience range. He's actually been CSing very well in that matchup against Impact's Jax, and the fact that Jojo had to hover top lane gives Dignitas the ability to get this first Infernal Dragon, so really well played by Dig to make it out of this one with first Drake of the game.
And while there aren't any kills on the board just yet, this is some of that early play at Dignitas, making sure that when you have XU as well as Blue and everyone in the vicinity, so if you have any individuals from EG stepping up to that objective, a bit more tools in your belt to make sure that they can't contest it. So early objectives, not a major gold lead on EG's side either, pretty stable.
Yeah, and Dignitas still going to have some playmaking ability. The double cleanse is going to be really hard for them to deal with when they do get into fights, but for now, if they can keep stacking dragons and if they can get a good setup for this next Rift Herald, they're going to put themselves in some pretty solid positions. Nice smite by XU as well.
Securing what he had started with Inspired lingering around and giving those hungry eyes. So nice patience for sure. Hoon continuing with the stability, starting to pretty much that same CS lead that he had acquired previously. He was frozen off for a while, so not an opportunity to extend that just yet. But Rift Herald also now becoming a point of contention in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they're going to go for it early. The Zeri is just kind of hovering in river with Yuumi. They had a huge timer to move there, but unable to turn it into anything substantial. Inspired probably didn't want to start Rift Herald because he was one level down on Vi, so it could have been a lost fight if Dignitas managed to follow. Nothing converted yet for EG this game.
No, what do you think of that in terms of where they should be at this time? Is there anyone that you feel should be hitting that go button a little bit harder, or a little bit of a go button right now, though?
Yeah, I think it's generally fine as long as Danny's in a good spot in the game, and he's at 81 CS at 8 minutes and 40 seconds, so they're not uncomfortable with the state of the game. It's just when you see EG versus Dignitas, there is a bit of an expectation that they are going to slam the game, and that just hasn't been the case so far.
Sure, even when talking to Jojo in his post-game interview yesterday, it almost feels like they're trying to make sure that they take this approach where they're not going to let it get into their head, rather, of, oh, it's just Dignitas.
Yeah.
We're very ahead of them. let's just kind of go into it casually. They want to take these last games as an opportunity to prepare for playoffs as well, with very specific ideas in mind of what they want to work from and work on as a team and individuals.
Yeah, I think they just want to play clean. And right now they're actually going for 2 plays at once, where JoJo had a timer to roam up top lane, and that's actually the second time he's hovered Impact and has been able to get anything done against Toon. Meanwhile, Inspired is hiding in this bush, really wants to get onto Biofroster spawn.
Going on to spawn, ultimates galore, the root and the exhaust to follow. The burn is tick, tick,
no
tick,
way.
Top, and the clock does stop. Dig survive.
Danny really greeted that. He could have flashed in range earlier to get some damage down onto spawn, opted not to because they thought they had the kill for sure, but they end up not getting first blood because of it. And that gives a small window for Dignitas to at least start the Rift Herald. It takes a while to kill though. Let's see. It looks like Wukong's zooming out of base with Yuumi right now, so maybe we see a fight at Rift Herald.
Yeah, impacted teleport into lane and immediately blast coning over towards this Rift Herald. Blue is here, XU's here, and Jojo Pion is also arriving for the party. But Dignitas, even though they spent a lot of time building that up, they don't feel that they can take this fight right now until they get a bit more of a congestion of their team here. It's still a 4v3 if they do try to go for anything there.
Well, that is really interesting that Dignitas didn't try and force something there, because EG was without 3 ultimates from that dive they did bot lane. And even if the Herald had gone over to EG, I think Dignitas could have at least forced a fight, but opt not to. Instead, they're going to try and take control of this red side jungle, as Inspired was able to pick up the Herald.
If you're looking from Dignitas' side and the decision there, it is tough because when you have this pressure, we talked about them kind of bringing these compositions through that are a bit more stable, offer a lot of consistency. I'm going to pause on that just to see if anything happens. A little bit of a throwback there. But that kind of bleeds into game, right? When you see this choice, we could try to go for it, or we could back off and say that's not too much of a loss. It's just one Rift Herald. It's okay. And it feels like teams in this position do often gravitate towards the latter for that reason. A bit of a willingness to try and avoid what they can maybe feel is reckless in the moment, depending on the results.
Yeah, well, especially with how EG has kind of made their bread this year of just winning team fights. So if EG's in a spot, there's like a aura of invincibility sometimes where you think that they have a good reason for being there. This was a case where I think EG was bluffing a little bit, even if it was a very winnable fight for them. But Dignitas did end up kind of giving away a Rift Herald to EG there.
How do you feel in terms of the way EG is placed right now? Yes, some losses, but I actually, when I was reading 10 Thoughts that you had published, you were speaking about how, maybe not index too much into loss against TL because it felt a bit more like a scrim. Is that something that you still believe in going into this week?
Yeah, I think EG is definitely trying to play a lot more stable because they got a little bit out of control against Team Liquid in their loss last week. I do think it had a lot to do with them playing from home rather than playing in the studio and being more in that loose environment. So here you can see taking some time is Hoon. Is he going to solo kill JoJo?
Played prison onto JoJo. Not enough to finish him off, but was feeling good in that moment.
Yeah, that would have been something to see. 120 CS on that Sejuani. He's definitely laning quite well. And we'll see if that buys enough time for them to start yet another Drake. So like the farm on Danny is good, but the rest of the game has been very neutral for EG.
Never really cresting over that 1K mark in terms of gold, always hovering over the same.
Yeah.
So you're wondering, even though Danny is getting up in farm and continuing to push that lead, you look at other players and Dignitas and Hoon making sure to farm up as well. And Dignitas holding their own. They're taking on this dragon right now, which EG
can't contest it.
Are definitely aware of, but there's no reason for them to step up to this at this moment.
All right, well done by Dignitas to secure the first 2 dragons of the game against the first place team in the league, EG. Inspired also not finding a good spot for Herald, so just has to dump it over the wall and hope that it gets there to crash before those turret plates fall. Likely can just walk up.
Yeah,
Okay, they'll get a little bit of gold.
Able to usher that through. The numbers advantage to them because they made sure Danny and Vulcan were here if there was a potential contest from Dignitas to make sure Herald didn't get that crash, but did right before that 14-minute mark as well for those plates. So
starting to see some more resources going over to EG's side to try and offset the dragons that were prioritized by Dignitas.
Yeah, I mean, 0 kills and 2 dragons to 0 for Dignitas is not the start you would expect in EG versus Dig. So Dig definitely making a game of this one. We do know that there is that, I guess, ticking time bomb of Zeri Yuumi that definitely has the potential to take over this game once he gets to his items. So I don't think EG is panicking, but it is at the point, though, where if they lose a critical team fight around Next Dragon, the game could get very dicey for EG.
And they do have quite a bit of time until they get into that territory, 3:40 on the clock, until that soul point becomes an option. And we've seen that Danny and Vulcan have been fine staying in lane for the most part until now. Vulcan's deciding to keep company to Inspired as he makes his way through the jungle. A little bit of an opportunity for Danny to just continue to farm up effectively.
Yeah, the way EG has played League of Legends for the past year and a half has been all about maximizing the amount of gold and experience Danny can get so that he can win team fights, which is where he's absolutely at his strongest. So he actually hasn't been amazing at getting advantages for himself, but the macro that EG plays generates a lot of gold for Danny. He's definitely improved in his individual ability to lane, but this is very classic EG in terms of getting back into playoff form, and we're going to see a fight.
Well, XU knows it there, gets exhausted on the intake, pulling a few of them in. Teleport coming on the backside. Ultimate utilized by Yuumi here. Vulcan throwing it out. They don't lose anybody on this, though. They still got the turret. Blue circling around through Try. Wants to find the angle here on Lissandra. Has ultimate at the ready. Stun up onto Danny, who dashes on out of it. Second teleport coming in for Dignitas. Hoon rejoining here with XU, and still not a single kill in this game.
Yeah, overforced there by Dignitas, and that's going to be something to track for the rest of this game. Look at what they burned there. They burned 2 teleports, a Lissandra ultimate, a Sivir ultimate, a Vi ultimate. They didn't even get close to getting a kill in a 5v3, so that's not necessarily going to get much better for them. They do get the turret down for Sivir, which denies Danny a little bit of standing gold because he did successfully get pushed off the wave, but overall that's a very positive play for EG.
And when you saw Lissandra coming in, as far as that play working out well for EG, I think Danny knew exactly where Blue was looking and made sure to keep hold of that Spark Surge so he could escape kind of to the outer skirts of the turret and create more distance that they would have to try to follow. So just well played from EG here. Hoon and XU. 2v1 over on the top side, Inspired nearby, but Impact is nice and healthy. He is not surpassing kind of that line of scrimmage unless he has to, and has been left alone for a bit of time to do as he pleases with those teleports being executed by Dignitas on the bot side. That also means they won't have them for some of these next engages. Like this Rift Herald, though, all of them in the vicinity, they can take it down, just moving as an entire team unit. So even though that first Rift Herald taken over by Inspired, Dignitas bringing it back with a second one for themselves, and those dragons still too. Jojo, though, getting to clear out on this bot side and more damage onto the turret.
Really, really important moment in the game coming up here with the third dragon spawning in 50 seconds. So Hoon doesn't have teleport. He needs to shove this wave, get back to base, and then path out towards mid lane. What I'd like to see from Dig, they're going to hold Sivir mid lane here. If they drop the Herald, EG's going to be forced to respond to it, and then they can possibly clear this vision in here and set up for the third dragon. If they can get in good position, they have a decent chance of securing this third Drake, but EG doesn't want to give up that mid prior.
And it's a very classic play going into the back. Vi's got the ultimate down. Knockups and teleport coming in from EG, from 2 of them actually. Wild Growth onto XE, tries to escape but cannot. Hoon is the next target. They want to get that Sejuani, and they're going to do exactly that. Danny with the kill credit. First 2 kills we have seen of the game, and Evil Geniuses come out on top.
Oh, you could see what Dignitas wanted to do. They thought Danny had overstepped because they got his cleanse in the previous fight, but he is just so damn slippery. Flash, Yuumi speed, skating over half of that wall, and actually it's XU kind of killing himself. Like, look at this. Look at where he's actually standing. You totally understand why Dig goes for this, but Flash and getting partially into that wall makes it too difficult for Dig to follow up, and they get the 2 kills.
Meanwhile, on the top side, with that knowledge that EG was finishing
Everything that just went down on bot, they do manage to take down Impact. So Dignitas wanting to find a way to trade the pressure that Evil Geniuses are executing elsewhere, as JoJo just took down the second turret.
Yeah, and it's Dignitas that needs to be making these plays. That's why they brought the Sivir, that's why they brought so much hard CC. So good job for them being able to make that rotation up to top lane, at least get the kill onto Impact. But it's going to be that slippery Zeri. That's going to be a story of this game. How can they actually do damage to Danny before Danny kills them all?
Which is difficult because you look at that moment where XU getting the ult off. Biofrost though, ooh, charmed and blasted. XU making sure to escape over the wall. So Evil Geniuses pick up another one. But again, you look at that, you can tell as soon as Vi is able to get onto Danny. So even Vulcan just saying, okay, I'm just gonna get on you. You're gonna get a little fast, use your dash away towards the turret. And all of a sudden, what looked like a fine angle becomes one that is not necessarily as pretty for Dignitas. So if that's what you're facing against EG, who have such a fast response time, it's a difficult place to be.
Yeah, and he's got shield bow, and Danny does trend towards the slightly tankier Zeri builds, but this is the types of plays they need to make. JoJo's got no cleanse at the moment.
Dignitas will have numbers advantage after Hoon comes through, making sure to secure JoJo coming out of stasis. Charm response onto Blue, but he's got a turret right here that he's just gonna run right into. A kill for Dignitas.
Stopwatch buys enough time for Vulcan to get away, though. Vulcan's got to give him a little thumbs up on the way out for saving his life, because look at the side lane pressure that EG's trying to threaten. We got Zeri in mid, Jackson bot. But Dignitas is going to go for that second-tier turret as they drop Rift Herald in the top lane.
It is great for them that they're able to finish that off. And Biofrost, though, Flash and Wild Growth used after Inspired pushes forward with Vulcan. At least Dignitas are able to get the charge as intended.
Okay.
They finished off that turret so they could get the charge onto the tier 2. And all the while Blue has to answer Impact, because even though they did focus him just not that long ago, he's off in a side lane, he's pushing the waves, and that's a threat that you'll be hard-pressed to ignore as the game goes on.
Yeah, and at the moment, Impact is kind of trying to go to the side lane where Sejuani is not, because he doesn't make much of a dent into that Frozen Heart, Frostfire Gauntlet beast up there that Hoon has become. So when he's up against Lissandra, he can actually do a fair bit of work. And the hull breaker that he just completed is likely going to help with that split push as well. So don't expect Impact to show up in team fights that often. I think he's mostly just going to be pushing side lanes. And then the rest of EG is going to be daring Dignitas to try and overdive them.
And when you're looking at the remaining members of EG and focusing on that disengage, if Dignitas try to aggress at any time that Impact is seen elsewhere on the map, whereas Impact wants to hold on to that Unleashed teleport for later for it to be able to join the team. Spawn the subject now. Into the back, XU goes. Can he turn it around?
Not it.
Goes golden, goes gray screen. JoJo once more. Biofrost right in the line of fire. Impact coming on through with a counter strike to keep himself in it. And Evil Geniuses, they take down 3. They're feeling good off of that one.
Just like that, they take full control of the game. XU felt trapped, tried to ult in, but there was just no touching that Zeri Yuumi. And 22 minutes, 30 seconds, like, this is the cleaner League of Legends that EG wanted to play. It doesn't blow you away in the early game, but they knew that they just needed to get Zeri some items. They know how to play the mid game so well. They force that fight in the mid lane and they just get a Baron. Now they're 5K up.
There's something about making sure you know where those win conditions lie, and EG definitely does going into this, really taking this fight on.
Yeah, oh, such a good engage there with the Yuumi ultimate, trapping everyone in that corridor. XU tries to sacrifice himself to give people a way out, but 3 dashes can close so much distance for Ahri. Charm into the Zeri W over the wall. Such beautiful layering of their spells to pick up 3 kills.
Ahri is a pick that favors those that want to move on forward, and we know JoJo likes to go for the kills when he sees that opening. And you also need to rely on the rest of the team to be able to follow up, so props to Danny and the rest of the squad to make that into a fight that allowed them to take that Baron. Now we have the Red Bull Baron buff going strong for them, so they can just start ushering some of these waves. They're able to crack open so much of the map prior that they can capitalize that much more when they're wearing purple.
Yeah, they are going to be maximizing their gold here for sure. Interesting with Danny's not even going for a tankier build, actually. He's going to go Infinity Edge. Just feels so confident that Dig doesn't have the damage to kill him.
Danny's been somebody that very much
is responsive with the type of build he goes, depending on the needs of the game. I mean, thinking about MF, for instance.
Leander's
Yeah.
That's
And
nice.
he was saying, too, when he was talking about how he would build up, pausing on that, JoJo coming in. He's got to teleport here for some support, and Danny and the rest of the squad as well. Another Yuumi ultimate answered by the Wild Growth onto XU. Continuously the target of that from Biofrost. And they just have to back off, but look at the space that was created for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Danny just always feels like he's at full health. It's so sad to watch if you're looking for a Dignitas victory. JoJo bought so much time there. Banshee, Zonia's like, he knows he's the only one that is actually targetable, so he tries to bring all of the untargetable items into his inventory, and it's just making the game so difficult to play for Dignitas' pick comp.
It's such this wave back and forth because you can see it in the play, in the way that EG is clicking. They know when Blue is looking for that Lissandra angle. They know when XU is trying to get into the back with that Vi ultimate. And they have all the tools to set up, but they did get Danny temporarily.
They didn't get him. They really thought he had him.
Hit him with the freeze from Lissandra for a moment's time, but he holds on to that Spark Surge, so as soon as he has a window, he can create that space that he needs to stay alive.
Yeah, if you're a Zeri hater, this game is everything you hate about Zeri. Like,
it really
so much lockdown. He's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna dash over this wall that gets me 2 screens away from you.
I know, right there in the jungle, just seeing how long and how far he was surfing that out, and it's like, oh, now Dignitas can't even reach him with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have reaction times like Danny, when you're playing in a low ping environment like this, you can play on these margins, and it's just, with Infinity Edge completed now, greater than 10 CS per minute, been fed a couple plates, 11,400 gold. He's just this unstoppable force right now that Dignitas can't get their hands on.
And Impact now forced to face off against Toon once more, but a bit of a different look because of the way that this map has been cracked open and feeling much more powerful in trying to offset here. Evil Geniuses for that patient play early on where it was pretty much a neutral state aside from the neutral objectives. Now a 7.4K lead for them. They found their moment to blast through. Just look, he's okay.
Even before he could press R, he's like, I'm out. See ya.
Yeah, throw a laser, jump away. I'm Speedy, I'm Danny, I'm on Zeri.
For what it's worth, it only takes one mistake. It really takes one time that they can get in range of him. But here's Inspired.
Double knock up from Inspired, and Vulcan making sure to pop that ultimate so they can continue on through. Spawn does pick up the kill onto the enemy jungler, but falls immediately after the burst down onto Blue is going to be good, and XU right in the middle of the pit finds Danny and the cat once more. Jojo Pion wants to go for it, gets the charm onto Hoon. Impact jumping on in, circling around with a counter strike. Can he get another slap onto Hoon? He's going for it. Laser slicing through partially, stunned to follow up. Biofrost the only one standing for Dignitas. Evil Genius is saying, oh, there's an inhibitor up, there's a turret up. I don't care, I'm just gonna be over by Nexus, because in our heads, this game is done. Nobody up for another 12 seconds, and Evil Geniuses can get that right here.
They have turned this into a rout, and you really realize how strong Impact is as well, especially when he has the Yuumi buff. So Vulcan, tons of good players to be passengers on this game. 2 inhibitors broken. 11,000 gold lead. Total control of the game. And you can see Inspired in... Oh, and Spawn has to flash right into it because he's got nowhere else to go. Yes, they are able to return a little bit of damage, but just like watch Impact from the flank right here. This is a 3,000 health, level 16 Jack. So when he presses R, it just becomes this tank that's also capable of killing you. So on one hand, they can't actually drop Danny's health bar. On the other hand, they can't peel Jax. It's a disaster.
So much gained off that. You can see right here, both inhibitor turrets and the inhibitors themselves were up prior to that fight, but finishing them off. Double kill for Impact. They got so much, continuing to push those advantages. Over 10K in their lead right now. Long ago had prevented the dragon stacking that was looking like an early win condition for Dignitas. So they would need this game to go pretty late if they wanted to play into what they've brought with this draft.
Yeah, and with Baron spawning at the moment, I think EG is just hoping Dignitas try and contest it a little bit because they're ready and willing to just do a hard engage with Wukong, Ari, Zeri once again, feeling very, very strong. If Dignitas doesn't contest, then EG will likely just take the Baron.
Less for them to have to take on the map right now. Increase in timers, increase in the fighting capability of Evil Geniuses. As we saw, you've got multiple forms of engage from them, whether it be Inspired getting in for the multi-knockup, or Vulcan always here as well.
Yeah, Mikhail's completed for Yuumi. Impact taking on the world.
A large target on his back right now, flashes away, stunned up by Sejuani, jumps on to Biofrost to see if he can take down the Yordle with them. Can't do it, just falls instead. But the rest of Evil Geniuses say, oh, what a sacrificial lamb we have thrown over in the lane. What a beautiful Baron for us to shoot down right now. Any yellow in sight? Any Dignitas? No, because JoJo is just setting himself in their face so they can't come towards this. Wants to get the kill onto blue, but also a chance for them to keep pushing up.
Yeah, they don't care that it's 4v5 at the moment. Oh, that's...
Oh, XU flashes away, has to use a gap closer as well, throws up a thumbs up for good luck, JoJo. Into stasis he goes, Inspired, making sure to tank those shots. They do have just 1-for-1 lost right now. 4 members still up for Evil Geniuses, same to be said for Dignitas.
Yeah, not the Hexgate he was hoping for, that's for sure.
Not quite.
Third inhib going down. Impact's going to be able to teleport in as soon as he respawns. EG's going to hope this is the final push.
And there it is on the super. They take down the last inhibitor here and keep their eyes on the turret into the back. Blue has to self-ult, and while he is ulted, Dignitas lose 2, then they lose Blue. Hoon the next one. Impact with the blood in his eyes, but Danny and team know we're just going to take down these turrets with the Nexus here. Evil Geniuses, a threat throughout the season, and ain't nothing changed for them in the last week.
Congratulations to Evil Geniuses picking up a solid win over Dignitas and locking themselves into a guaranteed top 2 finish. Another victory tomorrow would give them a 15-3 record, which would easily be the best in their franchise's history, and it would secure them the #1 seed for playoffs. Huge things done by Evil Geniuses in general since they re-entered the LCS.
Yeah. And you know that this particular squad, they have their eyes on international. They were MSI representatives. All the fun to be had in the audience here. I'm glad that these are soft. Soft, because I feel like there's a lot of risk of getting hit in the head here.
I mean, it's too bad we couldn't have EG in the studio today to enjoy the pool party with us, but it has been... Thank you to all the fans who engaged in the pool party. It's been such a fun day.
It really has. It's been fun. I'm glad I got to prepare by dunking myself in the cold water. You know, Kobe's always talking about he does the the cold showers and stuff, right, to get himself prepped. And I'm like, what if I just do a dunk tank every day?
Kobe really sells the cold showers. He says he can't get them cold enough anymore unless he actually invests in something because it's been so warm out, which is why we did the pool party, honestly. It had nothing to do with the skins. It's just been really warm.
Yeah. We're all just burning up over here. And I'm like, man, I'm from East Coast. You know how hot it gets on East Coast? This ain't nothing. But, you know, I'll definitely been heating up. But EG haven't lost any of their heat, that's for sure. And, I mean, when you're looking at what their goals were in this game, making sure they play that clean league, making sure they keep those fundamentals online, that's what they did, and I think they can walk away from that as a victory.
Yeah, and if they can end 3-0, it's going to give them a good amount of momentum heading into the playoffs. They will have that playoff bye now, so after the game tomorrow, they're going to have at least 2 weeks until they play their next match. So it is important that they can remember what it's like to play slow, controlled League of Legends, because it is just so hard to replicate in the scrim environment that they're going to be in for the next 2 weeks.
And that best of territory is also where you see a lot of that flexibility rewarded when you're making sure to practice those different types of play, and Evil Geniuses do not shy away from doing exactly that. That's the end of our, I'm kind of sad, end of our pool party day, but you know, let's go wrap things up on the Bud Light Breakdown.
Tomorrow.
Pool party every
End of your pool party day.
That's true. That's true. We're going to keep the party going for just a little bit longer. Welcome to the Bud Light Breakdown as we close out our pool party Saturday with an Evil Geniuses victory, still retaining that top spot in the league. I think we're going to kick things off, though, by talking about Pogs here. Top performers across all 5 games today. Game number 1, it was Someday, followed by Hansama. And we had Jensen, Takui picking up yet another one.
That's took nasty to you.
And, you're right. You know what? I feel like I should only be calling him at this point. And Danny in the 5th and final game.
Takui staying in the lead, right?
Yeah.
Damn right.
Has to be.
Yeah.
Let's flip on over to that all-time leaderboard for the summer split. And there you have him.
Up, though.
Still way up top of the table, Someday just behind Danny as
be
well, though.
inspired.
So honestly,
There you go.
4 of the people who picked up honors today are in the top 4 or in the top 5.
Let's just say Evil Geniuses has a lot of players that are just backing up.
Yeah.
Apparently, Inspired is tied for 4th as well, as
Yeah,
we heard,
he's in
but
there.
he's not on the screen right now, so.
Look, there's only 5 slots. Got to make
If
a
only
call
Danny
somewhere,
can
right?
give him all of his pods.
You combine pods
the other
Better
way.
diverse
take
team
over the pod
representation this way,
leaderboard.
right? As opposed to cramming
Yeah.
another EG player in there who's also tied.
I mean, I agree.
Point is, it's still a tight race when it comes to individual performances. And obviously, those do feed into MVP and, to some degree. Raz, what are you doing?
He's having fun. What are you, the fun police?
Yes, I am. That's actually kind of my job.
Yeah, that's a little bad.
Reel you in,
Bringing
too.
down the vibes.
You're harshing my vibe. Man.
All right, let's talk about the standings. Let's see where everybody falls. With only 5 games left to play, 1 per team. It's Evil Geniuses atop the table with 100 Thieves just behind them. Team Liquid Honda, they're in 3rd place with Cloud9 and CLG in a tie for 4th. FlyQuest in 5th. TSM gets that 7th spot before Golden Guardians. Immortals Progressive tie up in number 8. And Dignitas will round us out in that 10th place spot.
With that win, also, EG clinch a top 2 spot. So,
Guarantee first round bye.
That's actually really massive.
Boom.
That's
Them.
actually huge.
It was kind of expected, but congrats to them for, having such a incredibly strong summer split when we were kind of expecting, and the team themselves were telling us, like, we're burnt out. We do have an MSI hangover, is what JoJo said, even when he was on the desk, and they were still winning. But they've had a phenomenal split, and now they have a first-round bye.
Yeah, and their staff and their players had a great strategy of being able to just like come into the split with not that much pressure, right? Recognizing that they have been just at it. And Vulcan specifically talked about how he's been in those situations in the past when he was on Cloud9. He's like, let's not do that again. And it feels like, yeah, they're reaping the benefits off of that one. So only thing I'm concerned about.
What are you concerned about?
CLG looks like they're kind of tied, like hanging on to 5th place, and FlyQuest is behind us. So we just need to have a good finish.
We're almost there.
We need a solid finish.
We are almost there.
Tomorrow's exciting. There's a lot on the line.
Yeah.
We should also call it again that we still have that tie for 8th place. So again, one of those teams looking to eke in, the other one unfortunately going to bounce just outside of the playoff picture between Golden Guardians. More can happen as well throughout the rest of the standings, but let's take a look at what we have in store for us tomorrow. We kick things off with CLG versus Immortals before we move on to Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses, TSM versus FlyQuest. That'll be our 3rd matchup of the day. And then Team Liquid Honda and Honda Thieves will go at it. Dignitas, Golden Guardians, that will be the matchup. That closes out our regularly scheduled games this split. But then we will follow it up with the tiebreakers. I just peeped you, Emily, taking a peep at the tiebreaker scenarios. Are we guaranteed tiebreakers at this point, or is there still a 0 option?
There is a 1-0 option.
What is the 0 option?
Yeah, what's the 0 option? What are the winners there?
Praise.
It is if CLG win, EG win, TSM win, 100 Thieves win, and Golden Guardians win.
So very, very possible. By all means.
That
possible.
is the 1-0 tiebreaker.
Right,
scenario.
perhaps not by the one that goes to chalk, but very close to that. Either way, that also means there are still plenty of scenarios in which more tiebreakers can result. What's our max? I think 4? 4. If I recall correctly.
The 5 tiebreaker, incredibly cursed situations were all eliminated.
Well, the good news is we won't eclipse our record 10-game day from a couple of years ago.
That was a lot of fun.
It was a ton of fun. We can still get 9. We can get close. I'm just saying we can't get 10.
Let's go.
Is all.
The games were good? Is that why it's fun?
And anytime I'm talking about League of Legends, is a good time.
Oh my God.
Damn right. Damn right. You try to shake this guy?
I can't shake him.
This guy.
Can't
He's
do
a
it.
rock.
Oh, man.
Look at him. He's in his element
Wait,
right
it's
now.
not better to do tonight? I can sit here all day. This is my comfort zone right now,
Mark
man.
is in his comfort zone right now. That's
Where are you trying to get
I guess we're just going to keep rolling.
Yeah. Well, you
guys
said
can
you
leave.
enjoyed this. You said you didn't want to go home.
Just leave the cameras on, leave the stream going. Everyone
We'll
else
be
can go
here
home. I'll
till
take it.
tomorrow. All right, that's enough out of this. That's going to do it for the show. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for being a part of our pool party Saturday. Thank you to all the fans who are in attendance, came dressed up, had fun at the tailgate. Thanks to Contracts for dunking Raz in such amazing fashion and being a good sport on the cast as well. For the rest of you, we'll catch you all tomorrow as we close out the final day of the regular season. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.
Get it.
Get him. That was pathetic.
You know how mad they are?
How mad?
You know what I'm expecting out of them?
What are you expecting?
Bow!
Oh.
Oh, what?
That could have.
Expecting them to come in, armed, and ready to go.
No, what? Oh my God. I was prepared for this.
Uh-oh, what's gonna happen? W Auto is gonna flash the ball he knows not to. Contracts is already 2-0. El Contracto! He had Huhi waiting in the wings, though, on his own control ward. Not spotted, goes to the stun. Only a couple of slows the back line. Seraphine hits it, and it's gonna land in a Lulu. FBI's going to claim Dokla. Huge frontline damage, and Poom's gonna be next. 2 for 0 for the AD carry. 100 Thieves are gonna take it.
He said he played baseball.
As Stixay wants to find someone to kill, but doesn't have it. Here comes the rest. Santorin gets another one with the ulti, and it's just a mop-up now at this point. No way you can do anything. A recall just for some swag. The Bud Light ace comes through. 14-5.
Why the guy says TSM is free low?
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna find the stun. Will they catch the AD carry? A lot on instinct. He's a flash ball. He can't do so. Fudge kills him. The man never flashed. The man just died with 0 damage dealt. He will be killing them instead, making an omelet out of TSM.
You don't have to go that far either.
Wait, look, there's a French fan in the crowd.
Really?
Yeah, look, Alez Tuk.
Let's go. Where is he?
At the front. First row.
Let's.
Wave to him. Good job.
Double kill for Johnson here. Look at that hit onto Lock. Look at that triple kill for Johnson. Power of Evil and Ignar on the retreat from defeat in this fight. Quadra kill. Give it the victor.
The fans can back me up that I did do this.
Yes.
Oh yeah, there we go.
My top's moaning. This is Johnny crying.
Can he turn it around?
Not it.
Goes golden, goes gray screen. Jojo once more. Biofrost right in the line of fire. Impact coming on through with a counter strike to keep himself in it. Spawn does pick up the kill onto the enemy jungler, but falls immediately after the burst down onto blue is going to be good. And XU right in the middle of the pit finds Danny and the cat once more.
We should always have pool party day. What the hell?